That's right, what auxiliary professions do I have? 3. Shuhang knew neither how to manufacture talismans nor how to create formations. Even when it came to illusory formations and the Heavenly Master's techniques, he had only learned a bit of each. Compared to the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group, Song Shuhang's specialty was probably dying the most. For however, dying a lot wasn't an auxiliary profession too. This really was miserable. After thinking about it for a long time, Song Shuhang finally thought of something that he had some proficiency in. I've learned how to refine pills. It was by relying on this ability of mine that I was able to achieve my current success. Teacher, you know how to refine pills? Chu Chu looked at Song Shuhang enviously. Chu Chu was born in a small family, so she knew to appreciate the value of medicinal pills. In the past, when she was still in the Chu family, she hated that she couldn't split a pill into 2 before taking it. The Chu family had managed to cultivate some pill refining masters of their own, but their success rate was so low that they made others have no choice but to groan in displeasure. If one were to calculate the expenses, it was actually more expensive for them to purchase medicinal ingredients and equipment for their own pill refinement department than to simply purchase finished products from outside. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, a little bit. Song Shuhang quickly changed the subject. If he continued to dwell on this topic, he would eventually have to mention that he had only refined body-tempering liquid, and that he had even used an induction cooker to do so. One Song Shuhang said, anyway, immersing yourself solely in bitter cultivation isn't the most effective method of cultivation. By touching upon the path of talismans, formations, pill refining, and immortal dishes, one would actually be able to increase the speed of their cultivation. Although he had only been cultivating for less than 5 months, his knowledge could compare to that of a lot of seniors. This kind of theory and knowledge could be acquired by simply staying in the 9 provinces number 1 group for a long time, listening in on the conversations, and subsequently learning from them. Cute little newbies who mixed in with their seniors all year round would unknowingly grasp a vast amount of knowledge. Chu Chu nodded. Then I will listen to teacher and try out the immortal chef profession. In fact, I feel that I'm rather talented in cooking. Song Shuhang said, moreover, you also have talent in the sword. With this immortal chef secret technique, your talent in the sword won't be wasted. Chu Chu asked, however, immortal chefs need a lot of ingredients to experiment with. Do we have any ingredients with us? Don't worry. I'll make sure that you won't be lacking in ingredients, Song Shuhang assured. His inner world was very big, and most of the land was currently idle and unused. If Chu Chu wanted to become an immortal chef, he could consider buying a batch of edible, spirit beasts and other strange beasts, and store them in the inner world. He could also easily transplant a batch of medicinal ingredients and spirit plants. The 33 Divine Beasts technique, coupled with the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, was the greatest cultivation technique when it came to taming spirit beasts. When taming spirit beasts, he could also receive some energy from the spirit beasts, resulting in the speed at which he practiced the 33 Divine Beasts technique increasing. When the time came, both Chu Chu and Little Kai could minor in the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, which would allow them to tame spirit beasts and improve their strength at the same time. After the edible spirit beasts matured, they could be used by Chu Chu to practice the path of immortal chefs. This method could be said to be very efficient, with several things being achieved in one fell swoop. Right, my inner world also has the Ancient Heavenly Cities Canteen number 111. If this canteen can be unsealed, I can save on kitchen utensils as well. Chu Chu could directly practice her cooking in a kitchen of the Heavenly City. In addition, her cooking could also be supplemented with the inner world spring water, perfecting the process further. This plan was feasible. The inner world should be used wisely and efficiently. On the edge of a beach on Heavenly Field Island. Song Shuhang, the puppet maiden, and Chu Chu sat side by side, watching the tide ebb and flow. I wonder how long the interval is between the various calamities on Heavenly Field Island. Fairy Maiden, will your body be able to bear it? Song Shuhang asked. The puppet maiden said, if it's just a calamity at the 7th stage, then I will be able to sustain it. Song Shuhang let out a sigh. The last wave of calamity had 8th stage nuclear weapons, the next wave would definitely be even more powerful. Song Shuhang softly said, and Senior White still isn't done over on his side. Song Shuhang, are you still on the island? At this time, Senior White's voice rang in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang didn't know if it was Senior White or Senior White 2's voice, as their voices sounded the same in his mind. Song Shuhang replied, yes, we are still on the beach of Heavenly Field Island. Senior White's voice continued, rise into the sky, Heavenly Field Island is about to return to the main world. Song Shuhang asked, rise into the sky? Do you mean fly into the sky? Has the problem with Heavenly Field Island been resolved? Senior White's voice replied, yes, fly into the sky lest you get involved in it any further. There isn't anything interesting here in Heavenly Field Island, nothing interesting? Song Shuhang was puzzled, what was Senior White or Senior White 2 doing? While they were talking, the entire Heavenly Field Island experienced changes. The island, which was originally gray, seemed to have been dyed with various colors. It was finally regaining its colors. The residents of Heavenly Field Island appeared one by one. They, too, regained their colors. At the same time, all the soul fragments of Island Master Tian Tian Kong that were scattered throughout the island gathered to form his projection once more. Is it starting again? The eyes of Island Master Tian Tian Kong were full of fatigue. Even though his spiritual and mental energy would be brought back to full after he recovered each time, the repeated calamities did not do good on his mental state, causing him to be mentally exhausted. Song Shuhang said, Senior Tian Tian Kong, it's over. Island Master Tian Tian Kong. Song Shuhang reminded, Heavenly Field Island is leaving this space. Your physical body might have been destroyed. Once you return to the main world, you might need to activate your resurrection formation. After saying that, he flew into the air together with the puppet maiden and Choo Choo. Both he and the puppet maiden could walk in the air, while Choo Choo had to be carried by the puppet maiden. Island Master Tian Tian Kong slowly said, is it over? At this time, a beam of light fell from the sky, covering Island Master Tian Tian Kong's body. The beam of light refracted, projecting a picture scroll. That picture scroll showed Heavenly Field Island and its surrounding sea area. It was Island Master Tian Tian Kong's golden core composition. Island Master Tian Tian Kong's golden core composition was very complex, and it could be placed among the top golden core compositions. In order to complete this golden core composition, he'd stagnated in the 5th stage for a long time. The more complex and magnificent a golden core composition was, the stronger one would be upon reaching the 6th stage. 2 Island Master Tian Tian Kong's golden core composition had originally only missed the finishing touch. But now, his golden core composition suddenly changed. Over the sky above the golden core composition that showed Heavenly Field Island, a calamity appeared. It was similar to the calamities that had been faced by Heavenly Field Island previously. The defenses of Heavenly Field Island in the golden core composition were shown to be broken. Island Master Tian Tian Kong's complexion changed. Golden core compositions were said to be immutable and left no room for regret. It was unheard of that a golden core composition could experience changes. 2. How could this happen? Why has my golden core composition changed? Island Master Tian Tian Kong felt rather uneasy in his heart. In the distance, Song Shuhang comforted him, Senior Tian Tian Kong, don't worry. Your golden core composition experiencing some changes isn't something to be afraid of. Moreover, yours only had some pictures added to it, it's not a big deal. One Island Master Tian Tian Kong repeated, it's not a big deal. A golden core left no room for regret, and it was something related to his future. One had to know that one misstep in cultivation could cause a lot of problems, so he couldn't be sloppy. Song Shuhang comforted, "Don't worry, it's really okay. How about this? When we return to the main world, I will take Senior Tian Kong to take a look at my dynamic golden core composition, as well as my animated golden core composition. After comparing yours with mine, you will feel more at ease." One island master Tian Kong looked dumbfounded. But soon, he could no longer pay attention to Song Shuhang. He had entered a state of enlightenment. His consciousness sank into his dantian. Then, he raised his head and saw his golden core, as well as the golden core composition that was on it. He had clearly entered a soul-like state. However, his golden core and golden core composition were also present. He stretched out his hand and tapped lightly at the center of his golden core composition. This touch resulted in a faint light. The faint light formed a sharp contrast with the terrifying calamity above his head. However, the face of Island Master Tian Kong showed a satisfied look. The final stroke of his golden core composition was now in place. Island Master Tian Kong said, "This touch represents a new life, so to speak. Even under such a terrifying calamity, Heavenly Field Island will never be destroyed." In the next moment, he and Heavenly Field Island disappeared. Song Shuhang, the puppet maiden, and Chu Chu floated in midair, and the world under their feet turned into an ocean of grayness. Song Shuhang softly said, "I hope Senior Tian Kong can return to the main world safely." Stop setting flags up for others, Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Scarlet Heaven Sword always felt that Song Shuhang's mouth had been a bit too loose recently, with him planting flags one after the other. After Heavenly Field Island disappeared, the beam of light that had previously shrouded Island Master Tian Kong's body did not vanish, and instead remained right where it was. Just now, Senior Tian Kong seemed to be under the care of the Pillar of Light, which seemingly allowed him to complete golden core composition in one go. Could this beam of light be the reward after the trial? If I enter the beam of light, will I be able to complete the final touches for my second, third, and fourth core's golden core compositions? Song Shuhang was a little curious. Encouraged by his strong curiosity, he stepped on a black lotus and approached the beam of light. He didn't directly enter the beam of light, but first tried to stretch his hand out and use the secret appraisal technique on the light. Song Shuhang's finger slightly touched the beam of light. In the next moment, he was swallowed by the light. With this, he also entered a state of enlightenment. Is the inspiration for the finishing touch for my golden core compositions coming? He grew excited. However, the expected inspiration for the finishing touch did not come. Instead, a strange formula appeared in his mind. Royal Blood Demon Core plus Blood Bone plus 10 Blood Demon Pearls plus Song Shuhang equals Super Song Shuhang, 3, Song Shuhang. What the hell was Super Song Shuhang? Nevertheless, he was able to roughly understand one thing. The Blood Demon Core would undergo some changes if the Blood Bone and 10 Blood Demon Pearls were added to it. Should he test it right away? 3 And so, he took the core, Blood Bone, and Blood Demon Pearls out of his spatial bracelet. 2. Chapter 15:22 Second and third senior brother with hearts as stifled as their big senior brothers. Regarding the Blood Demon Core, Song Shuhang had once speculated that it could be recharged using the Blood Bone or Blood Pearls. However, he'd never got the chance to try it out. And now, with this prompt that he got from the beam of light, it appeared that his speculation was spot on. When he took out the Blood Demon Core, Blood Bone, and Blood Demon Pearls, they were simultaneously enveloped by the beam of light. The beam of light was like a processing machine. After the raw materials were input, it began to work. Under the influence of the beam of light, the power in the Blood Bone and Blood Demon Pearls was extracted. The blood demon pearls had a structure similar to spirit stones. They were a product of Senior White, and could be used directly. The blood bone was what remained after the unfortunate blood demon had died, and contained a special power that belonged exclusively to cosmic demons. The 10 blood demon pearls liquefied one by one, wrapping up the royal blood demon core. The blood demon energy in the blood bone was also drawn out and joined the liquid. Finally, under the processing of the light beam, the two were fused with the blood demon core. The blood demon core, which was originally dim, began to emit a blood-red glow after being charged. Was it a success? Shuhang reached out to grab the blood demon core. The blood bone that had been drained of energy was released by the beam of light, thrown out as a waste product. When the blood bone was about to be expelled from the beam of light, the virtuous Lamia's arm quickly stretched out to catch it before she stored it away. The virtuous Lamia had a habit of collecting treasures. In addition, the treasures that belonged to her would never be handed over to others easily. Before acquiring Scarlet Heaven sword, the blood bone was one of her weapons. After putting away the blood bone, the virtuous Lamia disappeared again. Shuhang grabbed the blood demon core, and prepared to leave the beam of light. It was enough that the blood demon core was now fully charged. As for that super Shuhang thing, from its name, he treated it as something entirely uninteresting. These days, adding super or exceptional to a word didn't make it cool. Adjectives such as super, exceptional, and so on all tended to be misused. After all, he was no super scion. It was names like Tyrannical Shuhang or King Shuhang that could still perhaps arouse his interest. Furthermore, with his resurrection gold coin still not off its cooldown at the moment, he didn't dare try risking things. What if he died? Shuhang sighed, and said, I'm someone who will become especially worried and anxious when I don't have several resurrection magical treasures on me. If the resurrection cooldown on his body was down, there might be a 1 in 10,000 or less chance that he would be unable to suppress the curiosity in his heart and try out what Super Shuhang was. Scarlet Heaven sword. There was one thing which it was unsure of as to whether or not it should tell Shuhang about. Thanks to its experience during the days when it was with him, it had recognized a pattern. Whenever Shuhang happily received a resurrection magical treasure, it wouldn't be long before he died. When it came to resurrection magical treasures that could only be used by those below the 5th stage, there was absolutely no chance for Shuhang to reach the 5th stage before using them. And when it came to resurrection magical treasures that could only be used by those below the 6th stage, there was absolutely no chance for Shuhang to reach the 6th stage before using them. Perhaps Shuhang had the ability to never waste a resurrection magical treasure. As such, Scarlet Heaven sword felt that if Shuhang didn't have a resurrection magical treasure on his body, he might be able to live longer. However, this was only a speculation, so it didn't know whether or not it should tell Shuhang. Shuhang returned to the side of the puppet maiden. Chu curiously asked, Teacher, what benefits did you get? She saw Shuhang's satisfied look, and wondered what good the beam of light had done for him. Shuhang nodded slightly. This beam of light is a good thing. Because of it, my blood demon core is now fully charged. Right, fairy maiden, while the beam of light hasn't dissipated yet, you should take Chu over to it to see if you can get some benefits. The beam of light should be the reward provided by this sealed space to Island Master Tian Kong. Since Island Master Tian Kong had left, and the beam of light hadn't dispersed yet, they naturally shouldn't be wasting this opportunity to gain some good things. Freeloading was truly a joy. Shuhang liked freeloading on others' opportunities very much. This kind of joy was second only to freeloading on books in a bookstore. The puppet maiden pondered for a moment, and then brought Chu towards the beam of light. As soon as they touched the beam of light, they were enveloped by the light. Chu Chu's decision to take Song Shuhang as her teacher was really timely. After becoming Song Shuhang's disciple, in just a single month, she got to enjoy dining at the immortal feast, which most practitioners in the world of cultivation could only dream of. After that, she got to experience the Mirage Dragon Dream Realm, and got to follow Senior White through the 33 palaces, acquiring immortal chef secret techniques. And now, she got to freeload on Island Master Tian Tienkong's opportunity and have a go with this light beam. Moreover, in the future, there was no need for her to worry about her life-bound magical treasure, as Song Shuhang was already preparing for when she reached the 4th stage. At that time, he would go to Senior White too to ask for some 8th stage ape tail hairs, and directly refine an 8th stage life-bound magical treasure for her. For cultivators, there were 2 methods to improve their lives. The first method was to get reincarnated, which was relatively more difficult than the other method. If one could be born to a good father or a good family, their life would be much easier than that of casual cultivators. It would be even better if they could obtain a body with exceptional talent for cultivation. The second method was to find themselves a good teacher. If one could get a good teacher, the effect was definitely not much worse than a good reincarnation. There were even some sly cultivators who were able to solve the headache that was finding a companion when finished with their apprenticeship. Cultivators were different from ordinary people, they had long lifespans, and their appearance remained the same through the long passage of time. For cultivators, as long as there was love, age and status did not matter. Some time ago, the Daily Cultivator had interviewed a young cultivator called Gung Yidao. He was able to successfully propose to his master, Fairy Muddled, alias, becoming her Dao companion, as well as his senior brother's, master's husband. Things like this were rather entertaining to hear about. In the entire article, the one who was in the most pain was the big senior brother whose name was not even mentioned. His cute little junior brother had become his master's husband over a single night. How could he possibly accept this easily? The big brother felt very tired. Fortunately, his name was not published in the article. Together with the big senior brother, the second senior brother felt just as tired. Of course, the same went for the third senior brother. After all, Taoist priest Gung Yidao was once their little junior brother. It was even worse for them compared to their big senior brother, they weren't even mentioned in the paper. Similar things were happening more and more in the world of cultivation. In short, with a long lifespan and a lasting youthful appearance, you could do whatever you wanted. After the puppet maiden and Chu Chu were shrouded in the light, they remained within it for a long time. Through the beam of light, one could vaguely see the puppet maiden receiving adjustments to her body. As for Chu Chu, she seemed to have fallen into a state of enlightenment. It appeared that the two of them were gaining a lot of benefits. That being said, it might take quite a while before they came out. Song Shuhang brought out the divine lobster's chariot, sat on it, and began to study the blood demon core. After the blood demon core was charged, it emitted a bloody glow, making it look very strange. In addition, the sound of temptation became even stronger. Song Shuhang softly said, "It's useless, no matter how powerful your sound of temptation is, it won't affect me." He was completely immune to this sound of temptation. Afterward, Song Shuhang suddenly thought out loud, this blood demon core should be something similar to a practitioner's golden core. If this thing were to explode, how much power would be released? Compared with that core reactor, which would be more powerful? Scarlet Heaven Sword calmly replied, if all the energy in it was completely brought out and turned into an explosion, it shouldn't be a problem for it to destroy a small town. However, I don't recommend you to use it in such a way, as that would be a huge waste. Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, should I put it in your body? Would it be able to provide you with some energy? Don't even think about it. Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Don't just think about putting things in others' bodies, okay? Swords have dignity too. While they were talking, the virtuous Lamia appeared again. She reached out, grabbed Scarlet Heaven sword, opened her mouth, and swallowed it. Scarlet Heaven sword. Actually, I feel that this kind of weak core is too lowly to be put on me. After all, I am an immortal's divine weapon. Even in the worst case, would only accept a core at the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm, Scarlet Heaven sword said from inside the virtuous Lamia's belly. The virtuous Lamia tilted her head, and then returned into Song Shuhang's body. Don't go back. At least let me take in fresh air for a while longer. Scarlet Heaven sword's voice echoed. Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven sword, your dignity has long been lost. However, Scarlet Heaven sword's words just reminded Song Shuhang that it was the divine weapon of Taoist Scarlet Heaven. He always felt that Scarlet Heaven sword might return to Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's side at any moment. It made him rather reluctant whenever he thought about it. This was because he felt that he had become very close with Senior Scarlet Heaven sword. Senior Scarlet Heaven sword had a lot of knowledge, and could even help him use the heavenly burning flaming saber technique, which was way more powerful than his own version. Song Shuhang quietly let out a sigh before returning to studying the blood demon core. During this time, he used the secret appraisal technique on the core to see what it was useful for. However, the information returned by the secret appraisal technique was merely, this is a charged royal blood demon core. Other than that, he didn't get any other information. After Song Shuhang pondered for a while, he tried to inject some spiritual energy into the royal blood demon core. When practitioners studied things, they all used this method. With spiritual energy being very versatile, no matter what it was that they were studying, if they weren't making much progress, they could make some of their spiritual energy enter it, and there was a chance that something would happen. And this time, Song Shuhang guessed right. Injecting his spiritual energy into the core did really create a change. All those low whispers from the blood demon core disappeared. Afterward, a large blood-red light was released from the blood demon core, forming a large blood shrine in Song Shuhang's eyes. Chapter 1523 Fat Whale, Use Splash. The blood shrine that had formed from the blood-red light was a very simple shape and an architectural style that did not belong to any time period on Earth. The huge shrine expanded, resulting in the emergence of a square where Song Shuhang could situate himself. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyes in distress. Today, it appeared that he really did have some fate with the word monochrome. Previously, on Heavenly Field Island, everything was in a gray tone, and a colored person was very rare to see. And now, the shrine in front of him was blood-red, making people feel particularly uncomfortable after looking at it for an extended period of time. Moreover, there were all kinds of strange bones in the vicinity of the shrine. It seemed as if this blood shrine was a lurking beast, devouring everything that it could. Could the projection of this blood shrine be an effect of the royal blood demon core? While he was in the middle of his thoughts, the gate to the blood shrine was pushed open, and a tall figure appeared in front of Song Shuhang. A blood demon, Song Shuhang stared at the tall figure. This guy was exactly the same as the blood demon that had gotten decimated by the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group previously. The origin of cosmic demons was still a mystery in the world of cultivation. Nobody knew where they came from, how many different types there were, and why they always carried all kinds of treasures. Cosmic demons didn't seem to have any intelligence. After they descended to the main world, they would begin to destroy everything that they could see, and there did not seem to be any way to communicate with them. Anyway, when one saw a cosmic demon, killing them was the right choice. But now, it seemed like cosmic demons once had a prosperous civilization. This large shrine was proof of this. One could only be left to wonder as to why they had ultimately become beast-like and without a shred of intelligence. The tall blood demon stood at the entrance of the temple, holding a magic staff in its hand. This magic staff was similar in appearance to the blood bone that Song Shuhang had, but the blood bone was much shorter. It lowered its head and looked directly at Song Shuhang. After that, the blood demon opened its mouth. Jaligula, Gulajili. Song Shuhang was left utterly confused. I don't understand what it's saying at all. It isn't even the language of the ancient era. At least the language of the ancient era could still be somewhat distinguished by the syllables and tone. The blood demon continued speaking, and the more it spoke, the more excited it appeared to become. It kind of sounds like it's performing some kind of ritual. Or maybe it's chanting some spell. After a long while, the blood demon stopped speaking. It lowered its head and looked at Song Shuhang once more. Afterward, it lifted its magic staff up high. Immediately afterward, the huge body of the blood demon leaped to hit Song Shuhang. It swung the large magic staff around, forging ahead with the ferocity of a tiger. Song Shuhang. I originally thought that this guy was some kind of mage. Who could have thought that he would suddenly engage in close-quarters combat? Or could he be some close combat mage? After all, every mage had the heart of a warrior deep down. What magic techniques? Just click on Shining Holy Light and you're done. Clang! The blood demon's huge magic staff was blocked by a blood bone that was an entire size smaller than it was. The body of the virtuous Lamia emerged from behind Song Shuhang. She waved her blood bone, and easily blocked the blood demon's staff. Clang, clang, clang. The huge blood demon was extraordinarily nimble. It waved the magic staff in its hand unceasingly, displaying a set of exquisite staff techniques. The virtuous Lamia silently stood her ground, and the blood bone in her hand was constantly moving about, unceasingly suppressing all the attacks of the blood demon. This is a projection composed of pure spiritual energy, and its strength is around the 5th stage. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice sounded from the virtuous Lamia's belly. Song Shuhang said, it came out after the royal blood demon core was stimulated. I thought that the core could become a treasure after it was stimulated. I didn't expect for this guy to suddenly come out and attack me. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, kill it first, then find a chance to study this core. I'm guessing that a defensive formation in the royal blood demon core was activated. Once the core was stimulated, it would activate its defensive measures. Come on, let's cooperate and kill this guy in one breath. Why would I need Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to come out to deal with this 5th stage blood demon? Ahem, wait, it seems like Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword wants to seize this opportunity to come out again. Then, I'll fulfill Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's wish. Song Shuhang coolly said, Fairy waiting for a promise, sword. As Fairy #times heard this, she suddenly put greater force in the blood bone in her hand. On the blood bone, saber chi surged, resulting in a tyrannical saber intent condensing. This in turn brought about a slash that could rend heaven and earth, slashing toward the blood demon. Imperial Tyrannical Saber. With one slash, the blood demon was divided into 2 pieces, and its body gradually turned into blood-red spiritual energy and dissipated. Scarlet Heaven Sword. After slaying the blood demon easily, the virtuous Lamia put away the blood bone and returned to Song Shuhang's back, playing the role of a quiet and beautiful Lamia. While it was gradually disappearing, the blood demon opened its mouth to speak once again. Whenever the shrine of the blood god appears, you will think of me, bones to bones, and then to earth. All blood and bones belong to the palace of the blood god. From today onwards, you will never forget me. Song Shuhang still couldn't understand its language. But this time, a kind of power emerged from the palace behind it, carrying a translation function. Song Shuhang. What horrible lines were these? This is not the end. Under the witness of the shrine of the blood god, we shall duel anew. Until one of the sides falls into utter ruin and defeat. Either I become yours completely, or you become mine. After the blood demon said this, he disappeared completely. This was not the end. Was that guy going to condense again in the future? While Shuhang was in thought, the blood palace and blood-red light in front of him dissipated. Song Shuhang reappeared back in the air. The beam of light in the distance had slightly dimmed, but the puppet maiden and Chu Chu still had not come out. Song Shuhang lowered his head, and looked at the royal blood demon core in his hand. The light on the core had also dimmed significantly. If he were to go by the lines of the blood demon that dissipated just now, could it be that this thing was in the middle of recovering its power? And after it accumulated enough strength, that blood demon would jump out to fight him again? If that really was so, then that was simply ridiculous. I finally recharged and activated you, yet you thank me by repeatedly jumping out to fight me? Sure enough, magical treasures that were related to demons weren't anything good. Except for the demon venerable Lushan Street magic lamp that Senior White had. That magic lamp was quite good, it could summon a 7th stage demon as a helper. Song Shuhang said, if this thing isn't anything good, I can just bury it in the inner world and treat it as a kind of trial magical treasure. In the future, after his disciples ascended to the 5th stage, he could have them activate this core, and regard the blood demon projection that possessed 5th stage combat power as a sparring partner. Song Shuhang closed his palms and got ready to put the royal blood demon core away and into his spatial bracelet. But suddenly, a red light appeared in front of his eyes again. At first, it was only slightly red, but after a while, the entire world had become covered in red light. Song Shuhang. Is that thing coming out again so soon? No. This time we aren't in the real world, but in the spiritual one instead. Song Shuhang quickly discovered the abnormality. This time, the red light originated from his spiritual world. In his spiritual world, the red light expanded and turned into the blood shrine. The image of Song Shuhang at this time was based on his true self. His upper body was naked, his muscles like marble, and his whole body exuded powerful light of virtue. On his head was a crown. In his hand, he was holding a copy of Xitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture. Besides that, there were 21 apes holding scholarly scriptures tattooed onto his back. Song Shuhang. Then, under his feet, there was a huge fat whale swimming around slowly. On top of the fat whale's head, there were 3 small beads spinning around, 1 golden bead, 1 colorful bead, and 1 golden diamond bead. Because these beads were spinning relatively quickly, it looked like there was a colorful halo above the fat whale's head. These things were his whale core and 3 other cores. Song Shuhang softly said, I thought the little golden cores were meant to be strung together into a necklace, but they're actually meant to be a halo on one's head? Rumble on the opposite side, the gate of the blood shrine opened. The blood demon holding the huge magic staff reappeared. The blood demon said, whenever the palace of the blood god appears, you will think of me. Come, we shall duel anew. Until one of the sides falls into utter ruin and defeat. Either I become yours completely, or you become mine. It was still the same terrible lines. After letting out a roar, the blood demon waved his magic staff, leapt forward, and charged toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang looked at the blood demon calmly. In fact, with this level of attack, even if he were to remain completely still, it wouldn't hurt him. After practicing 2 top-notch body tempering techniques, Song Shuhang's physique had become extremely powerful. Moreover, he also had the mutated steel hands technique. Because of his confidence, Song Shuhang suddenly had an idea. Since he was holding the Xitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture, should he try out the soul-ferrying technique on the blood demon? Theoretically, this blood demon was dead, right? It was merely staying inside the blood demon core, so was it a form of resentment, or perhaps a remnant soul? Would the soul-ferrying technique be effective on it? Clang! The blood demon waved his staff and landed beside Song Shuhang. He swept his staff across and hit Song Shuhang's chest. A heavy impact sounded. On Song Shuhang's body, a layer of armor emerged out of thin air. It was his saber intent armor. It had automatically activated to protect him. The pages of Xidigarba's soul-ferrying scripture in Song Shuhang's hand flipped despite the lack of wind and him doing nothing. At the same time, Song Shuhang's finger stretched out and touched the blood demon's body. Soul-ferrying technique. The light of the soul-ferrying technique emerged. The blood demon's body froze, with it becoming unable to move. It's working. After a few breaths, the huge blood demon began to shrink along with the blood shrine in the distance. It shrank into a small bloody ball the size of a fist. Song Shuhang thought, this blood shrine is quite special. Maybe after I'm done with this, my light of virtue will improve again. At this moment, the fat whale under his feet seemed to splash about before opening its mouth, and swallowing the small, blood-colored ball. Chapter 1524 True Monarch Yellow Mountains Safety Seal. Song Shuhang. F*CK, you stupid whale, what are you doing? You actually dared to swallow this stuff that came from who knows where? Are you not afraid of getting sick from eating something bad? He was planning on using it for practicing soul-ferrying. Song Shuhang was thinking that if he used the soul-ferrying technique on the blood demon core and the blood shrine, his power of virtue would increase once more, causing more changes to the virtuous lamia. The lamia had become increasingly interesting, and Song Shuhang was now very much looking forward to the next changes that would happen to her. Well, that was that. The whale core had opened his mouth and swallowed the ball, and the soul-ferrying technique ended without being able to finish. After the fat whale golden core swallowed the blood-red ball, it calmly descended to Song Shuhang's side, swimming around gently. It seemed that it was in good condition, and that there were no problems with it. Song Shuhang pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he squatted down and stared at the belly of the fat whale. According to his previous experiences, if the fat whale swallowed something weird, such as a golden core or some other kind of core, it had a high chance of becoming pregnant. Afterward came the opportunity for Song Shuhang to get another core. Song Shuhang was actually feeling that his 4 cores were no longer able to match his consumption. He felt like it was about time to get another core. Having 5 cores sounded good. After all, the number 4 was somewhat unlucky as it sounded the same as the word death. Whoosh, as the blood shrine and the blood demon were swallowed, the consciousness space dissipated. Song Shuhang's consciousness returned to the real world. The first thing he did was to look at his hand. He found that the royal blood demon core was still in his hand, but it had dimmed, and there wasn't any activity coming from it. The energy within this royal blood demon core appeared to have been taken away. What was left now was merely a scrap shell. Song Shuhang casually put the core into his spatial bracelet. Then, he entered the inner sight state to check the status of his fat whale golden core. In the original Dantian, the fat whale golden core was still swimming leisurely. With the improvement of Song Shuhang's realm, the fat whale core had been becoming increasingly nimble. If Song Shuhang were to tell others that it wasn't a golden core, and that it was actually a mutated nascent soul, some people might actually believe him. After all, it was usually only nascent souls that could be so lifelike. Song Shuhang directly focused his attention on the belly of the fat whale golden core. Sure enough, Song Shuhang said softly. There was already a slight bulge at the fat whale's belly. Every time the fat whale golden core swam around, its belly increased in size. Now that it's pregnant, it's time for the virtuous lamia to make her move, Song Shuhang silently thought to himself. When the fat whale golden core was about to give birth, it would be fairy at #times time to squeeze the whale. Song Shuhang said, this foolish whale actually dares to eat all sorts of things. It seems to really have forgotten about the pain of being squeezed. After realizing that he would soon have another core in his body, Song Shuhang was actually completely calm. To him, this wasn't anything much, and he even felt that he'd become quite familiar with the process. Not to mention the 5 cores, even if he obtained 6 cores in the future, he wouldn't be surprised. Actually, he was looking forward to having 6 cores as the number was quite auspicious. With such an auspicious number, perhaps his luck would become better, and he wouldn't have to die so frequently. Recently, his luck was quite strange. He would die every now and then all of a sudden. Perhaps this had something to do with him having 4 cores. About half an hour later, the beam of light had dimmed even more, but the puppet maiden and Choo-Choo still had not come out. They seemed to plan on staying until the beam of light completely disappeared. As for the fat whale golden core inside Song Shuhang's dantian, it had become quite fidgety. It was currently swimming around in Song Shuhang's dantian anxiously. This time, Song Shuhang was very calm. After the first time, one would be more prepared for the second. This was his 5th core, so he was naturally very familiar with the process. Song Shuhang said, "Fairy waiting for a promise, I'll be leaving things in your care." The virtuous Lamia emerged from behind Song Shuhang. This time, she directly stretched out her hands from the back of Song Shuhang's waist, and inserted them into where his dantian was. The fat whale golden core sensed the virtuous Lamia's delicate hands, and suddenly fell into a panic. However, the dantian was only so big. That being the case, the virtuous Lamia was soon able to catch the fat whale golden core. Holding the tail of the whale with her left hand, she pushed upward forcefully with her right hand using the tail as the starting point. The fat whale golden core seemed to let out a tragic cry. It kept on struggling, but it couldn't resist the virtuous Lamia's hands. Those beautiful little hands drove the part of the fat whale that was protruding, slowly pushing it upward. After a few breaths, the fat whale golden core opened its mouth in despair, and spat out a bright red bead. The delivery was complete. The virtuous Lamia retracted her little hands, her task completed. The fat whale golden core sank to the bottom of the dantian, falling utterly motionless. Unloved.jpg The bright red bead exuded the blood-colored spiritual energy of cosmic demons, but due to having fused with the fat whale golden core, the cosmic demon energy had been transformed such that it could blend perfectly with Song Shuhang's spiritual energy. With this, Song Shuhang now had 5 golden cores. His life-bound golden core and second core were Cultivator's golden cores. The third core was a monster core. The fourth core was a virtuous golden diamond. The fifth core was a cosmic demon core. Other than the virtuous golden diamond, the others had all been produced by the fat whale golden core. Only after going through the process of pregnancy and delivery were these cores able to perfectly integrate with Song Shuhang. As for the virtuous gold diamond, why hadn't the fat whale golden core needed to become pregnant and deliver it? Song Shuhang guessed that it might be because the virtuous Lamia had drunk the mother-child river's water. The virtuous Lamia and Song Shuhang were one, so anything that she produced would naturally also belong to him, so there was no need for the whole process of pregnancy and childbirth anymore. Similar to its earlier brothers, this cosmic demon core instinctively flew around the fat whale after coming to life. Just like how the earth revolved around the sun, the demon core revolved around the fat whale golden core, filled with happiness for coming into this world. It revolved again and again without tiring. As for its mother, the fat whale golden core had just recovered from the horrors of getting squeezed to death. The fat whale golden core had no gender, but since it had given birth to several children, calling it a mother was quite fitting. Sensing the demon core revolving around it, the fat whale golden core unceremoniously extended its tail and used it to slam the demon core away. It had no love for the core that had left its belly at all. Pat the demon core was sent flying out, and like its elder brothers, it followed the path from Song Shuhang's original dantian all the way up to the other dantians. The first stop was the dragon tail dantian, but as this place was already occupied by its eldest brother, the small golden core, it couldn't remain here. As such, it continued on its way up. The second stop was the dragon claw dantian, but this was the residence of its second brother, the colorful monster core. With that, the demon core continued on its way. The third stop was the dragon body Dantian, the residence of its brother from another mother, the virtuous golden diamond. And so, the demon core continued moving until it reached the dragon palm Dantian. This place was empty, and it was a very suitable place for it to reside. Therefore, the demon core stopped in the dragon palm Dantian with peace of mind, settling down and designating itself as the core for this Dantian. After settling down, the ancient demon spiritual energy in its body began to gush out, joining Song Shuhang's huge spiritual energy reserve. From this day onward, Song Shuhang could be regarded as a pentacore spiritual emperor. 5 cores, although not as good as having 6 cores, were much better than having 4 deathly cores. The 33 divine beasts technique within Song Shuhang's body operated naturally, guiding the power of the 5th core to join the spiritual energy circulating in Song Shuhang's body. The 5th stage was a huge threshold wherein one condensed a golden core, changing one's true chi into spiritual energy. Having 5 cores brought tremendous changes to Song Shuhang. Although his realm had not improved, the strength and amount of his spiritual energy enjoyed a great improvement. After his spiritual energy improved, it would enhance his body, and at the same time, strengthen his spirit and divine sense. And his original Dantian also expanded, doubling in size in a single breath. It wasn't that the 5th core was especially magical, this was only happening because the first 4 cores plus the 5th core had pushed him past a certain threshold. Having gone past that threshold, there was now both a quantitative and qualitative change. I feel like it's as if I had gone up a realm. Song Shuhang gently clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power that filled in his body. Crack after Song Shuhang's body had received this strengthening, he suddenly felt like something broke in his body. What was it? Song Shuhang was curious. The feeling of something breaking had come from his original Dantian. Song Shuhang's consciousness sank into his original Dantian again. At the next moment, he sensed that in his Dantian, a door seemed to have been opened. Congratulations, little friend Song Shuhang. At this moment, the voice of Senior Yellow Mountain came over. Song Shuhang. Why is Senior Yellow Mountain's voice coming from inside my body? This is a recording that I left in a seal, don't be surprised. When this safety seal, which was put together by me and the fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces number 1 group, is released, it means that you have successfully ascended to the 6th stage. Congratulations, Song Shuhang, you've finally reached such a level. After reaching the 6th stage, you no longer need to worry about your body self-destructing. In order to prevent you from exploding suddenly, this safety seal that we worked together to place on you has also fulfilled its mission. Although I don't know how long it has been since you first blew yourself up, you've finally gotten past that stage. Having reached the 6th stage, all the hardships have passed. Congratulations, little friend Song Shuhang. Congratulations, True Monarch Tyrannical Saber. After saying this, Senior Yellow Mountain's voice gradually disappeared. Song Shuhang. When did Senior Yellow Mountain add a safety seal on my body to prevent me from self-destructing? Why didn't I know about it? Wait. Was it that time when I made the seniors of 9 provinces number 1 group and Senior Yellow Mountain look at my 9th dragon pattern, and then suddenly fell into a coma? I thought that I had simply angered Senior Yellow Mountain, which led him to put me to sleep. Unexpectedly, Senior Yellow Mountain was adding a safety measure to prevent his self-destruction along with the other seniors of 9 provinces number 1 group. Senior Yellow Mountain truly did treat others well, always considerate of other members of the group. But Senior, I haven't even become a true monarch yet. Song Shuhang burst into tears. This might have happened because Senior Yellow Mountain and the others had not expected Song Shuhang to be unsatisfied with 4 cores, and still get a 5th core. Or perhaps they did not expect that Song Shuhang's strength would undergo a qualitative change after he got the 5th core. It appeared that according to the speculation of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, as long as Shuhang reached the 6th stage, the danger of him self-destructing due to his cultivation technique would disappear. They had set it such that the safety seal which they placed would break after he reached the 6th stage. However, none of them thought that while Shuhang was still at the 5th stage, after he condensed a 5th core, he would attain a qualitative change to his spiritual energy and divine sense that rivaled that of those in the 6th stage realm. In addition, Shuhang's physique was already stronger than ordinary 6th stage cultivators because of the 2 top-tier body tempering techniques he practiced. And currently, in terms of the purity of his spiritual energy, although Shuhang was still at the 5th stage, his was already better than ordinary 6th stage cultivators. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group had gone through great efforts to place the anti-self-destruction safety seal on Shuhang. But now, it was gone. Shuhang burst into tears. He was still at the 5th stage realm, so did that mean he was in danger now that he no longer had the safety seal? In theory, as long as he was careful, there shouldn't be any risk when it came to his current modified version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. However, this was, of course, only in theory. In actuality, nobody could say for sure whether or not he would blow up. Shuhang said softly, "Senior White still isn't here, so I'm unable to have him take a look at my current state. That makes things slightly troublesome." Nobody knew if there were any hidden bugs in his cultivation technique, which was why Senior Yellow Mountain had suggested that Shuhang always kept a senior by his side. If there was any risk of self-destruction, that senior could help him deal with it. Unfortunately, the product of Senior Yellow Mountain's care was now gone. Shuhang thought to himself, calculating the time, "I had blown myself up and died on October 13th, using a resurrection gold coin right after. The next day, Senior White took me to Western Orchid Island. Then on the 15th, Senior 7 Lives Talisman brought me to Heavenly Field Island. And after that, I entered this sealed space." After entering the sealed space, he was isolated from the outside world, and because of that, Shuhang did not know how long he had stayed there. By his calculations, around 2 days should have passed. That being said, the current time in the outside world should be around the 16th and close to the 17th. Even if it was the 17th. Only 4 days had passed since the 13th. There were still 6 days before the resurrection gold coin came off its cooldown. Shuhang said, "In other words, I must be extra careful during these 6 days. I can't go around seeking death, and I must be attentive when practicing in order to avoid self-destructing." It was easy to adjust from frugality to luxury, but it was difficult to do the same when one went from luxury to frugality. In the past, when he had no resurrection magical treasures, the days would still go by and he had no need to think or worry about resurrecting. But once he got used to having a means of resurrection, without it, his heart could not be at ease. Shuhang concluded, "This is a sickness that needs to be treated." His consciousness withdrew from his original dantian. Anyway, he simply had to pay a little more attention when practicing in the coming times. He could first focus on meditating and wait for Senior White before proceeding to the next step of his practice. He should take advantage of this time to learn the Heavenly Master's technique, Lightning Chapter and the fundamentals of sealing techniques. There was also the language of the ancient era that he needed to catch up on. There was still a long way to go before he could become a reliable senior in the 9 provinces number 1 group. At this time, the beam of light in the distance finally dissipated. The puppet maiden carried Choo-Choo and returned to Shuhang's side. After that, she put Choo-Choo on Shuhang's divine lobster's chariot. The puppet maiden seemed to have become more slender. It appeared that she had adjusted the position of some of her internal parts according to the insights she gained from the beam of light, achieving more optimal results. Of course, she had definitely comprehended more than just that, otherwise, she would not have stayed in the beam of light for such a long time. As soon as Choo-Choo got on the chariot, she sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and entered a state of meditation. The puppet maiden said, "Your disciple is lucky." Song Shuhang asked, "Is Chu Chu about to advance?" She was a genius disciple of the Chu family, and even without an abundance of cultivation resources, she still managed to reach the second stage realm at a young age. After becoming Song Shuhang's disciple, she got to participate in all kinds of events, Immortal Feast included. If we counted her own accumulation of experience, it was normal that she was advancing. Ascending to a new realm isn't like eating or drinking. How could it possibly be so easy? She gained a lot of insights from that beam of light. I saw that she was able to combine the Immortal Chef secret technique with her own cultivation technique. Those volumes of Immortal Chef secret technique really seemed to be tailor-made for her. If you train her well, then when the time comes, the puppet maiden said while sitting opposite Song Shuhang. At this time, her hands were clasped, with her chin resting on them. Under her mask, her eyes glowed with an orange light. "When the time comes, my restaurant will not have to worry about chefs." The puppet maiden seemed to have fallen in love with the pose that Song Shuhang assumed while being her restaurant's manager. This posture could cause strong psychological pressure on the person opposite one, which for her current case, was Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, fairy maiden, if we really do train Chu Chu into an immortal chef, are we seriously going to throw her into a restaurant and make her a chef? Isn't that too wasteful? Song Shuhang said, "Since that's the case, I'll proceed with the inner world's transformation plan." He shouldn't waste Chu Chu's talent in becoming an immortal chef, and he also shouldn't waste his inner world. After leaving this sealed space, he would try to find a way to place a batch of edible spirit beasts and monster beasts into the inner world. After that, he planned on planting the medicinal herbs that he got from the immortal farming sect, as well as any other edible natural treasure plants he got his hands on. Moreover, there were several water sources in his inner world, which he could use to raise aquatic products. Song Shuhang said, "My second disciple, Chu Chu, has the talent to become an immortal chef. I wonder if my first disciple, little Kai, has any talent in beast taming. After all, she was a monster beast, so should she have a natural affinity with spirit beasts and monster beasts, right?" When the opportunity presented itself, he planned on having little Kai try to learn the encyclopedia of animal taming and develop her talent in beast taming. For those who practice the 33 divine beasts technique, beast taming was also a part of their skill set. In the era of the ancient heavenly city, the disciples of the divine beast department would collect some spiritual energy from the spirit beasts they trained. The effect this had was equivalent to having a simplified version of the ghost spirit cheat. Little Kai, who was currently in a cultivation frenzy mode, should find this way of practicing to her liking. It just so happens that this might be able to cure her cultivation frenzy sickness. Then as for spirit plants, I wonder who has talent in this area? Song Shuhang thought about the members of his inner world. It was clearly not little Yinzhu, as her disposition was naturally cold. In addition, because of having experienced Taoist priestly Tianzu's life, Song Shuhang treated Yinzhu as if she were his own daughter. For him, she only needed to be cute every day, and that was it. Senior Turtle was a guest. Then, what about Lady Onion? No matter what, she was a plant that had gained intelligence, perhaps she had some affinity with spirit plants. Lady Onion practiced the tome of never-ending tears, and she would occasionally cry for a while when she had nothing to do. Could Lady Onion's tears nourish spirit plants? Song Shuhang decided on testing out the next time he got the chance to do so. As he thought of nourishment, he suddenly thought of the luxurious, 33 Divine Beast Department toilet, in his inner world. When the time came for the spirit beasts to be added to the inner world, this structure could also come in handy. Along with that, the fertilizer problem for the spirit plants could also be solved. Inner World Operation Network System. Song Shuhang nodded with satisfaction. The future looked bright. Song Shuhang said, people need to think more about beautiful things while they are still alive. One shouldn't always think about self-destruction and death. It's best to think of happy things. The puppet maiden propped her chin on her hands, and stared at Song Shuhang. In the eyes of the fairy maiden, Song Shuhang was like an old general with his back filled with flags. The puppet maiden asked, "What shall we do next?" At this time, Heavenly Field Island had already disappeared, and below them was a gray sea. They couldn't just sit here in a daze forever, right? Song Shuhang said, "Let's rest for a while, and then try to contact Senior White." The puppet maiden said, "I'm a puppet. I don't need to rest." Song Shuhang, the puppet maiden maintained that oppressive posture and stared at Song Shuhang. "Since I've got nothing to do at the moment, let me borrow your chariot. I'll use it to take a stroll around the gray sea and see if I can encounter anything." "Alright, as long as you're happy." Song Shuhang gave control of the divine lobster's chariot to the puppet maiden. At the same time, he thought of another thing. "Right, fairy maiden, what about those mechanically modified people who worked in the restaurant for a while? Senior White brought you and Choo Choo to this island, but what about those people?" He was talking about the few researchers who had been wearing invisibility suits and went into the restaurant to fight with him. The puppet maiden replied, "They were sent to Mars by Sage White with a disposable flying sword." Song Shuhang said, "Huh? Why were they sent to Mars? Was it to have them cultivate the wasteland on Mars? Or is it like what Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue does, and they were sent there to mine?" The puppet maiden said, "Sage White has an immortal cave on Mars. He used a disposable flying sword to send them into his immortal cave and keep them inside for the time being. He's planning on studying them when he has the time. Sage White seems to be very interested in mechanically modified people. After all, this is a new research topic that's similar to puppet creation but different at the same time. Perhaps Sage White's clone is already studying mechanical modifications as we speak." After saying that, she got up and sat in the driver's seat of the divine lobster's chariot and controlled the chariot to wander around the gray sea. This sealed space was full of new areas that hadn't been explored yet. Although there were dangers everywhere, that meant it was just as likely for there to be opportunities everywhere. While the divine lobster's chariot was strolling around the gray sea, Choo Choo continued to meditate with her eyes closed. As for Song Shuhang, he lay on the chariot with his eyes closed. As he felt drowsy, he eventually fell asleep. "Remember, the saber is your lover and your wife." A serious voice sounded right by Song Shuhang's ear. "Song Shuhang. What is going on? Who would try to brainwash me in my sleep? Although I might not have any affinity with the sword, and I am, instead, talented with the saber, deep in my heart, I still long to be proficient in sword techniques. Moreover, the saber is my lover? The saber is my wife? What kind of damn beast is the other party? Are they trying to make me stay single for my entire life? If the saber were your wife, would it be able to give birth to a child for you? I will never accept such evil thoughts." While thinking this, Song Shuhang's eyes became clear. To be specific, this was a scene that unfolded in his dream. In front of Song Shuhang stood a majestic man who wore white clothes, but these clothes were filled with what seemed like circles. On the man's back was a huge, 2-meter-long saber. The brainwashing words just now came from this majestic man. However, who was he? Song Shuhang did not recognize him at all. While in thought, Song Shuhang took the initiative and spoke, "But, Ancestor Juhao, how can a saber become your lover?" The voice that came out of his mouth was that of a cute boy. His actions weren't under his control. Song Shuhang understood immediately. Have I entered a dreamland? I haven't entered a dreamland for some time now, so I wasn't able to react right away. The dreamland was an uncontrollable ability of his, nobody knew when it would activate, and even the protagonist of the dreamland wasn't subjected to his control. Anyway, who was the subject of the dreamland this time? Was it a continuation of the Heavenly Emperor's dreamland? The Heavenly Emperor's dreamland had not ended yet. The last time he had entered the dreamland, after the Heavenly Emperor was incited by Song Shuhang, he had done a leap of faith off of a cliff. The dreamland had been temporarily interrupted at that point. However, this scene did not seem to fit that plot. After recalling the people he had recently come into contact with, the subject of this dreamland was most likely the blood demon that had led to his fifth core. But this cute boy's voice was obviously not that of a blood demon, and this ancestor Juhao was obviously a human. He clearly did not bear the style of those giant demons. It wasn't the blood demon, nor was it the Heavenly Emperor, so whose dreamland had he entered? Ancestor Juhao said, "You must cherish your saber and pay attention to maintaining her." As he said this, he removed the huge blade on his back and looked at his treasured saber with affectionate eyes. While doing so, he continued, "You should think of her as an essential part of your life and an indispensable part of yourself. You should regard her as the most beautiful woman in the world. You have to fall in love with her. It is only in this way that she can reciprocate your feelings." While speaking, Ancestor Juhao stretched out his hand, and gently stroked the giant blade. It is only in this way that you can further progress in the path of the saber. Regard the saber as the most beautiful fairy maiden in the world, the boy's voice asked in confusion. Afterward, the boy took off the saber on his back. It was also a huge treasured saber. He followed his master's actions, and he stretched out his hand to gently stroke his treasured saber. Song Shuhang said in his mind, "This is too cruel. He's actually instilling such terrible views into a youth. With this brainwashing, this youth's life is over." He could already imagine that under the guidance of this ancestor Juhao, this young man would become a pervert who loved only sabers, holding nothing but a saber all day, and not having any interest in the opposite sex at all. This youth was done for. "The most beautiful woman in my mind," the boy murmured as if trying to hypnotize himself. "Yes, that's it." Ancestor Juhao displayed a satisfied expression on his face, and said, "Let out your feelings, treat her as if she were the most beautiful lover. With a saber, you won't need anything else. The saber is your lover, and the saber is your wife. This is the only way that you can reach the pinnacle of the saber path." At this time, the boy raised his head, and seriously said, "But ancestor, if the saber is the most beautiful woman in the world, I can't fall in love with her." Ancestor Juhao. "In my opinion, the most beautiful woman in the world is my fifth aunt. She is so beautiful, more beautiful than any other woman I have ever seen. I can't imagine anything or anyone more beautiful than her in the world. However, she is my fifth aunt, so I can't fall in love with her," the boy said in a serious tone. Ancestor Juhao. "Good job, young man." Song Shuhang found himself taking a liking to the boy. Ancestor Juhao took a step back and chose to go with another option. "Then let's change it up. Regard the blade as the person you like the most. Use your personal idea of perfection to conceive her image. As long as you believe that she is the perfect other half in your heart, then the objective has been achieved. So that's what you meant." The boy nodded despite not completely understanding. He closed his eyes again and stroked the treasured saber in his hand, and began to conceive what he believed to be the perfect image in his mind. "I seem to have found the feeling," the boy said. After he said that, he stroked the cold treasured saber affectionately, and his movements became gentler. He had entered the state. Song Shuhang was also forced into the state. The dreamland made Song Shuhang experience a strange feeling. He felt the saber become more intimate to him, and he stroked it as if he were stroking someone. This boy is completely done for. By the way, ancestor, I suddenly thought of another problem. The boy raised his head and looked at Ancestor Juhao. "If the saber is our lover, and our wife, then can she give us children? Good job, boy. This is a fatal blow. Song Shuhang praised this boy in his mind again. No matter how beautiful and perfect you make out the saber to be in your brain, and no matter how much affection you show it, can the saber really fall in love with you? Can the saber give you a child? That is a good question. Ancestor Juhao smiled calmly, and then he lightly patted his giant blade. Ruyer, show yourself. Soon, the giant blade in the hands of Ancestor Juhao exuded a dazzling light. After the light dimmed, the huge blade had turned into a woman with short black hair. The woman was wearing a tight black leather jacket, which was what the scabbard of the giant blade had transformed into. The short-haired woman had an elegant smile on her face. However, no matter how gentle her smile was, it was difficult to conceal the sharp saber intent on her body. This was because she was a saber. Song Shuhang. F***ck, what was this operation? Saber woman? How did she transform? What ability would allow a saber to transform into a beautiful lady? One had to know that even a divine weapon like Senior Scarlet Heaven sword did not have the ability to transform into a human being. Actually, not even the primordial weapon Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber had this ability. Although he didn't know Ancestor Juhao's realm, he couldn't possibly be more exceptional than the wielder of the heavens will, right? How did this saber woman appear? The style of this saber was completely wrong. As long as there is love, everything is possible. Ancestor Juhao gently hugged the saber woman, and said, I'm still in the middle of researching as to whether it's possible to have a child with her. However, this problem will be solved one day. The boy stared at the saber woman with his eyes and mouth open wide, unable to say anything for a period of time. At this time, he was just as shocked as Song Shuhang. The boy seriously asked, Ancestor, have you ever tried to have a child with your saber? In other words, has Ancestor had sexual intercourse with the saber? The boy's thoughts were also fed back to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. Ruyer, that's enough. The corners of Ancestor Juhao's mouth rose slightly. The woman with short black hair smiled at the boy, and then she changed and returned to having the appearance of a giant blade. So, did you see it? As long as you have feelings for the saber will reciprocate your feelings. This kind of thing isn't something that can be achieved by a sword. It is only the saber that is special in this way. Those that use swords are all scum. Ancestor Juhao said in a serious tone. The boy instinctively nodded in response. Today, his worldview had received a great impact. Moreover, other things in this world might leave you. No matter whether it's your relatives or lovers, they cannot stay by your side forever. However, the saber is different. The saber will protect you forever and never leave you. Ancestor Juhao began brainwashing the young man. The boy was like a nodding machine, or like a chicken pecking rice, only nodding constantly. Su Xian, you're the disciple with the greatest talent in the saber path that I've ever seen. In the future, your achievements in the saber path will surely surpass mine, Ancestor Juhao seriously said. Now, let's proceed with saber meditation. Calm your mind and communicate with your saber. The boy, Su Xian, sat down with his legs crossed, and began to enter the state of saber meditation. Ancestor Juhao nodded with satisfaction. The young man was brainwashed successfully. If there were no accidents, he would live a similar life as he did, with the saber as his companion, and eventually reaching the pinnacle of the saber path, possibly even surpassing him. This boy's life is over, Song Shuhang silently said in his mind. But who is Su Xian? Why would I enter a dreamland of his life? Song Shuhang had also done some research on this ability of his. Before entering a dreamland, he first had to have made contact with the person who would be the subject of his dreamland. There were many ways for this contact to be achieved. In the beginning, back when he entered the dreamland of Altar Master, it had been due to him using his soul to cast a curse on him. This then resulted in a connection between their souls. As for Daoist priest Li Tiansu's dreamland, that had been due to his first ghost spirit absorbing Li Tiansu's soul fragments, and thus forming a connection between their souls. Then, when it came to Chu Chu's dreamland, that was because Chu Chu had used Song Shuhang's blood to heal her injuries. Then, when it came to Lady Onion, it was because he had accidentally swallowed some of Lady Onion's onion sprouts. And most recently, he had entered the Heavenly Emperor's dreamland because of that imperial pearl. However, Song Shuhang had no impression of this boy named Su Xian. Among the people he knew, there was nobody named Su Xian either. Wait. Su Xian should be the boy's actual name, and he should still have his own Daoist name. In regards to the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group that Song Shuhang had made contact with, as well as other people of the world of cultivation, he all knew them by their Daoist names. Su Xian. His last name is Su? Song Shuhang immediately thought of someone he knew. Senior Su Clan 7. If he thought about it carefully, Song Shuhang and 7 also had met the conditions for 7's dreamland to ensue. When he blew himself up, it was Senior 7 and Senior Yellow Mountain who had sent him back to his room. Back then, he had covered them with his blood. Perhaps it was at that time that the conditions for the dreamland were met. If this young Su Xian really is Senior 7. Then if this dreamland were to continue, will I have the opportunity to come into contact with powerful saber techniques? Song Shuhang's heart thumped. He remembered Senior 7's move, the heavenly saber burying the starry sea. 1 person, 1 saber, 1 move to decimate the Moon Saber sect. Recently, Song Shuhang had been wanting to learn a powerful move, and this was the right opportunity. Despite being a dignified 5-star hotel, 5-core spiritual emperor, his strongest fist technique was only at the 2nd stage, his strongest movement technique was at the 2nd stage as well, and even the strongest saber technique which he was so proud of was just at the 3rd stage. As for the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, he only comprehended a tiny portion of it, and this move was a saber technique at the immortal realm level. If Song Shuhang wanted to use it without Senior Scarlet Sword's assistance, only the heavens knew how long it would take before he would be able to do so. So at present, he needed a powerful move that he could use to determine the outcome of a battle. Speaking of absolute moves, Song Shuhang immediately thought of Su's Senior 7's heavenly saber burying the starry river. Song Shuhang silently thought to himself, wait, I seem to have recalled it wrong. Heavenly saber burying the starry river is the lesser version of Senior 7's technique made for 16. The original version of Senior 7's technique should be the heavenly saber burying the starry sea. Anyway, it was domineering nonetheless. If this move was coupled with his current 5-core power, it would become a powerful bulldozer. If he were to face the Blood God's evil saber formation, which was designed by young Master Hai, at this time, the power of his 5 cores plus the heavenly saber burying the starry sea could directly reduce the other party to pieces. Now that I've managed to enter the dreamland related to Senior 7's life, does that mean that I'm going to get the opportunity to come in contact with the heavenly saber burying the starry sea? Perhaps I really might have the chance to learn this move. Song Shuhang felt excited. It was the dreamland of his dreams. The young Su Xian remained in the saber meditation state. He had his saber on his knees and his eyes closed as he meditated. She is the most perfect woman. She should have long hair. No, short hair is better. Su Xian was still muttering softly while meditating. Song Shuhang. Is he customizing his own saber woman? Can one really turn one's saber into a woman by relying on love? How exactly does love cause a saber to turn into a fairy maiden? Is love used to produce electricity, and then is that electricity used to transform the treasured saber? Just now, seeing Ancestor Juhao's huge saber turn into a girl greatly impacted Shuhang's 3 views. However, if one thought about it carefully, the Ancestor's saber woman, was it really the saber that had turned into a fairy maiden, or was it a fairy maiden that had turned into a saber? There were all kinds of strange creatures in the universe. There were even some creatures like the invisible saber insects that were sabers and spirit beasts. As such, who was to say that there couldn't be a race that could turn into weapons? However, if a saber can really become a woman, then that's quite an exciting thought to dwell on. Shuhang had such a thought in his heart. She looks like she is about 25 years old. She is tall and looks like a gentle older sister. When she speaks, she should have a gentle and crisp voice. The teenager Su Xian was still busy customizing his own saber woman. This boy is an older sister Khan? Perhaps even an aunt Khan? How great would it be if he could fast forward as much as he wanted every time he entered a dreamland? Shuhang was entirely uninterested in how the boy developed his image of a perfect woman in his mind. Every man had their own perfect woman in their heart. However, the perfect woman in the hearts of others was not necessarily perfect for him. There were too many types of perfect fairy maidens. Shuhang was currently most interested in whether he could learn the heavenly saber burying the starry sea. If he really learned this move, the next time he got the chance to meet young Master Hai, he would definitely let him have a taste of the power of his saber. Heavenly saber burying the starry sea, one move to put an end to young Master Hai. There's still a problem. Shuhang suddenly thought of something. As the heavenly saber burying the starry sea was a technique unique to the Spirit River Sioux clan, it wasn't supposed to be imparted to outsiders. If he learned it, he wouldn't be able to use it wherever and whenever he wanted. What if the Spirit River Sioux clan mistakenly believed that he stole their technique, and they hunted him down? In other words, even if he was fortunate enough to master the heavenly saber burying the starry sea through the dreamland, he could only use it in secret. It was either that or become a member of the Sioux family. Shuhang. His heart suddenly felt stifled. Now came the question, if the young Su Xian were to really start to practice the heavenly saber burying the starry sea, should he learn it? Or should he avoid learning it? It was such a dilemma. But soon, Shuhang found that he was thinking too much. It was truly too naive for him to have a dilemma on whether to learn the heavenly saber burying the starry sea. This was because the young Su Xian did not practice this saber technique at all. In addition to meditating daily, Su Xian learned a lot of other things as well. After all, Ancestor Juhao had a deep understanding of the saber path. What he began to teach young Su Xian was not a saber technique, but a piece of knowledge called the 3000 Sabers scripture. This was his experience in the saber path that he gathered through his lifelong study of the saber path. In the dreamland, the sun rose and set, and time flew by. Every morning, Su Xian would follow Ancestor Juhao and climb to the top of a mountain, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Then, there was the indispensable saber meditation, perfecting his image of his saber woman. Following that, Ancestor Juhao would impart him with insights on the saber path. Shuhang became an observer, following Su Xian every day, studying with him, and making progress together. In life, there were certain things that simply had to be freeloaded. Before he embarked on the path of cultivation, Shuhang liked to freeload books in bookstores. After he started practicing, he would freeload young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU, follow Senior White and freeload his luck, and occasionally freeload others' heavenly tribulations. There were times when, unfortunately, he would freeload the bad luck as well. And now, he was freeloading off of another's lectures. Almighty Freeloader, Shuhang. Following Ancestor Juhao's explanation of the 3000 Sabers scripture, Shuhang's understanding of saber techniques continuously increased. There were a lot of things in his mind that he previously had not understood that he now gained clarity on. Shuhang's talent in saber techniques was exceptional. Several of the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group had confirmed this. Even if he was merely observing by the side, he could quickly grasp the content of the ancestor's lecture, and even draw inferences from what he got. It might be because all his weapon talent went to the saber, and the way his skill points had been distributed was different from ordinary saber geniuses. If it were listed down in numbers, the skill points of ordinary saber geniuses were probably something along the lines of sword talent 1, saber talent 9, or a bit more extreme, sword talent 0, saber talent 10. However, Song Shuhang's points were distributed in a manner similar to sword talent -10, saber talent 20. It was virtually impossible for him to practice with the sword in this life. It was only when it came to things like the Holy Light sword technique, which had been derived from a saber technique, that he would be able to learn a move or two with a lot of effort. Anyway, there was no limit to learning, and learning made people happy. In the dreamland, after the passing of an unknown amount of time, Ancestor Juhao finally finished explaining the 3000 Sabers scripture. On the day that Ancestor Juhao finished his explanation of the scripture, a strange aura could be found bursting out of the young Su Xian. This was saber force. It was what came before saber intent condensed. Once one saber force formed, one would be able to integrate their will, belief, and saber path into the saber, thereby condensing saber intent. Once one saber intent formed, that practitioner could be called a proper saber cultivator. Awesome! Song Shuhang's impression of Ancestor Juhao had improved greatly. The ancestor's knowledge about the saber path was admirable. During the whole process, the young Su Xian had not taken saber intent condensing grass or other natural treasures that could help one condense saber intent. After simply listening to the ancestor's explanation of the 3000 Sabers scripture, he had managed to condense saber force. Although Song Shuhang had already condensed saber intent, he managed to do so due to him having experienced the saber intent in the heaven-burning flaming saber technique in advance. And besides that, he had taken a large amount of the evolved version of saber intent condensing grass, the saber intent condensing lotus seed. Finally, when he encountered that group of invisible sword insects, their strikes filled with sword intent had left an imprint on his forehead, which then resulted in the condensing of his own defensive saber intent. Basically, his saber intent had been forced out. Although he had saber intent, his understanding of the saber path was actually his weakness. Now, the 3000 Sabers scripture taught by Juhao had made up for Song Shuhang's shortcomings. Song Shuhang thought to himself, unexpectedly, I was able to learn so much in a dreamland. If I have the opportunity to re-enter the Heavenly Emperor's dreamland again, I must take that opportunity to learn the language of the ancient era. In the dreamland, Su Xian released his immature saber force. Song Shuhang, who was living Su Xian's life, also felt his saber intent change. The content of the 3000 Sabers scripture integrated with his mind, it was understood and absorbed by him, and transformed into his own understanding and comprehension of the saber. And his understanding of the saber path was then integrated with his saber intent. Song Shuhang felt that his saber intent wasn't something that could only be used for defense and for passive counterattacks. His saber intent should have more forms. This 3000 Sabers scripture was actually more precious than the heavenly saber burying the starry sea. At this moment, he felt somewhat impatient. He wanted to immediately wake up from the dreamland, and then try out his new insights to have his saber intent armor find its second form. The second form was definitely an offensive form. It should also be really cool and domineering. It was a pity that he couldn't simply leave and go home. That being said, the dreamland continued. Very well, Su Xian. Your talent in the saber path is indeed the best I have ever seen, Ancestor Juhao praised. Next, I will teach you a secret technique that will allow you to make further progress in uniting with your saber, and allow you to reach the one with the saber realm much faster. A secret technique that will allow me to reach the one with the saber realm much faster? Su Xian sat up with his back straight, staring at Ancestor Juhao with expectant eyes. The realm of one with the saber, similar to saber intent, was a realm that the many saber cultivators desired. This secret technique is called the sword nurturing technique, No, I mean the saber nurturing technique, Ancestor Juhao said in a deep voice. Su Xian. If nothing was wrong with his hearing, he just heard Ancestor Juhao say sword nurturing technique, right? Sword nurturing technique? Su Xian was a straightforward child, and he hadn't even gotten to give it much thought before his mouth began speaking. Ancestor Juhao seriously said, no, it's the saber nurturing technique. How can something as trashy as the sword nurturing technique be compared to the saber nurturing technique? Su Xian nodded silently. Song Shuhang's instinct told him that there was a story behind this. Unfortunately, he was currently in the dreamland state. Otherwise, with how he was, he would definitely ask some death-seeking question in order to learn about the story behind Ancestor Juhao and the sword nurturing technique. Ancestor Juhao began to tell Su Xian about the saber nurturing technique, which supposedly enabled people to reach the one with the saber realm much faster. There were 3 main steps to nurturing a saber. One had to nurture a saber with one's will, chi, and love. The content of the saber nurturing technique was rather short, it only took 2 hours, and Ancestor Juhao had already finished explaining it. Song Shuhang recalled the entire volume of the saber nurturing technique and discovered something. He tried replacing every iteration of the word saber with the word sword in the saber nurturing technique, and found that it fitted right in. Maybe I got it. Song Shuhang felt that he had almost discovered the truth. In the beginning, the saber nurturing technique was very likely named sword nurturing technique, just that when it came to Ancestor Juhao, sword had been replaced with saber. Moreover, throughout the saber nurturing technique, it was very easy to understand the part where one would use their will and chi to nurture the saber. However, the last step of nurturing the saber with love seemed to be rather out of place, as if it had been added afterward. The content of nurturing the saber with love was in fact similar to the lover-saber meditation technique taught to Su Xian by the ancestor at the beginning, which was to regard his saber as a lover. Song Shuhang inwardly surmised, it's very likely that the so-called saber nurturing technique only had 2 steps at first, nurturing a saber with one's will, and then with one's chi. The last step of nurturing a saber with love was probably added by Ancestor Juhao himself. Ancestor Juhao solemnly said, nurturing a saber is a long process. It isn't something that can be done overnight. This process needs to be done over an extended period of time. You must spend time every day nurturing your saber and loving her. In this way, the saber will gain intelligence, and the saber will then cooperate and resonate with you. At that time, the saber will become a part of your body and become one with you. One with the saber. The young Su Xian nodded constantly. Ancestor Juhao added a few more lines at the end. One with the saber is the best. It is much better than sword cultivators one with the shore. After reaching one with the shore realm, they're still cheap and lowly. The young Su Xian was brainwashed and nodded continuously, agreeing with the words of Ancestor Juhao. Song Shuhang. Why does this Ancestor Juhao seem to be filled with such resentment toward sword cultivators? From beginning to end, the words he used to describe sword cultivators were things like scum, whore, and trash. Could it be that this Ancestor Juhao was also deeply wounded while walking the path of the sword? In Song Shuhang's heart, the feeling of camaraderie between fellow victims emerged. If he had a chance to meet this Ancestor Juhao in reality, perhaps they would be able to discuss common topics as they down some wine together. They would definitely not down any less than 1,000 cups. Now, follow the saber nurturing technique that I taught you to strengthen your saber. Ancestor Juhao looked at the young Su Xian, and said, after you reach the 5th stage realm, you will be able to transform your saber into your life-bound magical treasure. With the saber nurturing technique, you can definitely nurture a peerless treasured saber. Su Xian curiously asked, Ancestor, when will my saber be able to transform? Ancestor Juhao smiled slightly, and said, that depends on fate. When it's time, she will come out to meet you. However, you have to remember that you must love her and think of her every day. The deeper your love is, the sooner she will reciprocate it. Su Xian nodded. Yes, I understand now, ancestor. Song Shuhang suddenly felt that this Su Xian was being duped. In the dreamland, ancestor Juhao spoke again. But this time, something weird happened. The voice let out by ancestor Juhao became a lot finer and pleasant, like the voice of a fairy. Song Shuhang. Ancestor Juhao, who had a rather large build, was currently speaking, but the voice that was coming out from him was that of a fairy maiden. The scene was simply terrifying. What's going on? Song Shuhang, wake up. Hurry up and wake up, stop sleeping like a log. These lines came from ancestor Juhao's mouth. Song Shuhang. Afterward, he opened his eyes. The puppet maiden was tapping his face lightly, trying to wake him up. The dreamland had been interrupted by the puppet maiden. What a pity, Song Shuhang said, if the puppet maiden had woken him up later, he could have also experienced the process by which Su Xian practiced the saber nurturing technique through the dreamland. With that experience, he would have already been quite proficient at it, which would directly save him the time of having to learn it by himself. Song Shuhang asked, what happened? Can you add more energy to your divine lobster's chariot? The puppet maiden's voice sounded directly in Song Shuhang's mind. She preferred to use secret voice transmission rather than speak out loud. Song Shuhang curiously asked, add more energy? What for? The puppet maiden said, someone is provoking us, we can't bear it for much longer. Song Shuhang was confused. Provoking us? Who? At this moment, there was a shuttle-shaped object in the distance, and it flew over to them with a whoosh. Song Shuhang said, an immortal shuttle? Similar to immortal boats, immortal shuttles were also a kind of flying magical treasure commonly used in the world of cultivation. However, compared to immortal boats, immortal shuttles put more emphasis on speed. If an immortal boat were an ordinary car, then an immortal shuttle would be a sports car. Virum, this immortal shuttle parked next to the divine lobster's chariot, and made a buzzing sound. It sounded like a sports car when its accelerator was stepped on. Moreover, this immortal shuttle was also colored. Besides Island Master Tian Tian Kong and Vice Island Master Tian Tian Weir, it appeared that there were other colored things in this space. The puppet maiden said, that thing. This slender immortal shuttle buzzed in place for a while, then suddenly accelerated, and flew forward with a boom. In an instant, it went past the speed of sound, producing a white cone right behind it. And this immortal shuttle's speed was increasing infinitely, its speed eventually made it look like it was teleporting. In Song Shuhang's eyes, the immortal shuttle flickered as it flew, and with every flicker, it would have traveled a long distance. Song Shuhang blinked and the immortal shuttle had already disappeared from his sight. Song Shuhang said, F***CK, what's with that speed? The fastest speed he had ever come in contact with was the speed at which Senior White once operated that aircraft shell, as well as the speed of his disposable flying swords. This played a large part as to why his fear of heights and high speeds remained in existence. And the speed of this immortal shuttle was much faster than Senior White's flying technique and disposable flying swords. This speed was already close to a spatial jump. The puppet maiden said, see, it keeps on provoking us. This is already the 7th time. It will fly over in a while and do the same thing again. Song Shuhang pinched his chin and fell into thought. The puppet maiden said, that is why you must add energy to your divine lobster's chariot. Go against it, don't be a wuss. Song Shuhang replied, the divine lobster's chariot isn't a speed-type magical treasure. No matter how much energy I add, it can't fly that fast. The orange light in the puppet maiden's eyes flickered. But you can't let it keep on humiliating us, at least let it know that we're not that easy to bully. Oh, so that's the case. Song Shuhang's face suddenly showed an expression of realization. The puppet maiden. Did Song Shuhang notice something? Did he discover the origin of that strange immortal shuttle? Song Shuhang said, "Just now, when I saw the white sonic boom cloud, I suddenly thought of something." The puppet maiden questioned, "What is it?" Song Shuhang solemnly replied, "I was thinking of the mythological records of our country. Within them, most of the immortals are said to soar through the clouds, especially when an expert rises up into the sky. There would definitely be a mention of white clouds supporting them as they soared. Now it seems that those experts must have broken through the speed of sound as they rose into the sky. It must have been because of their high speed that they formed a sonic boom, which then made it seem like they were soaring through the clouds." The puppet maiden. If she hadn't known that Song Shuhang was a human and not a puppet, she would have really wanted to cut into his mind to see if there was something wrong with it. What was going on in the circuits of his brain? Wasn't it a bit too jumpy? While they were talking, the immortal shuttle chased them from behind again, eventually stopping beside them. After that, buzzing sounds came from behind them. Its speed was still comparable to spatial jumps. Due to the speed of the immortal shuttle being much faster than the sound, the immortal shuttle had already stopped beside them before they heard the buzzing sound come some time after. After catching up with them, the immortal shuttle slowed down and moved forward at the same speed as the divine lobster's chariot. Virum, it began to throttle once more. Song Shuhang. "This is the 8th time," the puppet maiden said. "Add energy to the chariot. If it doesn't work, then hand over some permissions to me, and I'll use a flying technique. Fairy maiden, don't fall into the enemy's trap. The more the enemy provokes us, the less agitated we should be," Song Shuhang calmly said. "The calmer we are, the more anxious the enemy will be." Giving her the permission to control the chariot and let her use a flying technique? Absolutely not. He, the 5-core spiritual emperor Song Shuhang, still feared heights and high speeds. He would absolutely not participate in a race on his own initiative. Virum, the immortal shuttle exploded forth once again, creating a sonic boom as it disappeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. "But I want to race." The puppet maiden turned and stared at Song Shuhang. Her orange eyes twinkled full of expectation. She really just wanted to race. The puppet maiden said to Song Shuhang, "Rest assured, my driving skills are very good. I will never cause the chariot to flip over." Song Shuhang looked back at the puppet maiden. When looking at the puppet maiden, he vaguely saw the image of Fairy Dongfang 6. Chapter 1529. Catch up to me, and I'll let you, hehehehe. Song Shuhang could have never imagined that he, who was clearly suffering from both a fear of heights and a fear of high speeds, would eventually hand over the authority over the divine lobster's chariot to the puppet maiden. Moreover, he also cooperated with her to add spiritual energy to the chariot. He fully used the 5 cores in his body, making it such that the divine lobster's chariot was prioritized for energy distribution. In order to prevent himself from accidentally self-destructing when using his golden core's energy, Song Shuhang also activated his smoke mode. In this mode, even if he did explode, his body should at least be able to regather. He could only hope that his smoke mode was immune to self-destruction. "I'll be leaving it up to you, Fairy," Song Shuhang said. At this time, his smoky body was covered by a sheet. The puppet maiden replied, "No problem, just believe in my skills." She sat on the divine lobster's chariot, holding the reins with both of her hands. Afterward, a row of small holes opened up in her back, and a pair of bone wings extended out. Each bone wing was composed of 12 bone spurs. The 2 bone wings extended downwards and touched the divine lobster's chariot. The tips of the bone wings stuck on the chariot like they were suction cups. With this, the puppet maiden and the divine lobster's chariot became a single entity. In the next moment, a series of formations appeared on the divine lobster's chariot. Song Shuhang recognized several of these formations because Senior White had used them in the past. Among these formations were formations for acceleration, those for reducing friction, and one that would spew out energy behind them to let them go faster. But those were naturally not all there was. There were actually more than 20 formations that Song Shuhang had never seen before. The puppet maiden's bone wings had 24 bone spurs altogether, and there was a corresponding number of formations. This many? Song Shuhang's heartbeat began to speed up. With such crazy auxiliary formations, the Divine Lobster's chariot speed would definitely increase drastically. Boom! At the rear of the chariot, a vapor cloud was generated as the speed of the chariot suddenly exceeded the speed of sound and continued to rise. Song Shuhang clutched the chariot tightly with one hand, and grabbed Chu Chu with the other to prevent her from being thrown out of the chariot. This speed was extremely fast, and it was already beyond saving. Song Shuhang gulped and looked behind him. There, a gray projection of a Buddha statue appeared in the air. This Buddha statue was quite huge, with a height of over 100 meters, a round face, and big ears. This guy appeared so suddenly, just like a storm would on the sea. At this time, the huge gray Buddha statue was making hand seals, waving his palms around, and attacking the gray sea. With every palm that descended, tens of thousands of Buddhist seals condensed, and formed a huge gray palm before falling downward. Boom! With a single palm, the surface of the gray sea was penetrated, with the palm reaching and revealing the bottom of the gray sea. The power of the palm didn't end there, as it directly formed an abyss-like palm print on the sea bottom. With the rise and fall of a palm, the sky and the earth trembled, and the rivers and seas were overwhelmed. This power had to be of someone who was at or above the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm. It was definitely not an exaggeration for the other party to be a big shot in the world of cultivation, for it was someone who could move mountains and seas, and make the world fall apart with the flip of their hand. If such a palm were to descend on someone, they would surely die. More importantly, the gray Buddha statue was venting, waving his palms about repeatedly. The power of a single palm was enough to flip mountains and seas, so the continuous waving of palms would simply bring about an artificial end of the world. Boom! 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 Palm print after palm print was left in the sea. The poor gray sea was unceasingly beaten up without any power to fight back. Large vortexes formed in the sea as huge palm prints whose bottom could not be seen appeared at the seabed. The palm prints were sent out faster and faster, and finally set off a doomsday-like storm which turned into a devastating disaster. What made Song Shuhang's scalp numb was that while this gray Buddha was attacking the gray sea, it was also approaching the Divine Lobster's chariot, which was where he was. It was as if the Divine Lobster's chariot was attracting him over. The palm prints that fell like a barrage shot toward Song Shuhang like a storm. Song Shuhang said, "It's going to catch up." The puppet maiden said, "Don't worry, we're only warming up." Under the control of the fairy maiden, the Divine Lobster's chariot accelerated wildly, and advanced by leaps and bounds. In order to throw off the attacks of the gray Buddha statue, the chariot did not advance straight, but in a diagonal line. However, the gray Buddha statue seemed to have locked onto the chariot. After the position of the chariot shifted, the direction of the attacks of the Buddha statue also shifted. Song Shuhang said, "We can't avoid it, it has really locked onto us." The puppet maiden said, "In that case, let's use our strength and speed to get rid of it in one breath." After saying that, she shook her hands. Immortal beast flying technique, divine swallow. The spiritual energy of the puppet maiden was attached to Divine Lobster's chariot, and the spiritual energy for the flying technique took the appearance of a golden swallow. Whoosh! The speed of the Divine Lobster's chariot skyrocketed once more. Song Shuhang felt like he was about to be tossed out. He turned his head and stared at the gray Buddha statue. The speed of the Buddha statue did not change. With the puppet maiden having accelerated, the distance between them increased. Song Shuhang silently let out a breath of relief. At this moment, in the barrage of palms, a light flashed. It was the immortal shuttle that kept taunting them. The immortal shuttle dexterously moved between the palm strikes of the grey Buddha statue, and it appeared next to Shuhang once again after flashing a few times. After doing so, it slowed down and remained side by side with the divine lobster's chariot that had been buffed with the immortal beast flying technique. Vroom! The immortal shuttle once again provocatively made a sound similar to its engine revving. The puppet maiden calmly said, "So, it's come again, huh?" Song Shuhang said, "Fairy maiden, don't be provoked by the other party. We're good as long as we're able to advance steadily. Getting rid of the grey Buddha statue was the most important thing." "Don't worry, I'm not someone who is easily provoked," the puppet maiden said. "With my realm and will, how can little things affect me?" Vroom! The immortal shuttle made a loud noise again, and it did something even more outrageous this time. It nearly crashed against the divine lobster's chariot, almost hitting Song Shuhang's head. Its distance control was very precise. If it had been any closer, there would have been a crash. After rushing to the front of the divine lobster's chariot, its speed slowed down a little bit, and then several components similar to signal lights lit up on its body. The colored signal lights flashed in different colors, seemingly trying to provoke them. After displaying this set of skills, it sped up and rushed forward. "I keep on feeling that this immortal shuttle is a bit shameless. Ha ha ha." The puppet maiden let out a strange laugh. She stretched out her hand and flicked the reins once again. Immortal beast flying technique, divine dragon. The divine swallow form that had been created by the flying technique transformed, and took on the form of a divine dragon. The speed of the divine lobster's chariot increased again, and it rushed forward fiercely. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and held onto the chariot tightly with one hand while firmly holding Chu Chu with the other. This speed had already exceeded the speed Senior White made him experience previously. He was nearly at his limit. This super-fast speed made his body feel slightly cold. Fortunately, he had the sheet lent to him by Senior White too, which allowed him to feel a trace of warmth at this time. In addition, for some reason, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Song Shuhang looked down at his arm. After doing so, he found that his smoke arm bloomed like a flower as several wounds formed on it out of thin air. Strange, when did it get injured? Wait. Could my body be reaching its limit, so it is going to explode soon? How heart-stifling, I'm not going to die here, am I? Can my smoke form not handle it? While in thought, Song Shuhang discovered that his secret appraisal technique had been activated. A golden rune emerged from his eyes and soon returned. He let out a breath of relief. It wasn't that he was self-destructing, the injury on the arm was the price of the secret appraisal technique. What did the secret appraisal technique accidentally appraise this time? As Song Shuhang's proficiency had increased, it became increasingly rare for the secret appraisal technique to suddenly activate like this. However, he had yet to thoroughly master the secret appraisal technique, so there was still a chance for this kind of thing to happen. When he could finally take off his glove and not have to worry about the secret appraisal technique suddenly activating, it would be a great achievement for him. He estimated that if he wanted to fully master the secret appraisal technique, he would have to wait until he reached the 9th stage. This was because the prototype for this secret technique was originally a 9th stage magical technique. At this time, a piece of information emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. Universe-piercing flying shuttle, the fastest flying magic treasure in the universe. It has a flying speed close to that of spatial jumps, and is a magical treasure forged by the sixth wielder of the heavens will before they took their position. After its creator became the sixth wielder of the will, this magical treasure was blessed by the power of the heavens' will, and its overall attributes were strengthened, allowing it to reach even higher speeds. Currently, it is without a master. Do you want to have it? If you want to obtain it, as long as you chase it, it can let you do so. Hehehe. Song Shuhang said, F***ck. The puppet maiden asked, what is it? Song Shuhang said, this immortal shuttle is a creation of the sixth wielder of the heaven's will. No wonder it was so overbearing. Moreover, the secret appraisal technique commented on it as the fastest flying magical treasure in the entire universe. Note that it was stated to be the fastest, not one of the fastest. In other words, in terms of speed alone, one would not be able to find anything in the universe that was faster than it. Although it was currently not owned by anybody, it seemed that there was a chance it would recognize whoever caught up with it as its owner. However, the problem was that this thing had the fastest speed in the universe, so who could catch up with it? The puppet maiden curiously asked, "You recognize it?" Shuhang said, "Just now, I got information on it after accidentally appraising it. It's called the universe-piercing flying shuttle. It is a creation of the sixth wielder of the will from before they took over the position. It is the fastest magical treasure in the universe. And after the sixth wielder of the will came to be, this magical treasure was further strengthened by the power of the heaven's will." The puppet maiden. Was it just her imagination? Why did she feel that the creations of the various wielders of the will seemed to be really common recently? Due to her staying with Shuhang all the time, she knew that he had several products of wielders of the heaven's will. There was the mysterious inner world, the 9 virtues phoenix saber, and the big-eyed planet that often came out to fight Shuhang. There was also the bone of eternity in the body of the fairy maiden with long blue hair, who was also acquainted with Shuhang. And now, there was this immortal shuttle. In the past, when she was in the ancient heavenly city, she hadn't gotten any chances to see any product of a wielder of the will despite living there for hundreds of years. The current situation made the puppet maiden feel like she could throw a brick randomly into a crowd, and somehow manage to hit a product of a wielder of the will. Shuhang pondered, and said, "This universe-piercing flying shuttle is currently without an owner. That being said, it seems that after the sixth wielder of the heavens will left their position, they disappeared. Where did the various wielders of the will go after retiring? They were clearly eternal, unkillable and immortal, perhaps even indestructible. As such, how did they disappear?" The puppet maiden asked, "It's without an owner?" Shuhang said, and if we can catch up to it, there's a chance that it would recognize us as its master. However, who can even catch up with it? That's the fastest thing in the universe. Catch up with it, and there's a chance that you can get it? The orange light in the puppet maiden's eyes shone brightly. "Shuhang, can you still handle it?" Shuhang. The puppet maiden's eyes were shining. Could it be that she wanted to catch up to this immortal shuttle? The puppet maiden said, "We've got a chance. I still haven't used my ultimate flying technique." Puzzled, Shuhang asked, "Can you catch up to it?" Ahead of them, they could no longer even see the immortal shuttle's shadow. The puppet maiden said, "No, but we can use other methods. We can slow down the other party. If the opponent is the fastest in the world, then we just have to find a way to reduce its speed. After that, we can surpass it. In a while, when it rushes to our side again, we can attack it." Shuhang. Not knowing why, he suddenly thought of the hand-guided tractor competition. It was clearly just a race, but various attacks such as the unrivaled diamond drill, modified guided missile, giant Buddhist fist, and Phoenix Slayer edition tractor transforming golden core came out during the race, resulting in the peaceful racing competition completely collapsing. While they were talking, the immortal shuttle had appeared again next to the divine lobster's chariot. Afterward, it stopped again and moved side by side with the divine lobster's chariot. It flew faster and faster, and then the frequency of its provocations increased greatly. The puppet maiden said, "Get it." "Me?" Shuhang was taken aback. "I'm driving with everything I've got, so I can't be the one to do it," the puppet maiden said using voice transmission. "Stop wasting time. Do you have any means to reduce its speed? Just use whatever you've got." Shuhang quickly filtered through the skills he knew in his mind, and despondently said, "No, I don't have any magical techniques or means to slow it down. Apologies, I've lost face as a 5th-stage spiritual emperor. He clearly had 5 cores and was a 5th-stage spiritual emperor, yet he couldn't even use a simply slowing magical technique. Stare at it with the sage's eye, the puppet maiden said. Whether it works or not, try staring at it first. The sage's eye worked on the stone giant, it might also be able to affect this immortal shuttle. Shuhang smiled wryly, and asked, would that even work? The stone giant was a living creature that had gained intelligence. Yet, this immortal shuttle was just a magical treasure. How could a magical treasure become pregnant? However, he still stared at the immortal shuttle with the sage's eye as it cost him nothing. He still hadn't gotten to take it off, but this was just right as it saved him some time from having to install the eye now. Beep, I'll be sending dear fellow Taoist universe-piercing flying shuttle an impregnating gaze. Regardless of whether you become pregnant or not, I'll be sending it over first, please don't refuse. 1. The launch speed of the impregnating gaze was hopelessly fast. Moreover, the sage's eye also had its own locking function. As such, unless one avoided it before the sage's eye was activated, there was virtually no way of evading it once the technique was launched. Once that happened, one could only wait for the pregnancy to end. Shuhang's left eye firmly locked onto the universe-piercing flying shuttle, and in the next moment, the impregnating gaze was activated. Shuhang thought to himself, success. What came next was to see whether the impregnating gaze would have an effect on the immortal shuttle. Of course, he didn't actually want to make the immortal shuttle pregnant. This would simply give him an unbearably uncomfortable feeling. Nevertheless, Shuhang hoped that the impregnating gaze could somehow reduce the speed of the immortal shuttle. No matter what, it was still a secret technique that had been researched and created by the scholarly sage. Besides making others pregnant, it should at least have some other hidden effects, right? Just when the impregnating gaze was activated and was about to hit the universe-piercing flying shuttle, the immortal shuttle suddenly stopped, and it retreated a certain distance at an extremely fast speed. There are 900 thoughts over the time of a single breath. There are 900 instances over the time of a thought. There are 900 life and death situations in the span of an instant. 2. The universe-piercing flying shuttle instantaneously completed a textbook evasive action. I'm telling you, not only am I fast, but I'm also good at evading. Although the universe-piercing flying shuttle was a product of the 6th wielder of the will from before they had taken over their position, it had still ultimately been blessed by the power of the 6th wielder of the will. At this point, it not only had the fastest speed in the universe, but also an excellent evasion ability. It turned out that the puppet maiden's plan of trying to claim victory by reducing the speed of the other party wouldn't come to fruition. Shuhang said, it actually dodged it. This was the first time that someone, or something in this case, had been able to successfully avoid the scholarly sage's impregnating gaze after the latter had locked onto the target and was unleashed. A fair distance away, the signal lights at the back of the universe-piercing flying shuttle flickered repeatedly. It was once again provoking them. However, the impregnating gaze that had been evaded by the immortal shuttle had not disappeared. It continued to move in a straight line, shooting out all the way into the distance. One boom. 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 In the distance, the grey Buddha statue had been in pursuit of them for an unknown amount of time. It appeared once again, still bringing the power of destruction at the level of a natural disaster. Palms kept on descending, creating whirlpools in the grey sea and setting off huge waves. The grey Buddha statue was very happily playing with the sea. At this time, a mysterious power suddenly descended on it. Beep, the light of the impregnating gaze had traversed thousands of miles, and ultimately struck the grey Buddha statue. Previously, the puppet maiden had been flying diagonally to avoid the statue's strikes, so the position of the grey Buddha statue at this time happened to be in the path of Shuhang's impregnating gaze. It was a direct hit. The impregnating gaze had been sent to the dear grey Buddha statue. The same sentence, regardless of whether you become pregnant or not, I'll be sending the impregnating gaze over first, please don't refuse. Although this impregnating gaze was originally intended for the immortal shuttle, it has not accepted it, so it has now been sent to you. 2. After being hit by the impregnating gaze, the grey Buddha statue, who had been sending palm after palm toward the grey sea crazily, immediately came to a stop. In the eyes of Song Shuhang and the others, the lower abdomen of the grey Buddha statue quickly swelled. Originally, this grey Buddha statue had a round face, big ears, and a big belly. After receiving the impregnating gaze, its belly had grown even bigger, it looked like it was pregnant with sextuplets. Song Shuhang said, F***CK. Buddha statue, if I say that I didn't mean to do this to you, would you believe me? 1. The grey Buddha statue froze in place and looked down at its exaggeratedly large belly. This feeling, was it the impregnating gaze? After a while, the grey Buddha statue sharply raised its head, its gaze piercing the distance as it stared directly at Song Shuhang and the divine lobster's chariot. Afterward, it circulated the energy in its dantian and let out an angered roar. Profound sage tyrannical song, you motherfcker. 1. Song Shuhang. This tone, and this line. It seemed that this wasn't the first time the grey Buddha got pregnant. 2. Perhaps when it had been in the main world, it had watched his demonic sage show, and had suffered from the impregnating gaze? If this was the case, that meant that the grey Buddha statue wasn't a native creature of the sealed space, and was just like Island Master Tian Kong, it was drawn into this space. With just one sentence, Song Shuhang had been able to infer a lot of useful information. Very useful information. Through these clues, he could guess that the anger value of the grey Buddha statue had to have skyrocketed. Vroom! At this moment, the immortal shuttle that was by their side let out a piercing sound, and it quickly blared away in the next moment. Song Shuhang said, let's go as well. The puppet maiden said, I'll let it be the fastest for the time being. I'll need some time to accumulate energy and activate the strongest flying technique. The grey Buddha statue loudly said, profound sage tyrannical song, stop. Its voice was like the ringing of a giant bell. Afterward, the Buddha statue stopped sending palms at the grey sea, and rushed toward Song Shuhang at full speed. The grey Buddha statue was obviously at the 9th stage tribulation immortal realm, and had grasped spatial abilities. 6. However, when it pursued Song Shuhang, it didn't use its spatial abilities. It wasn't that it didn't want to, but it couldn't. In this strange space, its spatial abilities were suppressed, and they could not be used at all. Therefore, it could only rely on its own speed to chase Song Shuhang. In the process, the statue's big belly, which seemed to be pregnant with sextuplets, would throb with pain from time to time. This kind of pain was something that it was not immune to, so it could only grit its teeth to endure it. Fairy maiden, please hurry, Song Shuhang said. At the same time, he took out a purple master pill and swallowed it to recover spiritual energy. Then, he quickly switched back to his smoke mode. I'm all set. Immortal beast flying technique, immortal sword beast. The puppet maiden shook the reins firmly. The light of the dragon-shaped flying technique that was entwined around the divine lobster's chariot dissipated, and it went on to take on the appearance of an immortal sword. With the blessing of this flying technique, the speed of the divine lobster's chariot increased again, reaching an extreme level. Song Shuhang felt that the divine lobster's chariot was trembling, and it felt like it was going to fall apart soon. One should take note that this was a magical treasure made with 8th stage materials. The puppet maiden's flying technique had reached the limit of the 8th stage, already nearing the 9th stage. As soon as the flying technique was unleashed, the distance between them and the grey Buddha statue increased again. Upon seeing this, the grey Buddha statue bellowed. Stop right away. The grey Buddha statue, which was in the middle of pregnancy, waved its palm and sent blasts toward Song Shuhang. When it swung its palm, there seemed to be more than 100 small Buddha statues that appeared behind it. The numerous small Buddha statues looked like a crowd of Buddhas, surrounding and protecting the grey Buddha statue. Millions of Buddhist seals appeared, which then condensed into a big hand that covered the skies, grabbing at the divine lobster's chariot from behind. On the palm that was covering the sky, a layer of grey smoke was rising. It didn't appear to have the aura of orthodox Buddhism, and it felt more like the path of evil demons as the palm was radiating a feeling of slaughter and chaos. The palm could not catch the chariot, but the smoke that was emitted had enveloped the chariot for the time being. The puppet maiden said, "This smoke is poisonous, be careful. The other party is a tribulation transcender of the demonic Buddhist path." The smoke from the palm surrounded them. It was highly poisonous, foul, chaotic, confusing, and demonic. Shuhang asked, "Buddhist palm technique chemical edition?" The puppet maiden. "Can you seriously not stop your thoughts from being so jumpy even at times like this?" At this time, the virtuous Lamia emerged from Shuhang. Her figure enlarged as she went to protect the entire divine lobster's chariot. The light of virtue specialized in dealing with all kinds of poisonous, demonic, evil, and foul things. With the virtuous Lamia here, these attacks would not work. At the same time, the virtuous Lamia handed Scarlet Heaven sword over to Shuhang. Shuhang asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven sword. Can you send out a 9th stage heaven-burning flaming saber technique?" Scarlet Heaven sword replied, "I can, but can you handle it?" Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "At critical times like these, I can always do it." One in his body, the spiritual energy of the 5 cores had already been greatly spent. However, he still had his ghost spirit. Although he didn't know why, he had recently been feeling that the sense of existence of his ghost spirit had become very minimal. Nevertheless, his ghost spirit was an upper-level ghost spirit, and it had a reserve of energy in his body. Wait, is this 6th stage realm spiritual energy? It turns out that my ghost spirit is actually at the 6th stage, but why do I not have any impression of this? Strange, I keep on feeling like there's something off about this. Moreover, why is my ghost spirit stronger than me? In addition, his memories related to his ghost spirit felt like they were incomplete. But now was not the time to think about this. Shuhang mobilized the power of the ghost spirit in order to use Senior Scarlet Heaven sword. With a twist of his wrist, the heaven-burning flame blazed on the sword. The virtuous Lamia guarded the chariot, and stretched out her hand to cover Chu's figure. Scarlet Heaven sword solemnly said, "If it's the 9th stage heaven-burning flaming saber technique, our current selves can only send out a single slash." Shuhang replied, "I understand." Both Senior White 2 and Senior White were nearby. He hoped that one of them could notice their situation. Heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Shuhang held the sword in both hands and slashed. Perhaps it was because he had mastered the 3000 sabers scripture after entering the dreamland of Su Xian's life, but when Shuhang waved Senior Scarlet Heaven sword this time, it felt very smooth. As he swung the sword, there was a tacit understanding between him and Senior Scarlet Heaven sword. And so, when he retracted Senior Scarlet Heaven sword, Shuhang couldn't stop himself from thinking about the sword nurturing technique. No, it was the saber nurturing technique. Boom, the 9th stage heaven-burning flaming saber technique confronted the Buddhist palm technique chemical edition of the grey Buddha statue. The divine lobster's chariot was swept away by the aftermath of the 2 9th stage realm attacks. The puppet maiden shouted, "Ah no, it's going to flip over." The divine lobster's chariot rolled in the air. Ahead of them, the immortal shuttle stopped in place, as if it was waiting for Shuhang and his party. While the chariot was rolling around, the immortal shuttle quickly opened a spatial gate. Soon after, the divine lobster's chariot and the people inside it rolled into the spatial gate. Chapter 1531. Didn't you say that it had no master? It felt like the universe-piercing flying shuttle had been waiting for Song Shuhang and the others to be chased by the grey Buddha statue, and take that opportunity to open a spatial gate and have them enter into it. The chariot continued to roll all the way into the spatial channel. The puppet maiden said, "Stabilize." Although the chariot had flipped over, this did not mean that she should just give up on stabilizing it. A spatial gate? In the distance, the grey Buddha statue also saw this spatial door. In the next moment, it forcefully endured the severe pain pulsating in its belly, and gave chase the fastest it had ever gone in its entire life. The spatial gate likely represented a passage out of this strange grey world. It had had enough of this grey world where it could not use its spatial abilities. Ever since it got drawn into this grey world, it couldn't do anything other than blast the grey sea every day. Later, it had finally gotten to see an immortal shuttle, but the speed of this immortal shuttle was too high. It had never managed to catch up to it, and was repeatedly provoked instead. The immortal shuttle's manner of provocation was ever-changing. Faced with the provocations again and again, even Buddha would get angry. Then today, it finally got to encounter living people inside a chariot, but it didn't think that the infamous profound sage Tyrannical song would be sitting in the chariot. It was ultimately struck by the impregnating gaze from a distance, causing cramps to emerge in its belly, just as if something were about to come out of it. It was simply unbearable. Anyway, it couldn't miss this spatial gate even if it meant death. This might be the only opportunity for it to leave this place. Stop. The grey Buddha statue let out a roar as its speed rose steadily. Scarlet Heaven sword said, "This great monk is catching up again. If it weren't for my energy not having recovered, would have already lashed out on him. How could I possibly have let him be so arrogant otherwise?" Right, Shuhang, I felt like our cooperation this time went really smoothly. After performing the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, I felt comfortable all over. It was as if my whole body had been massaged. Next time, when my energy recovers, use me to send out a slash again. Song Shuhang. That comfortable feeling that Senior Scarlet Heaven sword enjoyed, it couldn't be the effect of the saber-nurturing technique that he had accidentally let slip out, right? Under the nourishment of the saber-nurturing technique, Senior Scarlet Heaven sword felt very comfortable, huh? What would be the effect if he used it on his own life-bound treasured sabers, namely the tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades and broken tyrant? There was also the invisible saber insect. Could it also receive the effects of the saber-nurturing technique? Right, there was also Lady Onion's 9-virtue saber. Should he try out the saber-nurturing technique on it as well? Wait. Aren't I too calm and collected right now? There's something off about my current state. The grey Buddha statue in the distance was catching up quickly. By visual estimate, if there weren't any accidents and the spatial channel didn't close anytime soon, then the grey Buddha statue should be able to catch up to them. And if the Buddha statue were to catch up with them, the first thing it would do was definitely to pinch him, the profound sage Tyrannical song who had made it pregnant twice, to death. At this time, shouldn't his heart be beating really quickly and feel really panicky and anxious? However, though the situation clearly appeared to be very tense and frightening, his heart was completely calm. There was still one more thing. The Divine Lobster's chariot was constantly rolling, and this should have been a lot more exciting than a roller coaster. However, Song Shuhang didn't feel anything at all. Have I entered the salted fish sage mode? Song Shuhang thought. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that all of his emotions seemed to have been suppressed after his party fell into the spatial channel. Since I can't feel panicked, have my other emotions been affected as well? Song Shuhang, in a state of incomparable calmness, began to check things out. In this salted fish sage mode, after losing his emotions, the calculation speed of his brain seemed to have improved. He tried to recall some happy things, some sad things, and even some shameful past events in his mind. But in the end, there were still no fluctuations in his emotions. He could not feel a trace of happiness, sadness, or shame. Song Shuhang softly said, "Is this a forced salted fish mode?" Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What?" Song Shuhang said, "I feel that my current state is a bit strange. My emotions have been suppressed, I can't feel any sense of panic, happiness, and shame." Scarlet Heaven Sword. Ahead, the puppet maiden finally stabilized the chariot. She turned her head to look at Song Shuhang, and asked, "Is there no mood swing in your heart?" Song Shuhang seriously said, "Yes, so I suspect that this spatial channel has a special power. After creatures enter this place, they're forced into a salted fish sage mode." The puppet maiden said, "I think that you're thinking too much. According to my experience, you must have been stimulated too much over a short period of time. Because of this, anything that takes place right now can no longer stimulate your heart." Song Shuhang said, "No, I didn't become like this even when I was facing the big-eyed planet or the fat ball. Can the pressure of this gray Buddha statue compare to those two? Taking that into account, it's impossible for the current situation to overstimulate me." After saying that, he raised his head, looked into the depths of the spatial channel, and calmly said, "Isn't this spatial channel a bit too long? It's been quite a while, yet we still haven't reached the other side. Profound sage tyrannical song, take this palm of mine." As had been expected by Song Shuhang, the gray Buddha statue had gotten to them before the spatial gate could close. Its huge palm pierced into the spatial channel. "See, even with this palm is about to hit my head, there is still no fluctuation in my heart," Song Shuhang expressionlessly said while pointing at the giant palm that was quickly moving toward him. The puppet maiden anxiously said, "You're too calm, defend yourself, you bastard." Song Shuhang slowly shook his head, and said, "Rest assured, there is no need to defend, because defending would be completely unnecessary. I've calculated it in my mind, there's no saving us. Even if I were to take my combined magical treasure out, we won't be able to stop this palm. At a time like this, we can only pray. He's beyond hopeless." The puppet maiden would cry if it weren't for its current body not having the ability to do so. Scarlet Heaven Sword. At this moment, a very magnetic voice sounded right by Song Shuhang and the others' ears. "Whom are you going to pray to, boy?" In the next moment, a dazzling light appeared in the depths of the spatial channel. That ray of light swallowed everything in the spatial channel. In this light, there was a figure dressed in white slowly approaching Song Shuhang and the others. The figure was barefooted and had long hair that covered his back. His face was shrouded in holy light, making it impossible for others to see his appearance. When he appeared, everything in the spatial channel paused. The chariot, and even the giant palm that had been shooting towards him, seemed to have been frozen in time. It was only thoughts that had not been frozen. Is this the owner of this sealed space? Song Shuhang immediately had this thought emerge in his mind. This was the intuition that emerged in his mind after seeing the other party. The white-robed figure took a few steps and appeared right before the giant Buddha's palm, and then he stretched out his hand against the palm. The white-robed figure said, "Your training has yet to end, so you can't leave." In the next moment, the gray Buddha statue was struck and sent flying, all the way until it disappeared into the gray sea. The white-robed figure retracted his hands and looked at Song Shuhang again. "Have you learned?" Song Shuhang. "Learned what? Your cool methods to deal with enemies? But I don't have the means to make time freeze to deal with my enemies. If I'd had such means, I would have easily defeated this Buddha statue, no?" The white-robed figure said, "Your thinking is very jumpy, boy." Song Shuhang. "It's the mind-reading technique again. It seems like only those with mind-reading techniques are qualified to join the ranks of big shots." However, his heart was still calm, and he was not as embarrassed as he was when his thoughts had been read by Senior White 2 or other big shots. "Anyway, what I was hinting at was the palm I used to deal with the giant Buddha just now. Wasn't that worth studying? The palm of mine just now was a move that forcefully dealt with the giant Buddha, do you not think that this direct way of fighting is very suitable for you? What do you think? The white-robed figure came to the side of the divine lobster's chariot. The immortal shuttle had rushed to the side of the white-robed figure at some point in time. The white-robed figure stretched out his hand and patted the immortal shuttle lightly. It was almost as if it were his pet. Shuhang calmly thought, this universe-piercing flying shuttle was supposed to have no owner, right? It seems that the secret appraisal technique can also be unreliable at times. In addition, when he said that a more direct way of fighting suits me, was he mocking how I don't have an absolute move, or was he telling me that I should be more straightforward in my battles with others? Don't think too much, boy. The white-robed figure patted Shuhang's shoulder lightly. All styles are empty. In the future, when you fight with others, as long as their strength cannot compare to yours, you can just deal with them forcefully. Shuhang replied in his mind, I think I can still be saved, but I'm not any good with sword techniques. Well, at least my talent when it comes to the saber is pretty good. The white-robed figure said, boy, your comprehension is too low. Complete suppression is the most refreshing way of fighting. After saying that, he grabbed the immortal shuttle, and took one step after the other towards the depths of the spatial channel. At this time, the time freeze effect on Shuhang's divine lobster's chariot was lifted, and the chariot seemed to be dragged by the white-robed figure into the depths of the spatial channel. Scarlet Heaven sword said, who was that? The puppet maiden asked, Shuhang, do you know this senior? No, I don't. Shuhang shook his head. Scarlet Heaven sword asked, if you don't know him, then why would he help you? Shuhang said, perhaps it was simply fated to be. The puppet maiden. Yes, it is fate. At this moment, the white-robed figure in front of them suddenly turned his head, and said, over the innumerable years, across the entire universe, among the countless creatures, only you and I are tied by fate. Shuhang, who was in the salted fish state, very calmly asked, what kind of fate is it? The white-robed figure said, how should I describe it? One day, I picked up a brick. I picked up a brick and threw it into the universe, and it hit you. Shuhang suddenly realized. I understand. Your brick accidentally killed me, so according to the plot, as you had no means to revive me, you arranged for me to be reborn? The white-robed figure. The young man's brain seems to jump around a bit too quickly. The white-robed figure said, I was simply using an analogy to describe the fate between us. It isn't that I really threw a brick. Shuhang said calmly, apologies, my current state is a bit strange. I call my current state the salted fish sage mode. It's the reason my way of thinking right now is a bit different than usual. The white-robed figure said, this is not the salted fish sage mode, it is the transcendent mode. It is a very precious experience. If one does not have enough power of virtue, they can't experience this state. Young man, don't just go about randomly messing with things' names, alright? Shuhang, it turns out that the reason I lost my dreams like a salted fish, and I have no emotions like a sage, is you, senior. The white-robed figure said as he moved forward, in addition, the brick I just mentioned refers to a cause I had sowed, for which you have reaped the effect. Shuhang said calmly, so, what is that cause? His current transcendent mode made it so that his brain began to scour through the clues that he had, connecting them together. After entering this space, Senior White 2 had mentioned that this sealed space was very likely a product of his counterpart, the willful person who had left their position as the wielder of the heaven's will. Senior White had similarly been drawn into this sealed space. He had gone into this sealed space with the puppet maiden and Choo-Choo as soon as he came out of seclusion. The white-robed figure gave Shuhang the feeling that he was the owner of the sealed space. In other words, the figure in white was probably related to Senior White. In summary, the fate that had been thrown into the universe, could it be Senior White? So, at some point in time, he unknowingly had been hit by Senior White? Could it be that Senior White fell on the ground near him before he was born? That's right, that must be the case. The white-robed figure finally couldn't help it and said, "The fate I was referring to was the 33 Divine Beasts technique and the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure. This cultivation technique is the cause that I had planted, ergo the brick that I had thrown into the universe. This young man's way of thinking is like a wild horse, jumping around all happily. I feel like if I were to continue to let him ponder on it on his own, even I would be brought into his rhythm." Song Shuhang. The so-called fate was actually just this? The puppet maiden, who was by the side, asked, "The 33 Divine Beasts technique is the fate?" In the era of the ancient heavenly city, the members of the entire Divine Beast department had used this cultivation technique, and there were even some 9th-stage tribulation transcenders among them. Song Shuhang was only at the 5th stage, so how did he become the destined one? The white-robed figure said calmly, "The cultivation technique and the magical treasures are a set." The puppet maiden said questioningly, however, there had at least been 2 experts of the Divine Beast department back then who successfully forged the combined magical treasure. Although theirs was not as exaggerated as Shuhang's 8th stage set, they're essentially the same, right? The white-robed figure slowly said, "Think about it carefully, what's so special about this young man's cultivation technique and magical treasures?" Song Shuhang seemed to have thought of something, and calmly said, "It blows up." The white-robed figure, "Huh?" Song Shuhang calmly said, "The most special thing about the 33 Divine Beasts technique I practice is that after I reached the 5th stage realm, I am now in a period when I might self-destruct at any moment. To be honest, I blew up just a few days ago. I can still recall the taste of death. Death is such a cyclic matter. Oh, right, I am in the strange salted fish state right now, no wonder I can have such thoughts." After speaking, he suddenly thought of something and said, "If you say that the 33 Divine Beasts technique is the brick you threw out, I was still killed by you. If it wasn't for me having means of resurrection, I would have already died. Under normal circumstances, if someone was accidentally killed by a brick thrown by a big shot, then he could get compensation from the other party. In this situation, couldn't he ask the big shot in front of him for some benefits? No, I should just forget about it. My situation is rather special. Moreover, my current salted fish sage mode is telling me that I should not seek death." The white-robed figure, the puppet maiden, pointed out, "No, what this senior is probably hinting at is that your magical treasure is different from the others. After pondering and comparing you with the Divine Beast Department's experts, I discovered that you had refined 2 sets of the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure. Ever since the ancient era, there hasn't been anybody who has refined 2 sets of it like you have." The white-robed figure sighed, and said, "Yes, that is exactly it." As he said that, he snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the 66 pieces of the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasures started revolving around him. Among them was a set of the combined magical treasures that also resonated slightly with Song Shuhang. Of the 2 sets of magical treasures, one set faintly glowed with white light, while the other set appeared to contain the power of darkness and destruction. Song Shuhang asked, "After the fall of the holy city, the all-destroying giant came to be after a set of your magical treasure combined with mine, right?" "Indeed." The white-robed figure said calmly, "In the entire universe, after all this time, the people who forged the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure only forged a single set at most. However, you alone have forged 2 sets. This is the resonance between cause and effect. So that's the case." Song Shuhang nodded silently, and then he asked, "What now? What does Senior plan on doing next? Do you plan on using the power of resonance between our 2 kinds of magical treasures to project your energy into the main world? Or perhaps you plan on taking over my body?" The white-robed figure said, "Excellent idea, young man. If you had not mentioned such a thing, I wouldn't even have thought of it. You practice the 33 divine beasts technique, and you've also forged 2 sets of the combined magical treasure. If I were to possess anyone, your body would be a great match for me. Song Shuhang nodded silently, the white-robed figure saying this meant that this was not their objective. If that was so, then what was the point of bringing him in here? While he was in thought, the white-robed figure, who was walking in front of them, suddenly stopped. Song Shuhang said, "Have we arrived? This spatial channel is really long." The white-robed figure replied, "Nope, I'm just in the middle of doing something." After saying that, he stretched his hand and made a stroking gesture within the spatial channel. A small window opened in the spatial passage. Afterward, the white-robed figure stretched out his hand and lightly patted his 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure that was glowing white. The light on the combined magical treasure dimmed. This was because he had broken the connection between the magic treasures and himself. In this way, this set of the combined magical treasure had become something without an owner. Song Shuhang's heart thumped. The ownerless, universe-piercing flying shuttle, next to him, had it gone through something similar? The white figure said softly, "Go." In the next moment, the now ownerless combined magical treasure jumped into the small window of the spatial passage and disappeared. The puppet maiden asked suspiciously, "Senior, what are you doing?" The white figure said, "This is a reward after the trial in my world is completed. This 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure has gone to its new owner." After completely forging a whole set of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, he had simply sent it off. Sure enough, I should have thickened my face and asked for work-related injury fees or something. I might have gotten a divine treasure as compensation. The white-robed figure closed the small window in the spatial channel after sending out the set of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure. After that, he turned around again and opened a window on the other side. Subsequently, he reached out and took off his left leg. The scene had suddenly become so horrifying. However, Song Shuhang's heart still remained completely calm. After taking off his left leg, he placed it in the universe-piercing flying shuttle. The white-robed figure said, "Go. Go to his side and return this left leg to him. After that, you are to follow him from this day onwards. By the way, tell him that I'm sorry. I took advantage of him while he was asleep and cut off his leg for an experiment. In the end, the experiment was very successful, and his left leg had been indispensable. Thank him in my stead." After taking off his left leg, the white-robed figure was left standing on a single leg. Song Shuhang silently said in his mind, "He took advantage of someone in their sleep and stole their left leg for an experiment? Who was so unfortunate to have their left leg cut?" Just as he was in thought, changes suddenly took place on the left leg that was taken off. After leaving the body of the white-robed figure, the suppressed aura on the left leg burst out. Black energy of the netherworld burst out. The power of slaughter, brutality, and of all the evil in the world radiated from this left leg. This was the left leg of a ruler of the netherworld. Song Shuhang, he didn't dare to think of what took place next in the plot. Because currently, there was a ruler of the netherworld that had entered this sealed space, Senior White 2. As for the other ruler of the netherworld, Fat Ball, it didn't even have any legs. In other words, there should have been one time when Senior White 2 was sleeping and had his thigh quietly cut for someone else's experimentation. This was definitely a piece of dark history for Senior White 2. He should never mention this kind of information or even think about it, otherwise, he was likely going to end up silenced. As for quietly cutting off the leg of a ruler of the netherworld while they were sleeping without being noticed, that was something only the wielder of the will could achieve. Song Shuhang said calmly, "Senior White, or rather, you must be Senior White 2's counterpart, wielder of the will White." The salted fish sage mode was quite troublesome at times. The sentence just now should be best said in a serious tone, starting with something like, there is only one truth, but as he was currently in a transcendent state, his manner of speaking lacked some charisma. Wielder of the will? The puppet maiden became silent. Right after encountering a creation of a wielder of the will, the wielder of the heavens will himself also appeared? You have a big imagination, young man. The white-robed figure bounced around on one foot. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Actually, the style of jumping on one foot resembled another great figure in Song Shuhang's memory. And that figure's style felt more in line with the style of this white-robed figure in front of him. Song Shuhang said, "So it's you, wielder of the wool-striped dragon." Almost at the same time, the white-robed figure said to Song Shuhang, "You've guessed it right. Congratulations, young man. I am indeed wielder of the will white." Song Shuhang, the white-robed figure. Well, this was embarrassing. After a while, the white-robed figure made an attempt at breaking the embarrassing atmosphere, and said, "You really do know a lot of things. It appears that you even know of the third wielder of the will. I certainly did not know as much as you when I was at the 5th stage." Song Shuhang said, "I'm just fortunate enough to know of some things." The white-robed figure turned around, and then continued to hop on his single leg while the divine lobster's chariot followed behind him. Song Shuhang asked, "Where are we going?" This spatial channel was so long, it couldn't be a spatial channel that traversed the entire galaxy, right? The white-robed figure replied, "Of course I'm sending you out, young man. You were merely drawn into this space. I have not arranged a trial fitting your purpose, so I have to send you out lest you continue to make trouble in my space." Song Shuhang was taken aback for a moment. He thought that the white-robed figure was taking him through this spatial channel for this long because he wanted to bring him to some special place, or had something to tell him. Either that, or there was some great opportunity for him on the other side. After all, wielder of the will white said that their fates were somewhat tied with one another. One unexpectedly, in the end, the other party was simply sending him out of his space, and that was it? While in the salted fish sage mode, Song Shuhang pinched his chin as his brain went to work. He had a lot of doubts in his mind. Now that he encountered wielder of the will white, he could simply ask him. Song Shuhang calmly asked, "Senior wielder of the will white, why are you in this space? And, why did you leave your position as the wielder of the will?" The puppet maiden and Scarlet Heaven sword both straightened themselves. However, as they were a puppet and sword, respectively, they couldn't perk up their ears to listen better. Nevertheless, both of them were very curious about the answer the other party would have to Song Shuhang's question. To be precise, all the practitioners in the universe were curious about this. The wielders of the will were eternal, so why had there been so many of them? In front of them, the white-robed figure squeezed his chin, and replied, "Why I left the position of wielder of the will. Actually, I also want to know the answer to this question. But thinking about it now, it does seem to be in line with my character." Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven sword. The puppet maiden. Do you not keep track of the things you do and why you do them? Please, don't tell me that even you didn't know that you have left the position of wielder. Or, could it be that the one in front of us is not wielder of the will white, but rather an incarnation, projection, or remnant left by wielder of the will white in some way? Many thoughts flashed through Song Shuhang's mind. "Young man, don't think about this matter so much. The reason I don't know why I left my position is very simple," the white-robed figure replied as he hopped. "It's because of the eyes of God, gazing into the future." Song Shuhang's face maintained its calm as he asked aloud, "Senior, can you speak proper words? If you don't understand, then go back and understand it slowly." The white-robed figure continued to hop around like a rabbit. Song Shuhang kept on getting the feeling that he resembled wielder of the wool-striped dragon, regardless of whether it was the way he spoke or his personality. Song Shuhang then curiously asked, "Does the senior white in the main world have anything to do with you?" The white-robed figure replied, He's my illegitimate child." 5. Song Shuhang. It was only at this point that he could be certain that wielder of the wool white, who was in front of him, was talking nonsense. Song Shuhang affirmatively asked, Senior White, is he your reincarnation? The white-robed figure said, Hehe, you guessed wrong this time. Song Shuhang. The white-robed figure continued, stop asking about matters related to the heaven's will. Even if you do ask, I can't clarify things for you. It's only when you become the wielder of the will that you will come to understand things. Nevertheless, you can continue to ask other questions, we've still got quite some ways to go. 3. We've still got quite some ways to go. Could it be that this is the time for me to ask some questions? Song Shuhang asked, then Senior Wielder of the Wool White, what is your current state? The white-robed figure said, this is something at the 8th star level in terms of secrecy. I can say it, but after you hear it, as soon as you leave my world and come in contact with the main world, you will explode. Song Shuhang. One Song Shuhang asked, then, do you know of the ancient heavenly city? The white-robed figure replied, I don't know much. The time period of my sights on the future is different from what you're thinking. I haven't looked into the affairs of the ancient heavenly city. After asking for a rather long time, Song Shuhang wasn't able to get anything useful from his questions. Right, since you're the creator of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, can you check how the adjustments to my cultivation technique are? Song Shuhang remembered another important thing. When it came to his current 33 Divine Beasts technique, he might suddenly explode if he wasn't careful. The hidden dangers were grave. The white-robed figure replied, I've already taken a look at it. Your current cultivation technique is well adjusted and suits you quite well. It can fully utilize your body's multiple cores. You can follow this line of thought and update it again, and it wouldn't be a problem for you to use it even until the 6th stage. Song Shuhang asked, I don't have to worry about self-destructing? The white-robed figure calmly replied, for the matter of self-destruction, simply prepare a few more resurrection magical treasures. Once you reach the 6th stage, you won't have this problem anymore. Song Shuhang asked, so, there's no saving me from self-destruction? The white-robed figure replied, there is. Can you not deal with it with this strange smoke state you're currently in? Strange smoke state? Song Shuhang asked, Wielder of the Wool White, what is the true nature of this smoke state? The white-robed figure replied, isn't this the innate ability of one of your cores? Song Shuhang's mind went blank, and his heart was like an ancient well. Little White, when your hair reaches your waist, marriage? 1. He didn't say everything. The true essence of being reckless but not dying was to leave a way out for yourself. 1. The white-robed figure slowly said, don't be delusional. It is impossible for my hair to ever reach my waist. I didn't get sent flying. Song Shuhang calmly asked, so, between Little White and the young man in green robes on the white horse, who are you? The white-robed figure calmly said, neither, I'm the white horse. 1. Song Shuhang. Like hell I'd believe you. 1. The white-robed figure said, we've arrived. They had finally reached the end of the long spatial passage. The white-robed figure stretched out his hand toward Song Shuhang's divine lobster's chariot and pushed it away. After exiting through the spatial gate, go straight through the gray path. As long as you go straight, you can leave. Don't look back. The divine lobster's chariot was thrown out of the spatial channel. Who exactly are you? Song Shuhang asked one last question. The smoke state was a state related to Senior White's pseudo-eternity mode, and it should be something that had been produced by the research of Wielder of the Wool White. It wasn't an innate ability that came from any of his cores. The white-robed figure waved, and said, you will know when we meet again in the future. We should see one another again after a year at most. 3. With that, the spatial gate closed. Song Shuhang and others landed on a grassland shrouded in gray mist. There was a path which continued straight ahead. The divine lobster's chariot moved along the path. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows and turned Chu around so that she was facing forward. The puppet maiden asked, was that person just now really wielder of the will white? Perhaps. However, there should be an answer soon, Song Shuhang said with a calm face. The salted fish sage mode did not seem to have been cancelled yet. Song Shuhang said that because Senior White and Senior White 2 were still in that sealed space. He believed that those two would surely know the answer. Meanwhile, the spatial channel around the white-robed figure disappeared. His figure appeared in a stone room that looked like a laboratory. There was a huge chair in the stone room. At this time, Senior White 2 was sitting on the stone chair in a domineering posture, and beside him was the universe-piercing flying shuttle. The left leg of the ruler of the netherworld inside the shuttle was still floating, exuding an evil aura. At this time, Senior White 2's handsome face was twisted. He certainly had an impression of the universe-piercing flying shuttle. It belonged to him, or rather, to his counterpart. After defeating all the immortals in the universe while vying for the position of wielder of the will, he suddenly felt that it wasn't the time to ascend, so he traded the position of wielder of the will for this flying shuttle. The question was, what was going on with this leg that was inside this flying shuttle? What cruel things did his counterpart do unbeknownst to him? When the white-robed figure saw ruler of the netherworld White, he waved happily, and said, "Huh? You're here, White 2. White 2, hehehe. The last person who called me that has already paid a heavy price." Ruler of the netherworld White bent slightly, resting his elbows on the armrests of the chair. His fingers were interlocked, and his chin rested on his fingers. He sat there and looked at the white-robed figure in front of him oppressively. "Why have you appeared here, White?" The one who appeared in front of him was really wielder of the will White. The white-robed figure said, "The eyes of God, gazing into the future." Senior White 2 angrily said, "Speak in proper words." 3. The white-robed figure said, "We succeeded. For a moment, we successfully detached from it. And at that moment, our eyes were projected into the distant future. We looked at the future and paid close attention to it. And, to a certain extent, it has even affected the future and the past. The one who is talking to you right now is a past us. In other words, White 2, we are now separated by millions of years, yet having a conversation. Do you feel happy? For happy your ass. I don't even know when you cut off my leg, yet here you are, asking if I'm happy?" 2. Senior White 2 said, "You detached from the heaven's will?" The white-robed figure said, "That's right, we detached from the heaven's will. Isn't the eternal attribute we attain after merging with the heavens will causing us to be placed under all kinds of restrictions? Getting rid of these shackles is what it truly means to wield the heaven's will. Our predecessors also tried something similar. However, judging from the information we obtained from our gazing into the future, we ultimately failed. Because we have left our position as the wielder of the heaven's will, just like our predecessors." Senior White 2 had a serious expression on his face. Regarding the matters of the heaven's will, even if he was the ruler of the netherworld, he did not understand much. After a wielder of the will defeated all the people in the universe and took control of the heaven's will, a corresponding ruler of the netherworld would be born in the center of the netherworld. The wielders of the heavens will control the entire universe, which included the netherworld and the main world. But for some reason, the previous wielders of the will seldom entered the netherworld. The ruler of the netherworld and the wielder of the will were two sides of the same coin, and they possessed all the memories and emotions of the person they were before becoming the wielder of the will. However, under the influence of the power of the netherworld, even with all the memories and emotions of their original self, the character of the ruler of the netherworld was often different from that of the wielder of the will themselves. After their conception, the ruler of the netherworld would no longer share their memories with the wielder of the will. Although there was a certain connection between the two, they were already two different individuals. As such, the ruler of the netherworld didn't know much about the heaven's will. White too had no way of understanding the concept of eternity, nor a way of obtaining a detailed understanding of the power of the heaven's will. Wielder of the Will White was the seventh wielder of the will. During the battle for the position of the sixth wielder of the will, White had won despite being a ninth-stage tribulation transcender. However, he felt that the way by which he was ascending was wrong and the timing was not right, so he sold off the position of sixth wielder of the will on a whim. Later, after the sixth wielder of the will disappeared, he took part in the battle for the seventh wielder of the will and won the position once more. He participated in 2 battles for the heaven's will, and achieved 2 victories, successfully defending his title as the champion. Fortunately, when he ascended to the position the second time, White finally felt that the way by which he ascended was right. Otherwise, he was likely to continue to defend his title as the champion of the battle for the position, and then sell off his qualifications to become wielder of the will to someone else. With his personality, the probability of such a thing happening was actually quite high. From the conversation just now, White too was able to infer a few points. The wielder of the will White in front of him was the White of a past time. It was the projection produced when wielder of the will White detached from the heaven's will, and transcended the concept of time, starting to gaze into the future. In other words, the body of the White in front of him was still in ancient times, and so he still possessed the title of wielder of the will. In the distant past, he transcended the concept of time, and was thus able to directly communicate with himself. When, gazing into the future, wielder of the will White went from his own time node A to node C, directly skipping node B. Therefore, the wielder of the will White in front of him knew very little about what happened at node B. In fact, this was also the reason Shuhang had doubts about his identity, and had tried testing the other party with some words. That was because Shuhang discovered that the wielder of the will White in front of him did not understand many things, and the true reason for this was because those things that Shuhang asked about had taken place at time node B. I don't know much about the heaven's will. The only memory I have related to it is the knowledge we obtained the instant we took the position. Senior White too continued to maintain a domineering posture. In the past, they were the most special existences among the wielders of the will, and this was because they technically ascended twice. Compared to other rulers of the netherworld, White too was also a very special existence. After ascending to the position of wielder of the will, you become eternal and reach the pinnacle of the universe. Why did you want to detach from it? When he asked this, Senior White too sighed suddenly, and continued, well, with your, or perhaps I should say, our personalities, it might be that we simply had nothing to do, so we thought of detaching from the heaven's will and challenging our limits. With our character, it is indeed not improbable for us to do such a thing. However, what about fellow Taoist virtue? Had he suddenly gone mad, and tried to charge into some realm above the heaven's will? Fellow Taoist virtue was the sixth wielder of the will, who had exchanged the universe-piercing flying shuttle for the position of wielder of the will. Before he took the position, fellow Taoist virtue had said that if he were to become the wielder of the will, he would stay in power forever, never giving up his qualifications as the wielder of the will. Wielder of the will White calmly said, how is a person without ideals any different from a salted fish? Immortals who advance and fight over the position of the wielder of the will all have their own ideals. After becoming the wielder of the will, they have reached the pinnacle, but they've also become the most powerful salted fish in the universe. Can you imagine such a life? Senior White too said, I can't understand. I feel like I served my purpose as the ruler of the netherworld well, and that I haven't lost sight of my dreams. Wielder of the will White chuckled. He continued to hop on his single leg as he spread his wings. The reason for this is very simple. It's because you are not a wielder of the will, White too. Would you believe me if I said that I'd kill you right now? You're just a projection, so I really do have the ability to kill you. Now, do you think I'd do it? Suddenly, wielder of the will White again whispered, nevertheless, fellow Taoist virtue never strived for realms above the heaven's will, he simply disappeared. White 2. Wielder of the will White whispered, he completely disappeared. Among the things that he left behind are the virtuous network and the various virtuous creatures. In addition, he had created a flying shuttle, as well as several other magical treasures that can't even be considered primordial treasures. In the end, most of these were inherited by me. Right, this sheet on your body is also one of his works. Apart from that, he left nothing else. Be it the virtuous network or the virtuous creatures, everything was part of his escape plan. However, he wasn't able to escape successfully, and ultimately disappeared completely. White 2 rubbed his eyebrows, and asked, so, why did each one of you want to break free from the position of wielder of the will? After going through so many hardships, after defeating the entire universe, successfully becoming the wielder of the will, and becoming eternal, why did each and every one of them try to leave their position as wielder of the will? Were their brains flooded or something? It was ridiculous to say that after one became a wielder of the will, they would lose their dreams and become a salted fish. If they became a wielder of the will and did not have an iron will, then what did they rely on to suppress the universe? Without becoming a wielder of the will yourself, how can you understand the thoughts of us wielders of the heaven's will? Wielder of the will White said as he spread his wings once again. White 2. Do you even have the ability to have a good chat with others? Are you trying to talk yourself to death today? I remember that before we ascended to the position, your character was not like this. Just what exactly did you experience after becoming the wielder of the will? White 2 asked, the position of wielder of the will. Is it a trap? Wielder of the will White said, I'll let you have a look through my eyes so that you may understand. White 2 gritted his teeth, and said, your damn face is full of holy light, how am I supposed to look through your eyes? In a while, I will withdraw the holy light, wielder of the will White said. After becoming the wielder of the will, everything depends on how you operate things. If you operate things well, it isn't a trap, but an eternal life. Heaven and earth will decay as you remain. Even if the universe collapses, you will remain. However, if you're not good, the position of wielder of the will become a trap. And in the very end, one might end up merging with the heaven's will, no longer having a means of extricating oneself. Did you play it wrong? White 2 said. Did the previous wielders of the will also play it wrongly? Wielder of the will White said, ha 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 ha, I made a mess soon after I got the authority. However, we were no different. After all, it's more interesting to surpass the heaven's will. I did a lot of research, studied the experiences of the third wielder of the will, and inherited the legacy of fellow Taoist virtue. After a long time, we succeeded. The moment the experiment was successful, I entered a state wherein I transcended everything. At that point, I looked down on everything, and even felt that as long as I took one more step, I could step out of this universe. Is that why you secretly cut off one of my legs, for research? White 2's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Wielder of the will White said, ha ha ha, didn't I return the leg to you? You can take it and merge it back with your body. Put it back as soon as you can, otherwise you might often suddenly trip inexplicably. It's you. You're the reason why I often suddenly trip on flat ground. Wielder of the will White said, however, judging from the feedback from the future, we ultimately failed. If we succeeded, we would have been the true master of the heaven's will. That way, there would no longer have been another wielder of the will. TSK, it is too challenging to surpass the heaven's will. Fortunately, after seeing you, I know that even if I failed, I should have succeeded in escaping. Or at the very least, I managed to leave behind a backup. White 2 whispered, is the white in the main world your backup? Wielder of the will White spread his wings, then sneered, young White 2, your thinking seems to have been affected by the aura of the netherworld, it has become too dull. How am I supposed to know the answer to your question? My sight went past time node B, and directly gazed upon future node C. Things like backups had to have been arranged after I got out of this state of gazing into the future. White 2 rested his chin on his interlocked fingers, and coldly said, "Be careful or I might just kill you." "Well, according to my current observation, there's a probability of 98% or more that he is my backup," Wielder of the Will White said softly. "But there is still a 2% chance that it's Little White." White 2 said, "There is no Little White, there can be no Little White in this world. He is just the desert, and since after we refine that desert, we are white." Wielder of the Will White calmly said, "No, I am the white horse." Huh. White 2 could no longer maintain the oppressive expression on his face. Wielder of the Will White once again spread his wings, and said, "I really am the white horse." White 2 coldly said, "Can you stop posing in this damn posture?" Wielder of the Will White continued, "I feel that this state of gazing into the future will soon be coming to an end. White 2, even if I have failed, I will not give up. And, I feel that I might not have failed completely. Perhaps it was only a partial failure, and part of it was a success." White 2 said, "So, what are you planning on doing?" Wielder of the Will White said, "If I really do fail, I will go back and lay out my backup plan, snatch the position of Wielder of the Will again, and make you a twin brother." White 2. Chapter 1535 I'll let you run for 199 meters first. White 2 already had an expression of dismay, but Wielder of the Will White wasn't done just yet. "Do you have any suggestions for your little brother who might be born and not too far in the future?" White 2 rubbed his face as he felt his head start aching. But then again, if Wielder of the Will White could really make Netherworld white no. 2, then he truly would become a veteran ruler of the Netherworld. At that time, I wonder if the fat ball would disappear? Actually, it should disappear. After all, the fat ball was different from him. However, in the depths of his heart, he actually hoped that the fat ball wouldn't disappear. This was because if the fat ball remained, then things would stay interesting. He could work together with Netherworld White No. 2 to torment the fat ball. Surprisingly, the scene felt rather exciting as he thought about it. Besides that, he was honestly more interested in the formation process of a ruler of the Netherworld. White 2 was born from the very source of the Netherworld immediately after Wielder of the Will White became the 7th Wielder of the Will. When he appeared in the Netherworld, the previous ruler of the Netherworld, who corresponded to the fellow Taoist virtue, had already disappeared. The moment he gained consciousness, the creation process was already over. When the fat ball was born from the source of the Netherworld, he had been in a strange coma. When he woke up, the fat ball was already there. As such, he was very curious about the process by which a ruler of the Netherworld was formed. "What about it? Don't say that I never gave you a chance. As long as you suggest something interesting, I will accept it with an open mind. Do you have any demands for your younger brother who might appear in the future?" As Wielder of the Will White saw the troubled look on White 2's face, he felt gleeful. White 2 raised his head as the corners of his mouth curled upward. He had thought of a good idea. White 2 slowly said, "If you aren't worried about the future being chaotic and changing, then I want a little sister." Wielder of the Will White. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. "Yes, I want a younger sister. As such, if you have the ability to fight for the position of Wielder of the Heavens will in the future, you'd better give me a female ruler of the Netherworld," White 2 said as he sneered. "Come, let's both suffer." Wielder of the Will White quickly recovered his composure, and fell into thought before saying, "I didn't think that you'd want a little sister. After you became the ruler of the Netherworld, you really have changed a lot. Or perhaps you thought of those years as Little White?" However, although Little White was beautiful, he was a boy. Actually, when I was sending Little Friend's song back to the main world just now, he used the line about Little White's hair reaching his waist to test me. You even divulged our shameful past to Little Friend's song. TSK, TSK, tisk. White 2. When I get back, I'm going to kill Song Shuhang. However, this suggestion of yours is very interesting. After giving it some thought, I've decided to try it out. Perhaps I can really get you a little sister version of the ruler of the netherworld. You just have to wait. If the next person to ascend the position of wielder of the heavens will is female, then you need not have any doubts, it's definitely me giving you a little sister. Of course, if it's a male version, don't be too disappointed. After all, it isn't certain that I will be able to satisfy your wish, wielder of the will white continued. There's one last thing I want to add. With our character, do you seriously think that we'd be worried about the future being chaotic and variable? Ha ha ha. The more chaotic the future was, the more drastic the changes would be, and the more interesting it would thus be. After his gaze retreated from the future, as long as he could do something that would alter the future, he would definitely do it without hesitation. Wouldn't an unchanging future simply prove determinism? He didn't like determinism, as it made him feel exasperated and restricted. It made him feel like he was but an actor in a puppet show, with his fate wholly decided by others. He wanted a future with unlimited possibilities. White too calmly said, yes, with our character, we really wouldn't worry about something like the future being chaotic and variable. Moreover, we might have the opportunity to choose a different future. Wielder of the will white stretched out his fingers, and said, when I entered this state wherein I detached from the heaven's will, it felt like my perspective was equivalent to a fish of a small stream leaping out. I saw that there were countless branches of the stream, converging into various large rivers. Perhaps each branch of the stream contained a different future. The future that I'm seeing might only be one among countless ones. White too said, this is the most popular excuse that divination masters, especially those fortune-tellers who are bad at divination, use. They always like using lines like, the future is ever variable, to fool people. Ha ha ha, but if the future really were to become a mess because of me, that would certainly be very interesting. Wielder of the will white smiled, and seriously said, I must complete this separation. Once I return, I'll start making preparations before I leave my position as the wielder of the will. White too said, I wish you success. In the next moment, the figure of wielder of the will white became illusory. After he disappeared, a white horse took his place. Clip, clop, clop. The white horse raised its hoof and walked gently in the stone room. Then, the white horse raised its head and glanced at White too. It nodded to White too in a very human-like manner, then raised its foot, and opened a spatial channel before disappearing. White too. This white horse was, of course, not the white horse that was being ridden by the young man in green robes back in the desert. That white horse was merely an ordinary horse, so it had long since ceased to exist. The white horse in front of him should be the product of experiments conducted by wielder of the will white while he was still the wielder of the will. This white horse was not a real thing, and it did not have any life to it. It was the core of this, sealed space, and its management system. Previously, it was also this white horse that had taken care of his left leg. When wielder of the will white gazed into the future, he had attached himself to the body of this white horse. After wielder of the will white's eyes left, the white horse went back to performing its own tasks and maintaining the sealed space. Was him saying, I'm a white horse, referring to this? Did he think that it was interesting to play word games? White too's heart felt particularly stifled. He clutched the sheets wrapped around him. This sheet was the work of fellow Taoist virtue. If this was the case, in honor of fellow Taoist virtue, he should go back and torment the almighty merchant a little. He had gotten a heart-stifling feeling because of wielder of the will white, so he should naturally look for a chance to share this heart-stifling feeling with others. There was no need to ask why. As he was the ruler of the netherworld, it was only natural for him to do such a thing. White too stood up, and said, let's head back. It's time to return and mess with that fat ball. It might disappear not too far in the future. Before it disappears, I have to make sure to leave an impression on it. He stretched out his hand and opened a spatial gate. He raised his foot and stepped into the spatial gate, and the universe-piercing flying shuttle followed closely behind him. In the next moment, White 2 appeared on a grassland shrouded in grey mist. He started walking and left the grassland along the straight path. This grassland shrouded in grey mist was a buffer, as well as a protective layer, located between the sealed space and the main world. This allowed for the complete isolation between the sealed space and the main world. White 2 moved very quickly. Soon, he caught up with the Divine Lobster's chariot and Song Shuhang's party. Hehehehe. The corners of Senior White 2's mouth rose. "I've found you, Song Shuhang." Senior White 2 deepened his tone, and gravely said, "Song Shuhang." Inside the Divine Lobster's chariot. Using the secret sound transmission technique, the puppet maiden said, "I seem to have heard the voice of the ruler of the netherworld. It was coming from behind us." Song Shuhang, who was in the salted fish sage mode, calmly replied, "Don't look back. It must be a voice of temptation from this grey grassland." Before we left the spatial passage, that senior who was probably wielder of the will white said that we must absolutely not look back. Therefore, no matter what happens behind us or what sounds come from behind us, we can't turn our heads back. Choo Choo, who was finally done sleeping, originally wanted to turn her head and look back as she heard Senior White 2's voice. However, after hearing Song Shuhang's voice transmission, she steadied her head and did not look back. Using the secret sound transmission technique, Choo Choo asked, "Teacher, what will happen if we look back?" Song Shuhang calmly said, "According to standard plots, we might become stone statues or something of the sort as soon as we turn around. There might be something extremely terrifying waiting for us as soon as we turn around. As such, we should leave this place as soon as we can." After saying that, the speed of the Divine Lobster's chariot increased by a notch. Senior White 2 behind him. Hehehe. "Kid, you dare to run? Too naive. Do you think that you can run from me? I'll let you run for 199 meters first. Then, I'll let you have a taste of my 200-meter-long holy sword of the end." Senior White 2 really did bring out his sword. The 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure came out, and it quickly combined in his hand, turning into a giant 200-meter-long sword in the blink of an eye. Senior White 2 held the sword with one hand and visually inspected the distance between him and Song Shuhang's party. Senior White 2 solemnly said, "Don't say that I have not given you a chance. Since you dare try to escape, then have a taste of my sword." Song Shuhang shouted, "Don't worry about the sounds behind us, we must simply move as quickly as we can." Senior White 2. "You're the one who asked for it. You've moved 199 meters, it's time to face death." Senior White 2 raised his sword vigorously and took a step forward. On the holy sword of the end, terrifying energy began to condense. Afterward, Senior White 2 suddenly lost focus as he thought of something. Wielder of the Will White had come in contact with Song Shuhang, right? But why did he get in touch with Song Shuhang? He had observed Song Shuhang, and was sure that he was not the reincarnation or resurrection of anyone. Therefore, he shouldn't be some backup left by Wielder of the Will White. After Senior White 2 slightly lost focus, he suddenly tripped. With that, he fell down. Boom! Senior White 2 brought the 200-meter-long giant sword with him and smashed into the ground. The ground collapsed, and the earth was genuinely rent. Fortunately, Senior White 2 awakened at the last moment, and retracted most of his strength. However, even with only a 10 millionth of his destructive power, the pit that resulted from the fall of a ruler of the netherworld was still comparable to doomsday-level damage. When Song Shuhang heard Senior White 2's voice come from behind him, he had already had an intuition that whatever it was or whoever it was behind them was dangerous. However, from having been in contact with Wielder of the Will White, as well as the other party saying that they must absolutely not look back, Song Shuhang thought that this danger originated from the grey, misty grassland. I must not look back, no matter what happens. Therefore, to him, increasing the speed of the divine lobster's chariot was the most obvious choice. But for some reason, after the divine lobster's chariot accelerated, the sense of crisis in his heart did not diminish, but increased instead. Shuhang had such a thought in his mind: could it be that the one behind us is really Senior White too? If that's really Senior White too, when he said, "Have a taste of my sword," was he referring to the holy sword of the end? If it was the holy sword of the end, then what need do I have to be afraid? That's my life-bound magical treasure, Shuhang in the salted fish sage mode thought calmly. But if it was indeed Senior White too, then he would still have to give him a proper explanation to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. As such, Shuhang got ready to explain the rules of the "Don't Look Back" game to Senior White too. However, before he could even say anything, he felt a terrifying wave of power approach from behind. It was as if the world was about to end. In the face of such power, Shuhang felt a sense of powerlessness akin to how ordinary people felt toward natural disasters. The divine lobster's chariot was lifted up into the air while the powerful force affected Shuhang, the puppet maiden, Chu-Chu, and Scarlet Heaven sword. The puppet maiden and Scarlet Heaven sword were fine as they could still manage themselves in the face of such power. However, Chu-Chu felt her eyes be engulfed in darkness, as she quickly fell into a coma once again. As for Shuhang, his figure was sent spinning into the air. While he was spinning, he saw what was behind them. It was a scene of Senior White too tripping and falling into the ground while holding a giant sword, smashing out a large pit. Shuhang thought, "Not good, I've turned back. Am I going to turn into stone? Am I going to die?" Despite this notion appearing in his mind, there was not the slightest wave of disturbance in his heart. Shuhang had not stopped thinking, remaining completely calm the entire time. The shock wave that made it seem as if the world was ending just now turns out to only be Senior White too tripping and falling to the ground. No wonder it had such power. I got hit by this force head-on. Am I going to die? That's not good. My resurrection gold coin has yet to come off cooldown. As expected of Senior White too. Merely falling to the ground along with the 200-meter-long holy sword had such a great impact. Right, why have I still not died, or turned into stone? I've clearly already looked back, why hasn't anything happened? While Shuhang was spinning round after round in the air, he was deep in thought. Could it be that Senior Wielder of the Will White had been bluffing? Was I fooled? Even if I look back, nothing will happen at all. Just as Shuhang was thinking this, his body moved involuntarily. His body, which was originally rotating, stopped abruptly. In the next moment, he stepped on the air and started to move toward the starting point. At the same time, the gray mist clouding his eyes became denser. He couldn't see anything at all. So it turned out that looking back really did have a price. The price was that one would get lost on this gray grassland and fall into a huge maze. Whether one could get out or not depended on their luck. Not long after getting my leg back, I actually tripped again. Senior White too put away the holy sword of the end and got up from the pit. When he crawled out of the pit, he happened to see Shuhang above his head, treading the air with muddled eyes. Senior White too said, "What game are you playing right now?" "Senior White, it's not good. I accidentally looked back. Now, I'm subject to the curse of this grassland," Shuhang cried. "On this grassland, terrible things will happen once you look back. I feel like I'm soon going to get lost in this grassland." Senior White too, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. An invisible hand grabbed Shuhang and took hold of him. However, even if he was caught, Shuhang's body constantly twisted and struggled, as if he wanted to run into the depths of the grassland. Senior White too said, "It isn't a curse, but the power of a set of rules." Shuhang asked, "Can it be undone? Can I be saved?" Senior White too replied, "Of course. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, help me. Senior White too said, that's my intention. After saying that, he grabbed Song Shuhang's foot with one hand, and then spun him around wildly in the air. Song Shuhang said with difficulty, Senior White, what are you doing? This image of being swung around wildly made him recall Fairy Lychee's 360-degree windmill wheel. It was just that Senior White 2's spinning was a lot faster, stronger, and more lethal. Not good, my head feels really dizzy. I feel really nauseous, and my body feels like it's being stretched like noodles. I feel like I'm going to die. Senior White, I'm going to die Song Shuhang shouted. At the same time, he was still calmly remembering in his mind, when did he offend Senior White 2 today? He truly couldn't remember. In the past few days, because his resurrection gold coin was on cooldown, he had restrained himself. He usually didn't do things that were too death-seeking, so how did he end up offending Senior White 2? In an attempt to deal with his current problem, Song Shuhang in the salted fish sage mode asked calmly, Senior White, if I've wronged you, can I apologize? Senior White 2 said, it's too late, you must die at least once today. Song Shuhang said, please don't. My resurrection cooldown is still up. Senior White 2 said, it's useless to say anything more, die. The windmill spun even faster, and in a more terrifying manner. The friction between Song Shuhang's body and the air, causing his skin to turn red, just like a meteor entering the atmosphere. The counterfeit sheet on his body spun and howled as if it were dubbing Song Shuhang. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Song Shuhang's eyes finally rolled back as he could no longer hold on and fainted. Senior White 2 threw Song Shuhang back into the Divine Lobster's chariot, satisfied. Scarlet Heaven sword glanced at the roasting Song Shuhang, and said softly, he's out cold. No, more like out hot. Senior White 2 took a few steps to get to where the chariot was. Move, let's leave this damned place. The puppet maiden obediently drove the chariot. The ruler of the netherworld is sitting right next to me. This is so terrifying. His body seems to be full of destruction and the most evil things in the world. I really want to squat down and cry. What do I do? Currently waiting online for an answer, urgent. The puppet maiden really admired Song Shuhang. He was probably the only cultivator in the entire universe who was still alive after irritating a ruler of the netherworld. Sitting beside the puppet maiden, Senior White 2 asked, how long until his resurrection cooldown comes off? The puppet maiden replied cautiously, around 6 or 7 days. Senior White 2 said solemnly, around a week? Very well. When he wakes up, tell him that this is not over. I will come looking for him again in a week. Once one offends the ruler of the netherworld, they should forget about living a peaceful life. The puppet maiden nodded vigorously. When ruler of the netherworld White got serious, he was simply terrifying. Fortunately, she was a puppet, otherwise, tears would definitely be streaming down her face due to the fear. The Divine Lobster's chariot flew forward and finally reached the end of the grey grassland. When the chariot moved forward a bit more, it fell out of the grey grassland, and fell to where Heavenly Field Island was. On Heavenly Field Island, Island Master Tian Kong and Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman were standing together. Previously, when Island Master Tian Kong returned from the sealed space, all the pieces of his soul gathered. This caused the means of resurrection he had left on the island to be activated, letting his body recover to what it was before. In addition, his realm had also improved. Not only was his golden core composition now complete, but it had even undergone some strange changes, becoming more complex and providing him with more potential. Although he had used up the resurrection formation that he had set up with great difficulty, overall, he had benefited more than he lost. With the trial and the comprehension he gained in the sealed space, his ascension to the 6th stage was only a matter of time. He now had great confidence even if he were to go against the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage. However, for the entire Heavenly Field Island, the sealed space was undoubtedly a disaster. When the entire Heavenly Field Island returned from the sealed space, the souls of many residents had gotten gravely injured, and it would cost no small amount of effort to heal them. There were even some residents whose souls had yet to come out from the sealed space. One example of this was Vice Island Master Tian Wei. A part of her soul still had not returned, and because of this, she was currently in a vegetative state. White hair had appeared on Island Master Tiankong's head due to the stress he was experiencing. On weekdays, the affairs on Heavenly Field Island were handled by Vice Island Master Tian Wei. But now, these things had fallen on his head. Fortunately, his good friend, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, was assisting him. Boom! Song Shuhang's Divine Lobster's chariot landed on Heavenly Field Island. Island Master Tian Kong immediately noticed this and quickly went towards the chariot. Its little friend Song. Island Master Tian Kong was overjoyed. While Song Shuhang was in that strange space, did he get to meet Tian Wei again? When Senior White 2 saw Island Master Tian Kong and Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman coming over, he opened a spatial gate and left right after. The puppet maiden let out a breath of relief. She had been terribly frightened, and even the titanium alloy that made up her knees had gone soft. Afterward, she plunged herself into Song Shuhang's inner world. Shuhang still hadn't cancelled her permissions to open a passage into the inner world. As for the Divine Lobster's chariot, it returned to Song Shuhang's body on its own. Little friend Song seems to have fainted. His mouth is frothing, and it looks like he's in a lot of pain. This little girl, Choo Choo, is also unconscious. Let's first send them to the medical hall for treatment. After an unknown amount of time. When Song Shuhang opened his eyes again, it was dusk and already getting dark outside. He found himself lying on a hospital bed with his disciple, Choo Choo, in the next bed. In a daze, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to his side and grabbed his mobile phone. He was currently dizzy and nauseous. He had yet to recover from the aftereffects of Senior White 2's version of the windmill wheel. The first thing he did was to look at the date and time. October 17, 2019. Thursday. 1733, Song Shuhang murmured, "It's just as I estimated. There are still 6 days before the resurrection gold coin goes off cooldown. After today, there are still 5 days." The sealed space matter had concluded, but he had no idea what was the situation on Heavenly Field Island. For now, he needed some rest. Song Shuhang said softly, "After this Heavenly Field Island matter, it should be about time to return to Jiangnan University Town." His goal was to live a peaceful life for the next 6 days. Of course, it would be better for him to wait for Senior White to come out of the sealed space before returning to Jiangnan University Town. That way, his safety would be further guaranteed. At this time, on the beach of a small island in the Pacific Ocean, a little girl in a black dress was squatting with her bare feet. Sand flowed between her toes, shining brightly. At this time, the girl was grilling huge squid tentacles. While she was grilling, she was counting the time. 2 more days. At that time, I can go to Song Shuhang to get my head back. If Song Shuhang can give me a satisfying head, then that'd be good. If he couldn't, should she really screw off his head? She fell into thought. After all, it was a man's head, wasn't it a bit unfitting for her? After thinking for a long time, she nodded her head seriously. I'm going to screw his head off. I already said that I was going to do so. At most, after finding a more suitable head, she could return his head to him. Unknowingly, she seemed to have given up on the thought of putting the original Pavilion Master Chu's head on herself. This is the information sent by spacecraft number 16 before it disappeared. We've encountered a mutant prey with 4 golden cores. The 4 golden cores in its body are so dazzling. It's the most perfect prey. No matter what, we must obtain it. The group of golden core hunters, also known as the Celestial Race, trembled in excitement. They were eager to find this cultivator that was being talked about in the report. If they could hunt down such prey, they would obtain supreme glory. Does profound sage Tyrannical Song still remember the agreement he made with us? Can he really make an antidote for the evil energy of the netherworld? Sage Monarch Blue Phoenix was with the two girls with colorful hair, deep in thought. Before returning to the beast realm, should they pay profound sage Tyrannical Song a visit again? The signal of the core reactor has appeared again, but it's very unstable. It's flickering. Carefully lock onto the signal. It's fine if the experimental body is destroyed, but absolutely nothing must happen to the core reactor. Damn it, the experimental subject was clearly brainwashed by us, so how did she escape? Let's find the core reactor first. If we really have no other choice, we will have to deploy a secret weapon. A newly emerging international superstar laughed, and said, I made an appointment with a little friend of mine at the next stop. My next concert shall be held at Jiangnan University Town. He had written a new song to give to Song Shuhang and Soft Feather, these two genuine hardcore fans of his. In the chaotic sea, on the seabed, a humanoid figure covered with black scales was thrown out of a spatial rift. Ah! He screamed as he fell to the ground in pain. After that, he stretched out his hand and quickly searched around him. Where's the magic power charging machine? Where is it? It was clearly with me when I broke out of that ancient spatial formation, so where did it go? After scouring his own body for a while, he didn't find the magic power charging machine. The eyes of the black scaly humanoid creature widened as its head tilted. It died. After Song Shuhang woke up, he rubbed his throbbing head, got up, and walked out the door. At this moment, Island Master Tian Kong and a beautiful fairy maiden were walking towards his room. Shuhang, you're awake. Island Master Tian Kong said cheerfully. He had been waiting for Song Shuhang to wake up for quite some time now, hoping to be able to get some information regarding Tian Wei from him. The beautiful fairy maiden smiled, and said, Yo, little friend Shuhang. Long time no see. Fairy Lychee, good evening, Song Shuhang said calmly as he rubbed his eyebrows. The salted fish sage mode had yet to end. Island Master Tian Kong asked, Is your body alright? Song Shuhang said, It's better now, though it's still experiencing some after effects. However, with my physique, I should be able to recover pretty soon. Island Master Tian Kong relaxed, and finally asked the question he had been itching to ask. When you were returning from that strange space, did you happen to see Tian Wei again? Confused, Song Shuhang asked, Did Vice Island Master Tian Wei not return together with you? At that time, the entire heavenly field island and the people on it were brought back from the sealed space, including Vice Island Master Tian Wei. Island Master Tian Kong smiled bitterly, and said, Only a portion of Tian Wei's soul has returned. Song Shuhang thought for a moment, and said, Perhaps Senior Tian Wei is facing a trial that solely belongs to her. That sealed space seems to be a trial-type space. If one is able to pass their trial, they will obtain great benefits. He remembered that when in the sealed space, the entire heavenly field island became a big trial. Besides this, the Grey Buddha and Senior White appeared to be in the middle of their own trials. After succeeding, they should be imparted with rewards. Trial? After hearing this, Island Master Tian Kong's brows furrowed. Tian Wei is a bit silly. Will she be able to pass the trial in that strange space? Song Shuhang blinked. Wasn't it Vice Island Master Tian Wei who was always calling Tian Kong, stupid elder brother? How did she become the silly one in Senior Tian Kong's words? Senior Tian Kong, you don't have to worry too much, Song Shuhang calmly comforted. Senior White is still in that space. If Senior Tian Wei is also there, Senior White should be able to find her. After thinking about it for a while, Island Master Tian Kong nodded. It looked like all he could do next was pray for the best. Fairy Lychee asked, "Are you done with your matter?" Island Master Tian Kong nodded. Fairy Lychee said, "Then, little friend Shuhang, it's time for us to chat. I forgot to talk to you about this back when we were at the immortal feast." Song Shuhang asked, "What is it?" "Wait, I'll make a video call." Fairy Lychee unlocked her mobile phone, and then made a video call before turning the screen to Song Shuhang. The other end of the call quickly connected. Loli Shi's head appeared on the screen. Loli Shi meekly said, "Senior Brother Song, good morning." "Senior Brother Song, it's nice to see you again." Loli Zhu could be seen waving her hand on the screen. Immediately afterward, several little heads squeezed into the screen. As the big sister of this group of Lolas, Shi began to introduce them to Song Shuhang. "Senior Brother Song, these are my junior sisters. These two identical twins are Mu Pagio and Mu Painting. This one with purple hair is junior sister Fei Zisha. This one drinking tea is junior sister Biqing. And finally, this one is junior sister Kai Yunyao, and she's a natural troublemaker. Hello, everyone." Song Shuhang waved to the little girls. On the screen, all of the little Lolas were seated neatly. Shi then loudly said, "Senior Lychee, you can start." "Okay, fellow Taoist Tian Kong, can you hold the phone for me? Oh, and face the camera toward me and little friend Shuhang." Fairy Lychee handed her phone to Island Master Tian Kong. Island Master Tian Kong took the phone with a look of bewilderment on his face. Afterward, Fairy Lychee rolled up her sleeves and showed her white arms. "Remember, don't resist. Relax, and cooperate with me so that we can satisfy these little ones." Song Shuhang. What was Fairy Lychee going to do? But he nodded, trying to relax as much as he could. At this moment, Fairy Lychee squatted down, grabbed his ankle, and raised her head before displaying a cute smile. Song Shuhang. There was something wicked within this smile. Big windmill. Fairy Lychee grabbed Song Shuhang and stood up abruptly, with her white arms beginning to spin wildly. Song Shuhang had once again become a big windmill. Fairy Lychee, stop, don't, I'm going to vomit." Song Shuhang let out a calm scream. The aftereffects of Senior White 2's big windmill had yet to come to an end when Fairy Lychee came and did the big windmill thing again. This made Song Shuhang really feel like vomiting. Island Master Tian Kong. In the video chat, the little fairy maidens clapped vigorously. "Wow! Senior Lychee is amazing. Hooray, Senior Lychee. Shake profound sage Tyrannical song until he's pregnant. Let him also know the pain of pregnancy. Make profound sage Tyrannical song cry. Song Shuhang. Sigh, as long as these little fairy maidens are happy." As he was in the salted fish sage mode, he was still calmly thinking at this time. He found that these little girls' knowledge was lacking, and they had some kind of misconception. After all, it should be known that it was impossible for one to get pregnant by being spun wildly in the air this way. Actually, if he hadn't been in the salted fish sage mode, he would have cooperated with the performance and shed some tears while being thrown around. Unfortunately, his heart was in a state of complete calmness at the moment, and he couldn't shed a single tear. After a long while, Song Shuhang sat weakly against the wall, pale, dizzy, and nauseous. Fairy Lychee shook her hands gently. As it was only a performance, she hadn't been using her full strength for the big windmill. "Little friend Shuhang, you're getting heavier, you need to lose some weight." While doing the big windmill, she felt that Song Shuhang's body was very heavy, and it took a lot of effort to throw him around. She put away her phone as the group of little fairy maidens on the other side of the video call was already satisfied. Song Shuhang calmly said, "Dizzy, I feel nauseous." Fairy Lychee calmly said, "That's what pregnancy feels like." Song Shuhang calmly said, "Fairy maiden, you don't have to lie to me. I've gotten a taste of the impregnating gaze myself." Fairy Lychee. She immediately visualized a scene of Song Shuhang using the impregnating gaze in the mirror. Song Shuhang raised his head and asked, "Fairy maiden, were you looking for me for something?" Fairy Lychee explained, I originally came to bring over the resurrection magical treasure for fellow Daoist Tian Tian Kong. However, fellow Daoist Tian Tian Kong has already resurrected, and there's no longer any use for my resurrection magical treasure. I'm still rather busy at the moment, so I'll be leaving right away. Along the way, I will be passing by Senior Yellow Mountains Immortal Cave, so I can take the Celestial's aircraft off of you and bring it with me. Senior Yellow Mountain was hoping to be able to research the aircraft of the Celestial race and understand it. At that time, not only would they be able to make it such that the Celestials would fail in their hunts, but also make it such that they could forget about running away using their aircraft. Song Shuhang said, "No problem, but the aircraft is relatively big, so let's head outside." After heading into the open space outside the house, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and transferred the celestial aircraft out from the inner world. Song Shuhang asked, "In addition, I also have a prisoner of the celestial race with me. However, he's at the 6th stage. Fairy Lychee, will you be taking him away as well?" Fairy Lychee waved her hand, and said, "I'll be leaving that up to Senior Yellow Mountain. I have no time to escort a prisoner." Afterward, she took out a cosmos bag and stored the celestial aircraft. Fairy Lychee said, "Right, you can contact Yellow Mountain when you have the time. You can also tell him which model of immortal boat you want. It shouldn't be a problem to customize it either." Song Shuhang said, "Got it." Fairy Lychee said, "Then I'll be taking my leave first. Recently, a lot of matters have been coming up because of the passages between the universe reopening. Fellow Daoist Tian Tian Kong, little friend Shuhang, see you next time." After that, Fairy Lychee turned into a ray of light, and quickly left Heavenly Field Island. After Fairy Lychee left, Song Shuhang also decided to leave. He was going to return to Jiangnan University City. Before leaving, he had his clone go to the restaurant on Western Orchid Island, leaving him there to serve as coordinates. As long as Senior White came out of the sealed space, Song Shuhang could use the inner world as a springboard to jump from Jiangnan University City to the restaurant on Western Orchid Island. Ever since he came to be in possession of a clone, the inner world had developed more features. Unfortunately, he only had a single clone. If he had multiple ones, then he could set up even more sets of spatial coordinates. Moreover, the restaurant couldn't be wasted. Senior White's clone had said that he wanted to try out running a restaurant. Perhaps Senior White's main body was also interested in this matter. Moreover, if Choo Choo had the talent to be an immortal chef, this restaurant could allow her to practice. If Choo Choo's immortal chef talent was really good, then Song Shuhang could even try to introduce her to immortal fairy Bishwe, and have her learn under the immortal fairy. After finishing up with his arrangements, Song Shuhang sent Choo Choo into the inner world, and said his farewell to Island Master Tian Tian Kong. Island Master Tian Tian Kong gratefully said, "Wait a minute, little friend Shuhang. A large part of why I was able to come out of that strange world was thanks to your help. In the strange space, if it weren't for Song Shuhang resisting the last 2 waves of the calamity, Heavenly Field Island would have probably been completely wiped out." Song Shuhang said, "Senior Tian Tian Kong, you're too polite." Ever since he entered the 9 provinces number 1 group, the seniors in the group had always been helping him. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group had a special place in his heart. As such, encountering an incident like what had taken place to Heavenly Field Island, he would certainly go all out to help. "I heard that you're practicing the 33 Divine Beasts technique, so are you interested in spirit beasts?" Island Master Tian Tian Kong smiled, and said, our heavenly field island has tamed quite a few spirit beasts. As thanks, I can give you a portion of them. Spirit beasts? This was exactly what he wanted. He was originally planning on looking for a way to get a batch of spirit beasts, spirit plants, and natural treasure-type ingredients from the seniors. Island Master Tian Kong said, "Come with me, this year just happens to be when the spirit beasts are bred. You can take whichever spirit beasts you want." Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "Then I won't be polite." Chapter 1538 It's good that you appreciate your teacher's painstaking effort. October 17, 11:55 p.m. Song Shuhang brought out the treasured saber broken tyrant with guardrails, and after saying goodbye to Island Master Tian Kong, he embarked on his way back home. In his inner world, there were now nearly 100 of over 30 different kinds of spirit beasts, all of which belonged to the types he needed. At this time, his clone had also arrived at their restaurant on Western Orchid Island, stationing itself there as a coordinate. The treasured saber broken tyrant flew across the vast ocean, heading toward China. As long as they didn't enter the chaotic sea, the navigation function of his modified phone should work normally, and they shouldn't have to worry about getting lost. The 5 cores in his body were very much sufficient for powering up Broken Tyrant. He had no need to worry about suddenly running out of energy during the flight, and even if he were to get tired, he still had the inner world, which he could go into and rest at any time he so wished. It was slightly boring flying across the sky all by himself. The distance from Heavenly Field Island to China was relatively long. However, Song Shuhang wasn't in a hurry. And so, he leaned against the guardrails and looked at the vast ocean below. At this time, there weren't any large whales jumping out of the sea to amuse him, and the vast and uneventful sea made him feel rather bored after watching it for quite some time. Furthermore, it was deep into the night, and the sea was also dark. There really was nothing much to see. Song Shuhang said softly, "I didn't think that a day would really come when I would be flying across the sea on a saber." Crossing the seas with his own strength, it made him feel cool just thinking about it. Time gradually passed by. At 2 o'clock in the morning the next day, Song Shuhang had managed to survive another day. Of course, there were still 5 days before the resurrection gold coin's cooldown would wear off. During this idle time, Song Shuhang was recharging his mobile phone. The charging technique developed by Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber truly was a great boon for modern cultivators. Song Shuhang said, "I can't do this anymore. It's so boring to be alone." Moreover, after midnight had passed, the salted fish sage mode had also been lifted. Song Shuhang, who was no longer in the impossibly calm state that he was previously in, was now bored out of his mind. As such, he went and looked for someone to chat with. Song Shuhang's gaze shifted to the inner world. Chu Chu was still in a coma, and little Yingzhu was sleeping. Senior Turtle and Lady Onion were in the middle of meditating. Pavilion Master Chu was blowing bubbles. That 6th stage celestial was still locked inside the Palace of Winter. There were the invisible saber insect and the fighting kangaroo, as well as the 2 seahorse spirit beasts obtained from the stallion spirit, which were currently playing in the water. The newly acquired group of spirit beasts were scattered all over the inner world. As he looked around, he found that the only one who seemed to be free was her. "I choose you, Puppet Maiden." Song Shuhang summoned the Puppet Maiden. The Puppet Maiden, the two huddled on the treasured saber broken tyrant, leaning against the guardrail as the sea breeze gently swept past their faces. Song Shuhang asked, "Fairy Maiden, what shall we talk about?" The Puppet Maiden, Song Shuhang said, "Let's just talk a little, otherwise, it'll be too boring." The Puppet Maiden said, "I'm not bored. I'm a puppet. I could curl up into a ball and remain motionless for hundreds of years if I wanted to." Song Shuhang said, "Just talk with me for a while. When 2 people are on the sea, they should find something to chat about." The Puppet Maiden, she really didn't want to talk, especially as she and Song Shuhang were currently crowded within the guardrails of the treasured saber broken tyrant, and the scene of them flying over the sea looked quite silly. After restraining herself for a while, the puppet maiden said, "Should we talk about your guardrails?" Song Shuhang smiled slightly. "Fairy maiden, do you see the benefits of the guardrails? Having them is great, especially when traveling long distances. Look, we can lean against them as we enjoy the scenery." The puppet maiden said, "No, actually, I think these guardrails are rather silly." Song Shuhang, "Fairy maiden, you're going to end our discussion if you continue with this." "Let's change the subject," Song Shuhang said. Then, he suddenly thought of something. "Fairy maiden, can you teach me the language of the ancient era? Do you want to learn?" The puppet maiden's orange eyes were like lights in the night. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "Several seniors have told me that the language of the ancient era is a special kind of language, containing power, unlike the current languages." The puppet maiden said, "All right, then I'll teach you." She felt that it was better for her to teach Song Shuhang the language of the ancient era rather than continue with this awkward discussion. The puppet maiden said, "How much of the language of the ancient era have you learned?" Song Shuhang scratched his head. "I've only been in contact with the world of cultivation for 5 months. I haven't had much time to learn the language of the ancient era. At this point, I've only learned a few sentences." The puppet maiden raised her head and looked at the starry sky. She had almost forgotten that the person in front of her had become a spiritual emperor, and one with 5 cores at that, in a mere 5 months. She suddenly felt the urge to not teach him the language of the ancient era. October 18th, 7 o'clock in the morning. Song Shuhang arrived at the sea area next to Wenzhou City, China. Along the way, he learned a lot of vocabulary of the ancient language. However, it was merely saved in his mind. If he actually wanted to utter them, he would still need some practice. Little Inju's voice sounded, "Song, are we home yet?" At this time, Inju looked about 2 years old. She rode on Song Shuhang's shoulders, holding his head with both her hands as she stared into the distance. While they were on their way back, she suddenly woke up and wanted to come out of the inner world to play. Because of that, Song Shuhang made her come out. However, due to the limited space on the treasured saber, Song Shuhang put Li Yingzhu on his back instead. It was unknown when she had gone up to ride on Song Shuhang's shoulders. Song Shuhang said, "Since we're at Wenzhou City, let's drop by to see my father and mother. In addition, let's see how little Kai is doing. Perhaps her cultivation frenzy disease has improved." At this time, a simple illusion shrouded his body. This made it so that ordinary people could not see him. He had performed this illusion technique by himself. The treasured saber broken tyrant descended from a high altitude and went to the location of Song Shuhang's house. However, when Song Shuhang arrived back home, he found that there was nobody home. Papa Song and Mama Song weren't there. Little Kai was not nearby, either. Song Shuhang said, "What happened? Why isn't anyone here?" Little Inju said, "Song, call little Kai and ask her." Song Shuhang dialed little Kai's number. Soon after, little Kai's voice sounded. "Heavens! Teacher, your phone is finally reachable." Song Shuhang asked, "Did something happen at home? Why is nobody here? Could it be that something happened to the child in Mama Song's belly?" Song Shuhang became slightly worried. "Everything is fine. It's just that your father and mother suddenly decided to travel. I was trying to call you to inform you of this, but I couldn't get through to your phone," little Kai replied. "I've been staying with teacher's parents for the past few days. They're safe and nobody suspicious has approached them. We're currently headed to Wuyan City." Song Shuhang, he always felt that Papa Song and Mama Song weren't only becoming younger in appearance, but also in terms of their thinking. The current situation was an excellent example of this, them traveling on a whim. Song Shuhang said, "Little Kai, continue to protect them and report to me if anything happens. Little Kai replied, rest assured, you can leave them to me. This is the first mission you've given me, I will make sure to accomplish it perfectly. Song Shuhang said, very well. After you come back, I will teach you the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, which is a good match with the 33 Divine Beasts technique. This set of auxiliary techniques will allow you to achieve twice the result with half the effort when practicing the 33 Divine Beasts in technique. Moreover, I've acquired some spirit beasts that can work well with the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. As long as you complete your mission and return, you can start practicing something new right away. Little Kai said, Teacher, you really are the best teacher in the world. Song Shuhang said with satisfaction, it's good that you appreciate your teacher's painstaking effort. After they talked for a while longer, Song Shuhang hung up. It seemed that Little Kai was not against learning the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Perhaps she could eventually become a great beast tamer. Song, I also want to learn the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Little Imju said, I like spirit beasts, and I want to get close to them. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, not a problem. As long as you want to learn, I will teach you. Since Papa Song and Mama Song weren't home, Song Shuhang decided to simply head back to Jiangnan University town first. He sighed, before once again taking off on the treasured saber broken tyrant and heading to Jiangnan University town. At this time, at Jiangnan University town. As usual, Qingwu got up early and bought breakfast for all of her roommates. After spending some time with them, she had figured out the tastes of her roommates. For example, Yangda wasn't particularly picky. He could eat anything for breakfast, but he had a relatively small appetite and didn't eat much. As for Tubo, he had a great appetite. For breakfast, he liked having meat buns, more than 4 at a time, and a cup of soy milk. Gao Mumu preferred lighter foods like noodles for breakfast, and every Tuesday and Saturday, his girlfriend Yai would prepare breakfast for him. As such, every Tuesday and Saturday, there was no need to prepare breakfast for him, so as to not steal his girlfriend's job. After bringing breakfast to her roommates, Qingwu opened an online shopping website. The account she used whenever she went shopping online was Song Shuang's, and the money she used was given to her by Senior White. She would usually log in and buy plant nutrient solutions. After choosing and receiving them, she would earnestly leave a positive or negative review. This nutrient solution tastes very good. It's sweet, easy to absorb, and refreshing. After absorbing it, I feel full of power, and my leaves seem to have become greener. I will continue to support the store, 5-star review. This nutrient solution is packaged beautifully, but there is actually no nutrition in it, and it isn't a nutrient solution at all. This store is completely cheating its customers. The solution they provide is very bitter to absorb and unpleasant. After absorbing it, I also had an allergic reaction. Bad review. This nutrient solution is very standard, I give them an average review. After giving her reviews of the nutrient solutions, she opened the order page for nutrient soils. This soil is delicious and great. Good review, would order again. This soil smells like sheet, and it smells bad when you open it. I didn't even dare to taste it. Bad review. This soil smells fragrant but tastes disgusting. What kind of damn materials did you use for this? Bad review. After giving her reviews, Qingwu closed the page with satisfaction. She checked the time. Qingwu said, I'm almost out of time. Next, I should go and deal with those love letters and confessions. Chapter 1539 Song, so cute when he suddenly turns his head, Shuhang. Qingwu went offline after writing her reviews. Only the heavens knew how confused the shops that were left with her reviews would be. These years, without a large heart, how could one have a store? In particular, stores that do business with students had to be proficient in all kinds of knowledge, such as astronomy and geography. Because who knows? There might be buyers who asked questions before buying something. If the seller couldn't give them a proper answer, would they still buy the product? Qing Wu said to her 3 roommates, "I'll be going first. Remember to get out of bed soon." Gao Mumu asked in a daze, "Are there classes in the morning?" Qing Wu replied, "Yes, so don't oversleep." Tubo waved his hand. "I've adjusted the alarm clock. Then I can rest assured." Qing Wu nodded and left the dormitory. Before setting off, she looked in the mirror hung behind the door. My appearance is okay, my expression is okay, my walking posture is okay, and my voice is also okay. Everything is in order." After confirming that she was in proper order, Qing Wu got her bag and headed towards the classroom. "Yo, Shuhang, good morning." When someone in the dormitory next door saw Song Shuhang coming out, he stretched out his hand and greeted him. Qing Wu turned her head politely and smiled slightly. "Good morning." She hadn't even gotten to take a few more steps before someone shouted from behind her, "Shuhang, good morning." Qing Wu turned her head and said, "Good morning." Along the way, a lot of people greeted her. Ever since she took Song Shuhang's place in class, her popularity had exploded. Obviously, she had been as low-key as possible, but because she had an innate talent for charming others, even if she remained low-key, she would still gain the favor of those around her by simply being there. Qing Wu was very much aware of this, but she didn't really pay it much mind. After Qing Wu had gone far. I didn't really feel it. Why do all the girls say that Song Shuhang is really cute when he turns his head? Women and men have different tastes. If you actually felt that Song Shuhang was cute when he turned his head, then you're done for. You've got a point. Since you know that you wouldn't find him cute when he turns his head, why do you still call him from behind so often? I'm curious and want to know what it is that the girls find cute. I want to imitate and learn from him, and I want to understand why he has become so popular among the girls recently. When I call out to him, it feels like we're good buddies. I feel that Song Shuhang has become very kind recently, like a family member. Whenever I see him, I can't help but call out to him. Rather than a family member, for me, he feels a bit more like a pet. Gao Mumu, after he woke up in a daze and got ready to go out to air his quilt, he heard the guys in the dormitory in the middle of their discussion. Some time ago, they had still been screaming, "Brother Gao Sheng must die." How did that end up becoming Song Shuhang is very cute so quickly? With each passing day, things changed very quickly. When Qing Wu went to the university area, she received a call. "Hello, is this Qing Wu?" Song Shuhang's voice came through the phone. Qing Wu asked, "Yes, it's me. Mr. Tyrannical Song, are you coming back?" Song Shuhang said, "Yes, I'm on my way to Jiangnan University town, but it will take some time. There are 2 classes in the morning, and if I hurry, I should be able to make it to them. At that time, let's find someplace to switch out." Qing Wu said, "Got it. Mr. Tyrannical Song, I will be waiting for you in the willow forest behind the school district. After the switch, I can stay rooted there for a while." Since Mr. Tyrannical Song was coming back, he should be the one to handle the love letters and confessions instead. It would be best to leave those emotional matters to him. Moreover, to be honest, she was very awkward when faced with those human confessions. After all, she was essentially still a monster willow tree. Around 8:30 in the morning, Song Shuhang finally successfully arrived at Jiangnan University town. He landed directly in the location that he had agreed upon with Qing Wu. There were already some magical formations arranged around here, which allowed them to avoid the sights of ordinary people. When Song Shuhang landed, Qing Wu had already revealed her true body and was rooted in the willow forest. Qing Wu said after seeing Song Shuhang, "Mr. Tyrannical Song, all the textbooks for this morning are in the bag. Song Shuhang took the bag and put away the treasured saber broken tyrant. Thanks for your hard work these days. The puppet maiden descended beside him, while little Inju was still riding on his shoulders. Qing Wu smiled, and said, "It wasn't that hard. Actually, it was quite fun." Song Shuhang asked, "Did anything happen during this time?" Qing Wu said, "No, it was rather peaceful, and there were no disturbances." "Right, there were a few girls who confessed to you and wrote love letters to Mr. Tyrannical Song. I'll be leaving these emotional matters for you to handle." Song Shuhang. F***CK, for childhood to adulthood, I've never got a single love letter. Some time ago, he had accompanied the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group in producing a movie and finally became a celebrity. However, he did not get to experience the treatment of a big star at all. On the contrary, no matter who saw him, they would always have thoughts like, "Brother Gao Sheng must die." Qing Wu had lived in his place for just a period of time, but she actually received love letters. Qing Wu said, "If something goes wrong, Mr. Tyrannical Song, you can call me. For now, I'll be resting and trying out the nutrient solutions I got yesterday and see if they suit my tastes." Song Shuhang, I'll be going to class now. If anything does happen, I'll ask for your help." Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at the puppet maiden again. "Fairy maiden, what about you? Are you going to stroll around or go back to the inner world?" The puppet maiden stretched out her hand and said, "I want to go shopping. Give me some money." Song Shuhang took out a stack of money from the inner world and handed it to the puppet maiden. He didn't really have much money on him. Nevertheless, if he really did need money, he could simply exchange some gold sand with Snow Wolf Cave Master. If not that, he could look for Senior Medicine Master to do some odd jobs, learning some pill refining while earning pocket money. The puppet maiden happily went on her way after receiving the money. "I will accompany Big Sister Fairy Maiden," Li Yingzhu said. She jumped off Song Shuhang and hopped away with the puppet maiden. Song Shuhang wondered, when did their relationship get so good? Just like the inexplicably deep friendship between Lady Onion and Senior Turtle, the puppet maiden had become friends with Li Yingzhu at some point. Could it be because little Yingzhu practiced the techniques of the Northern Emperor that the puppet maiden became friends with her? The friendship between a woman and a monster, a young girl and a woman, and a young girl and a puppet, was always elusive. Song Shuhang carried the bag and headed to his class. He had been gone for a month or so, but it felt like he'd been gone for a lifetime. The exciting life of a cultivator was what Song Shuhang liked. However, if he wanted to survive the remaining 5 days, then it would be best for him to choose campus life. Well hidden in the city. As long as he buried himself in schoolwork, he basically shouldn't encounter any major life or death events. Shuhang. At this moment, someone behind him suddenly called out. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked back. A stranger behind him was beckoning to him, but he didn't know the other party at all. Was it a friend that Qing Wu had made when she was living his life? "Good morning." Song Shuhang smiled and nodded. After that, he continued on his way. Behind him, the strange buddy squeezed his chin. Weird. Song Shuhang today seems to be different from the previous few days. Today, he didn't look cute at all when he turned his head. Song, 5-core 5th stage spiritual emperor, Shuhang. He hadn't even taken a few steps when another voice came from behind him. This time, it was a girl's voice. Shuhang. Song Shuhang turned his head and found that it was a girl he didn't know. Was Qing Wu's popularity just that great? Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Good morning." Then he continued on his way. Behind him, the girl wondered, was it the wrong person? The moment Shuhang turned around today, he wasn't cute at all. Song, 5-star hotel, Shuhang. Once again, after taking a few steps, someone called him. Ahang, good morning. Song Shuhang looked back and found that it was another girl he didn't know. Good morning. He turned his head back forward, and continued walking. The girl wondered, weird, the way Ahang turned his head today was not cute at all. Is he in a bad mood today? Song, what the hell is with this cute head thing, Shuhang? He rubbed his eyebrows in distress. In addition to the turning his head thing, there was also the issue of love letters and confessions. Song Shuhang had no experience dealing with this type of thing, so what was he supposed to do? Shuhang. At this moment, there was another voice behind him. Song Shuhang, again? Song Shuhang turned his head and said, I'm not in the right mood today, so I don't look cute when I turn my head. Please stop bothering me. But when he turned his head, he saw a tall woman wearing a round, white hat, smiling and waving at him. Her long blue hair was thick and dense, hanging behind her like a cape. Even her eyelashes were an icy blue. At this moment, the blue-haired woman's smiling expression froze, and she blinked. What do you mean when you say, you don't look cute when you turn your head? Song Shuhang, it was Senior Skylark. Song Shuhang asked, Senior, why did you come to Jiangnan University Town? Weren't you going to look for Senior Thrice Reckless? Senior Skylark said, Oh, I haven't done that yet. I was hanging around here today and just happened to run into you. At this time, her body had returned to its original size. Skylark asked, by the way, is the sage's eye still with you? Song Shuhang nodded. I want to borrow and use the sage's eye. Skylark grinned and said, I'm going to transcend the heavenly tribulation again. When Song Shuhang heard this, his lower abdomen suddenly ached. Should he let her borrow the sage's eye? After all, in theory, the sage had left behind his eye so that it could stare at Skylark one more time. Chapter 1540 The 666 Shouting Shuhang. From this perspective, if Skylark wanted to borrow the sage's eye, then it wouldn't be good to say no. Song Shuhang felt a little conflicted in his heart. He glanced at Skylark, who looked expectant. Her eyes gleamed, while her blue eyelashes rose up and down. It seemed that if he didn't lend it to her, she wouldn't give up. Since she had decided to borrow it, she wouldn't leave until she succeeded. Song Shuhang said, Actually, Senior Skylark, everyone in the universe got pregnant not that long ago. Wouldn't it be really cruel if they were to get pregnant again so soon? The virtuous Lamia emerged from behind Song Shuhang. She placed her little hand on Song Shuhang's eye socket, took off the sage's eye, and put back Song Shuhang's original eye. Ha ha ha, do you not realize that this is exactly what makes it exciting? Moreover, China is now launching second-child benefits, I'm merely going with the times. Skylark squinted happily. Song Shuhang, F***CK, Senior Skylark's words are so reasonable. I can't refute her at all, what should I do? In the face of the number one death-seeking existence of the 9 provinces number 1 group, his suggestion had no effect at all. There was nothing he could do. Perhaps the only thing he could do was to remind everyone in the 9 provinces number 1 group, as well as those cultivators he knew, to be extra careful. At that time, if Senior Skylark were to show her divinity, when the profound sage speech came, everyone should avoid watching the live broadcast, lest they get pregnant once again. Song Shuhang sighed and handed the sage's eye over to Skylark. Skylark took the sage's eye, her eyes squinted happily. The corners of her mouth rose, revealing a good-looking yet evil smile. Shuhang, let me show you a live broadcast, ha ha ha. It's very exciting. There are explosions everywhere. At this time, in Song Shuhang's mind, Senior White 2's voice suddenly sounded. Song Shuhang? What explosions? Senior White 2 said happily, it's the trap that I'd carefully arranged in my old lair for the fat ball. That fat ball ran to my lair and prepared to empty it. Ha ha ha. But how could it possibly be so easy to do so even if I had already abandoned the place? All of those heavenly tribulation-guided missiles, nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, along with that disgusting holy light, produced an effect that was simply horrific. In addition, there was also the virtuous golden diamond, which was the icing on the cake. After several days of strengthening, it finally exploded. Even I wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone the fat ball. It had been a long time since Senior White 2 was this happy. In the past, he used to fight the fat ball every day. But because both of them were rulers of the netherworld and had the same authority, their strength was pretty much equal. Even if they occupied a geographically advantageous position, that would only give them a small upper hand. Today, with the help of the power of the heavenly tribulation, the power of holy light, and the power of virtue, all of which countered a ruler of the netherworld, Senior White 2 had been able to launch his best offensive in many years against the fat ball. He was using this wave of magnificent explosions to see off the fat ball. After this fight, he was afraid that the fat ball would disappear. Still, even though he did not spare any effort for this wave of attacks against the fat ball, there was nobody to witness it and shout 666 for him. This made him feel like the scene was lacking, and his satisfaction decreased. Senior White 2 immediately remembered Song Shuhang. Nevertheless, it was not possible to directly bring Song Shuhang to the netherworld realm and have him watch the scene. After all, this was a full-on battle between rulers of the netherworld. If Song Shuhang were to head there, he might instantly get turned into ashes. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't open up a live broadcast for Song Shuhang to see. During the live broadcast, Song Shuhang could still shout 666 to cheer for him. Song Shuhang praised, "Senior White is truly mighty." Yes, this was it. The satisfaction value in Senior White 2's heart improved a lot all at once. What part of a live broadcast was the most refreshing? Of course, it was when viewers were spamming 666, or yelling for the streamer to let them birth a child for them. Senior White 2 said, "Release your mental energy, I will protect it for you. This way, I can show you the live broadcast." He couldn't transmit this live broadcast directly to Song Shuhang to watch either. A battle between rulers of the netherworld involved many principles and laws. If he were to directly show it to Song Shuhang, the latter might be overwhelmed and turned into an idiot. Therefore, it was necessary to add a layer of protection first. This discussion between the two had actually only taken a few breaths of time. Senior White made his move and added a layer of protection to Song Shuhang's mind, before allowing him to see the live broadcast. Senior White 2 said, "The most exciting part is coming. You can watch the detonation of the plus 999 enhanced virtuous diamond." Song Shuhang, 666. Boom! On the screen in his mind, the golden virtuous diamond exploded loudly. After the plus 999 enhanced golden diamond exploded, the rich power of virtue, which looked almost liquid, created a sea of virtue. Ah! On the screen, the fat ball, who had just endured the heavenly tribulation-guided missiles, nuclear bombs, as well as the holy light, said under tormenting pain, "White, White. I will absolutely kill you. Go ahead and come to fight me." A projection of Senior White 2 appeared and floated above the explosions, letting out a cheerful laugh. Song Shuhang, "Ah, a good nuking." 666. With Song Shuhang's cheers, Senior White 2 was extremely satisfied. Back in the main world, Skylark had just taken the sage's eye from Song Shuhang. The corners of her mouth rose upward as she revealed a wicked smile. "Here it is. I've finally got the sage's eye. I no longer need to worry about becoming pregnant due to the sage's eye. Now, become my test subject, Tyrannical Song." Skylark stretched out her other hand and grabbed at Song Shuhang. The Skylark in front of him was actually the one possessed by the fat ball. It had carefully disguised itself so that neither Song Shuhang or the virtuous Lamia could detect anything off about it. After all, it was the ruler of the netherworld, and its methods were completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In addition, it had even used Skylark's original body. Because of this, it was naturally much easier for it to disguise itself. However, as her hand was about to touch him, her body shook violently. Someone had blown up its main body. Moreover, it was blown up miserably. White, it's that damned white again. Every time, at the most critical times, it would get compromised by white. Ah! The fat ball-possessed Skylark let out a series of screams. She could no longer conceal her disguise. Her hair and her pupils all turned back to pitch black. The aura of the ruler of the netherworld on her body could not be concealed, either. And because of the sudden pain, her grip on the sage's eye loosened, which caused it to fall. Damn! Song Shuhang's heart thumped frantically. He leaped forward and grabbed Sage's eye. The virtuous Lamia also swiftly placed her hand on his eye socket, got the Sage's eye, and replaced Song Shuhang's eye with it. Have a taste of maternal love. Impregnating gaze. Without hesitation, Song Shuhang sent an impregnating gaze at the fake Skylark in front of him. Chapter 1541 Holy Light, envelop me. Take my Q, impregnating gaze. Now, take my W, embryonic gaze. These two skills were combinable skills, and when used together, they would produce some terrifying effects. The first time he used it, he had turned his enemy into a tree, and the second time, he turned his enemy into stone. As for whether there would be other effects that would result from the usage of both skills at the same time in the future, even Song Shuhang himself had no clue. It's not over yet, I still have my the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Next, my the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, impregnable holy city. After using up his set of skills, he used B to send himself back to the inner world, so that he couldn't be killed. All of the above were merely battle scenes flashing in Song Shuhang's mind. In reality, he hadn't even gotten to use the impregnating gaze on the fat ball-possessed Skylark. As soon as the light of the impregnating gaze came out, the possessed Skylark had avoided it. Even if its main body was affected by the explosions, this clone was strong enough to suppress an existence at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm in a direct battle. This was why, despite the light in Song Shuhang's eyes being released instantly, it had predicted the pathing of the impregnating gaze and easily avoided it. At this time, there wasn't any consciousness of Skylark left in this body, so it wouldn't twist around in convoluted shapes in order to get hit by the light of the impregnating gaze on its own initiative. The light of the impregnating gaze fell on the playground. This playground won't get pregnant now, right? At that instant, Song Shuhang had such a thought in his mind. Of course, this idea merely flashed in his subconscious. As the impregnating gaze had not hit Skylark, Song Shuhang connected with the inner world as soon as possible. Although he was in school right now, and disappearing out of thin air would cause some confusion, he couldn't waste time. It was fine to just look for excuses when explaining things to others later on. No matter how much chaos the scene would ensue, it would still be infinitely better than getting caught by the fat ball and turned into a test subject. If he were to get caught by the fat ball, he would likely die. As for the matter of the virtuous Lamia switching out his eye, he did not worry about other people seeing this at all, because ordinary people could not see the virtuous Lamia. It seems I have no choice. I must hide immediately. Not good, I can't even hide. The inner world was blocked again. His connection with the inner world was fine just a few seconds ago, and he was even able to communicate with Senior White 2 through the inner world. Even though it was Song Shuhang's life-saving trump card, it would hide itself faster than Shuhang every time. This was truly depressing. Sneer, I've seen you use that space to escape a few times by now. Did you really think I would come unprepared? The fat ball-possessed Skylark was trembling all over, with a pained expression on her face. Its main body was being blown up rather badly this time, and the clone could feel the severe pain its main body was feeling, resulting in her being unable to straighten her waist. I'll settle things with this little cultivator first, then I'll return to the netherworld realm and kill White. The fat ball version of Skylark gritted its teeth and decided in its mind. It first cut off the sense sharing between itself and the main body. At the same time, her hair and pupils returned to their previous blue color. This disguise was not only used to deceive Song Shuhang, but also to shield itself from the senses of the heaven's will, so as not to accidentally bring about a disaster. The fat ball-possessed Skylark silently said in its mind, "No more nonsense this time, I just have to get right to it." Given its past experiences, it decided to directly search Song Shuhang's memory and dig out all the things related to the scholarly sage in his mind. It wanted to find where the scholarly sage had hidden the part he had taken from its counterpart, the wielder of the will. The fat ball-possessed Skylark took elegant steps and approached Song Shuhang. In the onlooker's eyes, a beautiful older sister with blue hair was slightly smiling as she approached Song Shuhang. As for the instant when she yelled and her hair turned black, was it some illusion because of the sunlight? Skylark's eyes stared right at Song Shuhang, and in the next instant, several complex immobilizing, gravitational, and petrifaction techniques were placed on his body. Song Shuhang suddenly couldn't move. Even the virtuous Lamia behind him was frozen and stuck in place. What do I do? The inner world has hidden itself again. Senior White 2 is currently dealing with the main body of the fat ball, and as the inner world is blocked, Senior White 2 can't even use the world of the Black Lotus as a springboard to come and save me. Should I use the smoke mode? His heart thumped. Previously, he'd relied on this smoke mode to survive as he waited for Senior White to save him from the clutches of the fat ball. When extracting memories, I should prevent you from entering that troublesome eternity state. While speaking, two smoke-like knuckles appeared in the hands of the fat ball-possessed Skylark. This pair of knuckles possessed Song Shuhang's aura. He couldn't be mistaken, it was his long-lost waist. This waist of his, which was still in the smoke state, had actually been kept by the fat ball for its research. With the other party's strength and experience as a ruler of the netherworld, even if it had not completely understood the principles behind the smoke mode, it must have at least been able to figure out a way to deal with it. At first glance, it could be inferred that this pair of knuckles was a magical treasure it had made to deal with Song Shuhang's smoke mode. Give me your memories. The fat ball-possessed Skylark stretched out her finger toward Song Shuhang's forehead. This is not good. I'm really done for this time. What should I do? Song Shuhang's brain was now in overdrive. As he watched Skylark's finger get closer and closer to poking his forehead, a flash of inspiration suddenly hit Song Shuhang. He immediately willed the holy light attribute of the defiant whale warrior's glove to activate. Holy light, envelop me. Cold holy light spread all over Song Shuhang's body, enveloping him. To a ruler of the netherworld, holy light was as disgusting as crap. What was that saying again? Ever since I became a lump of crap, nobody has dared to step on my head anymore. This statement had some truth to it. With his whole body now covered in layers upon layers of holy light, if a ruler of the netherworld wanted to touch him, they would first have to consider their emotions. Would she really poke her finger into a thick pile of sheet? Naive. Skylark's finger pierced straight through the cold holy light, and touched Song Shuhang's forehead. Although holy light is disgusting to me, your memories are of much greater importance. It wasn't that big of a deal anyway, it could just wash its hands afterward. Moreover, the body the fat ball was using was Skylark's, and not its own. Forceful reading. The power of the fat ball-possessed Skylark was forcibly injected into Song Shuhang's glabella. Ding! A sweet jingle emerged in the consciousness of the fat ball-possessed Skylark. Afterward, there was the sound of something being to turn on. After another moment, a very anti-cultivation but very scientific interface appeared before the eyes of the fat ball. C drive, D drive, E drive, F drive, and a DVD-G drive. There was even an icon for network and IE. The fat ball-possessed Skylark, what the hell is going on here? As the ruler of the netherworld, it had read the memories of thousands of people, but no one's memory had ever been formatted in such a strange manner. Fortunately, I've been in contact with the main world recently, and have learned a lot of things about it. Otherwise, when faced with such a memory interface, would have had no idea of where to start. The fat ball-possessed Skylark silently said in its mind. With that, she first tapped on the F drive. Generally speaking, the C drive was the system drive and didn't store memory. The memories related to the scholarly sage should be stored in the D, E, and F drives. As soon as the F drive was opened, all kinds of data appeared on the interface. It was the kind where countless files were shuffled in a mess. The fat ball-possessed Skylark tried to read some of the memory files. Next, two beautiful fairy maidens appeared on the screen. One was wearing a phoenix crown and robe, sitting on the edge of the Jade Lake, while the other wore a smile like a blooming flower as she sat beside the other fairy. Chenglin, at #%times, an indescribable emotion emerged in the fat ball's heart. What kind of damned memory is this? The fat ball frowned. With its strength, outstanding reading speed, and computing ability, it read all the memory files in the F drive in a single go. After a while, its heart could only feel stifled. More than 80% of the memories in the F drive were of shows of affection related to the ancient heavenly cities Chenglin. Of the remaining 20% of the content, 2% was a variety of classic lines from TV dramas and movies, as well as 1,111 ways to play dead. Another 2% were storage backups for stealing lines. It stored things like, what is filial piety? What is love? The last portion of the memories was useless garbage. Skylark exited the F drive and opened the E drive. In the E drive, there was only a small file. In the picture, Song Shuhang was facing a huge disaster, and then the owner of the picture received an order to provide Song Shuhang with energy. Was the content of this drive erased? The fat ball-possessed Skylark frowned. The information it wanted, which was related to the scholarly sage, couldn't possibly have been on this drive and gotten erased, right? No, this drive doesn't look like Song Shuhang's memory. It should be the memories of Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. Then, it should be U, D drive. Song Shuhang's memories must be in this drive. Skylark forcibly opened Song Shuhang's D drive. After doing so, she discovered that within Song Shuhang's D drive, there was a portion of memories that was actually sealed and protected. The sealed memories were memories that Song Shuhang once had, but, with his consent, were sealed. On the other hand, these protected memories should be memories that contained confidential information. They should be memories that could not be read by anyone other than Song Shuhang himself. That's it. The fat ball-possessed Skylark was overjoyed. The memories related to the scholarly sage should be stored here. She randomly picked a file from the portion of protected memories and began to read it forcibly. It was the ruler of the netherworld, so it was naturally able to forcibly read the memory of a fifth-stage spiritual emperor. With this, she began to read out this first memory. The memory file surprisingly cooperated with her, taking the initiative to allow her to read it. Then, a picture appeared in her eyes. It was a figure dressed in white, the figure's entire face was shrouded in holy light, and while hopping on one leg, he said, "The eyes of God, gazing into the future." This sentence caused an explosion in the fat ball's spiritual world. Just like a world-destroying storm, it struck the fat ball's spiritual world, destroying the portion of the will it had left in Skylark's body. The fat ball? It could feel that the will it had left in Skylark's body had received a destructive hit. That sentence, "the eyes of God, gazing into the future," turned into a storm of destruction in its spiritual world, sweeping and destroying everything within it. The power of this storm was great enough to forcibly crush the will and consciousness it had left in Skylark's body. With this, the evil energy of the netherworld, mental energy, will, and seals that it had left in Skylark's body all dissipated. This feeling, this voice, it was all so familiar. Although the other party only had a single leg, and their face was covered with a layer of holy light. When it came to the fat ball, even if that guy were to turn into ashes, it would not mistake him for someone else. White. It's you, UF** king. The fat balls will fragment roared in despair. In the netherworld realm, its main body was being bombarded wildly by White, with its physical body and spirit taking on a combination of explosions and holy light. And now, the will fragment it had left in Skylark's physical body had also been destroyed by White. From its body, to its spirit, and now, to its will, the fat ball was getting beaten up mercilessly. This is bullying. You're going too far in bullying me. The fat ball and White had fought in the netherworld for countless years. Originally, the two ruled over things equally and had a give-and-take relationship. For example, if today, I were to hit you once, then after some time, you can hit me once. Moreover, since the two had the same combat power and the same authority, they were generally in a state of equilibrium. However, in the past few months, whenever it would have a confrontation with White, the fat ball would usually be on the losing side. At some point, it had managed to trick White into entering the world of the Black Lotus and sealed him there. However, that bastard had actually settled down there. He had then found a way to project himself into the main world through the world of the Black Lotus, and then move unrestrained in the main world every day. Of the plans that it bitterly thought up to mess with White, 7 out of 10 would end in failure. In the end, even its old lair, which it had worked on for 10,000 years, had been taken away by that damned White. Not only that, the place where its lair used to be was now just a large pit of nothing. The lair that it had worked on for so long, its large and glorious lair, gone in the blink of an eye. The fat ball had felt extremely miserable and bitter recently, but it could not vent at all. This hatred, and this enmity, was so great that they could no longer share the same sky. After returning to the netherworld, it would definitely look for a way to completely seal White and make sure that he would have no way of causing any trouble. Otherwise, with White present, it would never be able to accomplish anything. If it couldn't seal White, then it would have its main body constantly fight White, leaving him no time to rest. As long as White was kept busy, its clone could still go to the main world and accomplish its own tasks. But now, the most important thing was to transfer Skylark's body to its second secret base in the netherworld realm before the will fragment was completely erased. Skylark's physical body was of great significance to it, its importance not being any less than the memories related to the scholarly sage. The memories related to the scholarly sage were where its hopes of curing itself lied. As for Skylark's physical body, it represented the possibility for it to continue surviving in the netherworld as a ruler of the netherworld even after its counterpart, the wielder of the will, had died, similar to White who it detested and hated the most. If there really was no saving the wielder of the will, it hoped to at least be able to avoid disappearing by using the bone of eternity, thus becoming the second ruler of the netherworld not to disappear. The next time we meet, I will definitely take all of his memories. The fat ball gritted its teeth, then used all its remaining power to urge spatial energy as it tried to teleport away Skylark's physical body. Fat ball, don't even think about leaving. At this moment, Shuhang's consciousness had recovered. Previously, when the fat ball was forcibly searching his memories, it was as if he had become a computer, completely powerless under the manipulations of the fat ball. And when the fat ball opened the memory related to wielder of the will White, getting seriously injured from the phrase, the eyes of God, gazing into the future, Shuhang smoothly recovered from the feeling of becoming a computer. Afterward, he saw the extremely weak fat ball trying to escape. How could he let it go just like that? At this time, it felt as if his right eye was burning, just as if the scholarly sage's eye was actively cooperating with him. In the end, the sage had never gotten to see Skylark again, and this had always been a regret in his heart. And now, when Skylark's body was actually occupied by another existence, the sage's instinct that remained in this eye was stimulated. Impregnating gaze, maximum power. And because the sage's eye was actively cooperating this time, the impregnating gaze that was shot out was released immediately. He didn't need to accumulate energy at all. Because of this, the weakened fat ball was unable to avoid the impregnating gaze this time. The strange light from the sage's eye fell on her body. Not good. The fat ball felt uneasy. It had once experienced the impregnating gaze, and it had no desire to experience it a second time. There's more, embryonic gaze. Song Shuhang's right eye's innate ability also descended on the fat ball-possessed Skylark. This time, the two skills were performed almost without any break in between. Before Skylark's physical body could become pregnant, she was hit by the embryonic gaze. The fat ball-possessed Skylark moved forward and leaned against Song Shuhang. On her body, black lines that looked like tattoos appeared, instantly covering Skylark's entire body. The effect of the impregnating gaze plus embryonic gaze was different every time. The first time, it had lignified someone, and the second time, it had petrified someone. This time, was it covering them in patterns? However, no matter what took place, the result would be the same. At that time, a flower would bloom and bear fruit, with this fruit containing Song Shuhang's battle loot. The possessed Skylark, who was weakly leaning on Song Shuhang's shoulder, gritted her teeth and said right into Song Shuhang's ear, "Next time, I will definitely kill you." After saying this, a small dot of light emerged from her body, and it flashed away. Song Shuhang subconsciously reached out, trying to catch this light. However, its speed was simply too high. He hadn't even extended his hand out when it already disappeared. That light was the bone of eternity, as well as a metal heart. At this critical time, the fat ball had abandoned the ship to protect its life. It left Skylark's body, only carrying away the bone of eternity and the metal heart that held its will. What a pity. Honestly speaking, Skylark's body was not very valuable. The most important thing about it was the bone of eternity. With that bone of eternity, Senior Skylark's body could be reborn as many times as she wanted. Song Shuhang thought that this time he would be able to bring the bone of eternity back to Senior Skylark, but it appeared that this was not going to be the case. Moreover, there was another big problem. If the bone of eternity was gone, then Skylark's body, which was in Song Shuhang's hands, would be considered a corpse by the giant turtles of disaster. That being said, was a giant turtle of disaster already heading over to retrieve it? You should store away this body first to avoid any chaos. At this time, a sweet voice rang in Song Shuhang's ear. It was the secret sound transmission technique. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and quickly threw the tattooed Skylark into the inner world. Still, would the students in the area think that Senior Skylark was playing a part in a performance with her sudden disappearance? Song Shuhang let out a sigh. The only solution he could think of at the moment was to bring out Lady Onion and use an illusion technique on her so that others would see her as Skylark. This should be able to quell some of the questions. The problem was that he was still only a beginner at illusion techniques. For such a delicate illusion technique, he had no idea how to perform it. Just as Song Shuhang was in thought, a figure suddenly approached him. The figure gently lifted Song Shuhang's arm. "Let's go." It was the sweet voice from the secret sound transmission. Song Shuhang looked to the side. He discovered that Fairy Skylark was leaning against him. However, this wasn't the real Fairy Skylark. It was an illusion technique, a very well done illusion technique. With the scholarly sage's eye, this layer of illusion could be easily seen through. The one who was holding his arm was a girl who looked very familiar to him. She had long brown hair that was carefully braided and hung on her left shoulder, and long bangs vaguely covered her eyes. When she held his arm, Song Shuhang could feel that she had a great figure. Although she was familiar, Song Shuhang could not recognize her. "And, you are?" Song Shuhang asked in a low voice. "I'm just a kind-hearted fairy maiden who just happened to pass by and felt like helping you out." The braided girl smiled and said, "I've used an illusion technique on our surroundings just now, so you need not worry anymore." She held Song Shuhang's arm and walked towards the class building. Song Shuhang asked, "Thank you, kind fairy maiden. Can I know your Taoist name?" The braided girl giggled. "If we meet again in the future, I will tell you." "Okay, it's settled then." Song Shuhang nodded and said, "I have the feeling that we will meet again." The braided girl smiled, and said, Yes, your feelings are really accurate." After nearing the class building with Song Shuhang, she let go of his arm. "That should be enough. Otherwise, we might draw attention again." Song Shuhang said, "Thank you, fairy maiden." "You're welcome, helping others is my hobby." The braided girl waved her hand and walked in another direction. She was in a very good mood. With the illusion technique active, what people saw was a blue-haired big sister waving goodbye to Song Shuhang before leaving. It was perfectly executed. Phew. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. There are other cultivators besides me in Jiangnan University Town? After entering the classroom, he first found a place to sit down. He then began to recall what had taken place just now. After a moment, he frowned slightly. What did the fairy maiden just now look like? Ding! At this time, in the inner world, a sound diverted Song Shuhang's attention. It was the tattooed skylark's body. The black stripes were like roots, converging on Skylark's back and forming a beautiful pattern. From the pattern, a seed came out. Song Shuhang took this seed. Within this transparent seed, there was a plump metal ball which was currently shaking. Song Shuhang's face changed drastically. It was the fat ball. "If not, can I have someone who can speak it attend to me instead? Why did the liquid metal ball appear inside this time's battle loot? Anyway, what was the loot this time? Was it a part of the fat ball's body? Or was it the materialization of the power it had hidden within Fairy Skylark's body, which was now in this seed?" As he stared at the seed, the plump and lifelike fat ball caused Song Shuhang to feel that it was very dangerous. So, what should he do with this seed? After thinking about it, Song Shuhang temporarily kept it in his magical bracelet. He wasn't going to plant it in the inner world. After all, what if the fat ball's clone ended up sprouting from the seed? He felt that this seed should instead be planted in Senior White 2's world of the Black Lotus. At that time, if by any chance the clone of the fat ball did indeed come out from the seed, Senior White 2 would be able to suppress it. "Shuhang, how are things at your side? My connection with you was severed just now. Did your inner world cower again?" Senior White 2's voice sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang said, his heart stifled, "Yeah. I'm so tired." It was his ultimate trump card, but there weren't many opportunities for it to really come in handy. However, Song Shuhang couldn't really blame it. It was him who frequently participated in forays at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcenda level. Song Shuhang replied, "Just now, the fat ball used Senior Skylark's body to come and look for me. It disguised itself very well, and I did not discover it right away. I had nearly gotten swindled by it. Fortunately, Senior White, you were bombing its main body, causing its clone to be affected. Otherwise, I might have died today." Senior White 2 said, Since your inner world is back, does that mean that the fat ball failed?" White 2 seemed to be in a rush from his voice, just as if he was being chased. Song Shuhang asked, when it forcibly read my memories, it received a backlash. I was quite lucky today. When it was reading my memories, surprisingly enough, my spiritual world did not sustain any damage. After that, I was able to take advantage of the backlash the fat ball suffered to use the impregnating gaze plus embryonic gaze combo on it, which ultimately led to this seed being born. I'm here to tell you that planting this seed appears to be a matter that needs more consideration, because within the seed is a miniature version of the fat ball. As such, I dare not plant it in the inner world. Senior White, would you be willing to plant it in your world of the Black Lotus? Senior White too smiled, and said, of course your spiritual world is very stable, don't forget that I strengthened it for you just now. As for the seed you mentioned, when we meet next time, you can give it to me. I'd like to see if I can end up cultivating a small fat ball. Anyway, let's stop talking for now. The fat ball has gone crazy, and it's attacking me fiercely. Oh my, I almost got hit. Oh, by the way, you don't have to worry about the fat ball troubling you anytime soon, I will be keeping an eye on it. I won't let it go to the main world and bully the weak. Anyway, I'll be hanging up first, we'll meet up again after the cooldown for your resurrection comes down. After saying that, Senior White too ended their communication. Song Shuhang didn't even get the chance to express his gratitude. Song Shuhang silently said in his mind, it's great that the fat ball won't be coming to bother me for some time. With that, the one I fear the most in the universe right now is the big-eyed planet. The fat ball would not be able to come, while the big-eyed planet did not have any way of directly descending to Earth and attacking him. After all, it had just left the wielder's small black room, so if it were to come again, it would definitely be locked up inside once more. As long as these two big shots didn't show up for some time, he would be able to live a stable life for a few days. There were still 5 days before the cooldown for his resurrection gold coin went down. It was a pity that Time City had been overused and consumed too much energy. Otherwise, he could simply stay inside Time City for a day and quickly have the cooldown go down. However, this is fine as well. I'll be able to use this time to take a break, and catch up on some knowledge on cultivation, Song Shuhang silently said in his mind as he thought of becoming a reliable senior. In fact, as a 5th stage spiritual emperor, he had long been rather unconcerned about things like going to school. For the past Song Shuhang, his main occupation was still being a university student. But for the current him, university was merely akin to a place for vacation. He could come and rest here whenever he was tired. If something happened, he could have the monster Willow Qingwu continue to go to school in his stead. Either that or have his clone come over. The clone was most useful for chatting in the group chat plus going to school. I'll make use of these few days to master the ancient language. I'll try to use the language of the ancient era when talking with the puppet maiden and Senior White. After that, I'll use the language of the ancient era to call out fairy waiting for a promise. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and pressed on the icon of the 3D Calabash Brothers picture on his waist. The Learning God system made by Senior White had a module made specifically for learning the language of the ancient era. The long-lost classroom lecture atmosphere. Song Shuhang sat with his 3 roommates, opened his textbook, and listened to the professor lecturing on the podium. However, Song Shuhang was actually multitasking at this time. While listening to the class, a part of his consciousness was inside the Learning God system, and had begun on the task of learning the ancient language. After mastering the ancient language, if Senior Yellow Mountain were to add a new member to the group in the future, he could at least pretend to be a senior by using the ancient language. As he thought about this, he looked forward to the future. One should know that, at the moment, there were not that many members of the 9 provinces number 1 group who were fluent in the language of the ancient era. At this time, Gao Momu, who was by his side, suddenly called out to him, "Shuhang?" Song Shuhang turned his head curiously and looked at Gao Momu. "What's the matter?" Gao Momu pinched his chin and nodded. Then he pushed his glasses up, turned to his girlfriend Yai, and said, "Indeed, today's Song Shuhang isn't cute at all. It might be that he remembered to take his medicine today and is no longer cute. Tell the other girls in class that they should try again tomorrow instead." Yai smiled and nodded, showing her cute canine teeth. Song Shuhang, sorry, it will still be the same tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will still be me, and not Qingwu in disguise, so it's impossible for me to be cute. After all, I follow a rather stubborn style, practicing 3 great body tempering techniques. Are you not afraid? In the class, the professor's voice continued to sound unceasingly. In the learning god system, Song Shuhang was about to collapse. When the learning god system began to teach the language of the ancient era, it still relied on the 1,000 characters as the foundation. Previously, Song Shuhang learned the first 10 sentences of the 1,000 characters. The sky was black and earth yellow. The universe, vast and limitless. The sun rises and sets, the moon full or parsed. Stars and residences spread all over. Cold and heat come and go. Autumn's harvest, winter's keep. The time fixed to a year. Everything attuned to balance. These 10 sentences were read in the language of the ancient era, UN #times comma, %, dollar. This time, the lesson continued right where it left off. Song Shuhang thought to himself, I'll strongly recommend that Senior White change the 1,000 characters to the 3-character classic. It would be best to start with good morning, good afternoon, good night, and have you eaten? These ones would be a lot better to start learning with. In the learning god system, it was the electric current humanoid that taught the ancient language. Its teaching method was to say one sentence and have Song Shuhang repeat that sentence afterward. There was a reward for reading it right, and punishment for reading it wrong. Once he finished reading, the electric figure would throw an electric ball over. Tzz, Song Shuhang became numb all over because of the current. It seemed that due to Song Shuhang's resistance to electricity previously, the power of the electric current this time had been significantly strengthened. If the power last time was at LV1, it was at LV5 this time. Song Shuhang felt it slightly unbearable. However, his tongue just couldn't roll smoothly. Was he really just innately at odds with the ancient language? While thinking about it, he received a message on his phone while in his multitasking state. It was a message sent to him by Senior Yellow Mountain. I've received the celestial aircraft. The aircraft is almost undamaged and in good condition, which makes it convenient for research. Little friend Shuhang, I will send you a link to a webpage for ordering immortal boats. You can check it out and see if there's anything there that suits your wishes. If there isn't, then you can have a custom one made to your liking. After you choose, tell me and I will pay for it for you. I will give you my account name and password, use it to log in. After saying that, Senior Yellow Mountain sent a link to a web page, along with his own account name and password. Song Shuhang silently said in his mind, there's even online shopping for immortal boats now? It really is amazing how well caught up they are with the times. The web page soon opened. Huepa number 1111 Game Equipment Trading Platform, Song Shuhang, it's a game equipment trading platform. Did Senior Yellow Mountain send me the wrong link? Does Senior Yellow Mountain like to play games while practicing? As well as make in-game purchases? Senior Yellow Mountain, this is a game equipment trading platform, Song Shuhang tremblingly replied. Learning can be multitasked, but the electric shock from the learning god system directly affected one's spirit. Senior Yellow Mountain replied, that's the one. After you log in, click on Mobile Game Equipment Transaction, and then click on the Immortal Boat section below. Log in with my account and they will know that you are a customer who is looking to buy an immortal boat. The fairy inside can help you take a look at all the boat styles. Call me if you find anything. Song Shuhang followed Senior Yellow Mountain's direction and entered the page for immortal boats. Suddenly, a dazzling array of immortal boat styles blinded him. There were all kinds of immortal boats that could be found on this page. There were huge ones that spanned hundreds of meters long, with the prices rising higher and higher, ones that Song Shuhang couldn't afford. There were those with normal sizes, but their appearance, speed, and performance varied. Shuhang even saw an old model that used jet fuel. Besides all of these fuel-consuming ones, are there also electric models? There really is. The hybrid used both spirit stones and electricity, and if a cultivator felt the need to, they could use their own spiritual energy as well. This model is quite interesting. Shuhang reached out and opened the customer service. The shop owner asked kindly, "Hello, Senior Yellow Mountain, which immortal boat model do you want to purchase this time?" Shuhang stretched out his trembling hand and typed in, "Shop owner, can you speak the language of the ancient era?" The shop owner? Shuhang asked tremblingly, "Can you?" The shop owner said, "Sorry, Senior Yellow Mountain. I don't know much about the ancient language." While continuing to tremble, Shuhang said, "Then, shop owner, can I have someone who can speak it attend to me instead?" Chapter 1544 The shop owner, there is only one truth. The shop owner. My shop sells immortal boats, why would we need an operator who can speak the ancient language? Are you just trying to embarrass me? In the face of customers who make things difficult for the shop, my response will be, it's fine. The buyer was Senior Yellow Mountain, a newly ascended venerable. Everyone in the world of cultivation knew of Senior Yellow Mountain's wide range of connections. Most importantly, Senior Yellow Mountain was an old customer. He had already bought nearly 300 items from this shop. Such a huge customer could be forgiven for making a slightly excessive request every now and then. He might even praise him. The shop owner replied, "Senior Yellow Mountain, please wait for a moment. I'll go and ask." 2 minutes later. An operator girl named Little Ku took over the shop owner in attending to him. "Hello, Senior Yellow Mountain. I'm Little Ku, your operator for this transaction. I know a bit of the language of the ancient era, so Senior Yellow Mountain, what is it that you need?" "I want to know how to pronounce the 2 lines, a phoenix cry within bamboo, a white foal at an eatery. Transformed by the vegetation, becoming reliant on everything, from the 1,000 character in the ancient language. Whenever I try to say these 2 lines, my tongue keeps on failing to adjust properly. Is there a trick to it?" Shuhang typed tremblingly. Little Ku responded, "Senior Yellow Mountain is learning the ancient language?" "Yes, these 2 sentences are slightly more difficult to pronounce in the ancient language because your tongue needs to go through more than 10 kinds of changes." "How do I explain this?" "It should look like up left arrow up right arrow down left arrow." "How about I send a short video to Senior so that you can see how the tongue is supposed to change during the process?" Shuhang trembled, and said, "Okay, then I'll be troubling you." After a while, Little Ku sent a video to Shuhang. Shuhang first turned down the phone's volume. The video opened, and the girl's tongue moved flexibly on the screen, demonstrating the changes of the tongue needed to speak the ancient language. This truly was something that ordinary people would be unable to achieve. Shuhang realized one thing, fellow Taoists who knew the ancient language definitely possessed a flexible tongue. With the video explanation from Little Ku, Shuhang went back to the learning God system to try it a few times himself. And eventually, he managed to accomplish it. Sure enough, when it came to lessons on the ancient language, merely listening to the pronunciation was not enough. It had to be accompanied by a demonstration video highlighting the tongue changes. I should write this point down and tell Senior White about it when the time comes. When Senior White upgrades the Learning God system, he should add this feature. In addition, this shop assistant girl is attentive and very good at explaining. In a while, after I purchase an immortal boat, I must give her a 5-star rating. After successfully passing this level, Shuhang let out a breath of relief. He stopped being a practice target for the electric figure, and got his Learning God points. Little Ku asked, "Senior Yellow Mountain, do you have any other questions?" Although it was very unusual to be teaching the language of the ancient era when selling things, the other party was Senior Yellow Mountain, a huge customer, and he had to be given some privileges. Song Shuhang asked, not for the time being. Thank you, Fairy Little Ku. By the way, if I have a problem with the ancient language next time, can I still call you Little Ku? After a while, Little Ku cautiously replied, Senior Yellow Mountain, I am very busy. The shop owner told her to be gentle and do her best not to offend Senior Yellow Mountain, so she did not refuse him directly. Song Shuhang began to discuss things with Little Ku seriously. Alright then, let's get back to talking about the immortal boat. I'm very interested in the hybrid model, and would like to know how good it is. Even now, he was still multitasking, with him listening to the lesson while purchasing an immortal boat. The main reason Song Shuhang was interested in this hybrid model was that it would save him money. It could be fueled with both jet fuel and spirit stones, and most importantly, this thing could also be filled with a cultivator's own spiritual energy. This was something Song Shuhang particularly fancied. He currently had 5 cores and a high-level ghost spirit, and thus belonged to the group of people with a lot of spare spiritual energy. With the immortal boat, he would be able to use more of his otherwise idle spiritual energy while flying around. After seeing that Senior Yellow Mountain had finally stopped talking about the language of the ancient era, Little Ku was greatly relieved. In the end, her proficiency in the ancient language wasn't that high either, she was just a beginner. Afterward, she quickly introduced Song Shuhang to the performance-to-price ratio and functions of the latest model. Song Shuhang asked, can I change how the immortal boat looks? On the screen, the immortal boat's appearance was mostly that of a boat. Little Ku added, as long as you desire it, you can change the outward appearance of the hybrid immortal boat. However, there will normally be an additional fee for the modification, but since Senior Yellow Mountain is an old customer, the shop owner said that the modification fee will be waived. Nevertheless, do note that if the shape is too peculiar, it may affect the speed of the immortal boat's flight. Song Shuhang quickly asked, can it be made into a transformer? Rushing toward the blue sky and space was a man's dream. Driving large robots was also a man's dream, provided that the driver's cabin was not in the robot's fist. Little Ku replied, this type of thing usually only looks complicated, but isn't actually that difficult to achieve. Song Shuhang said, then I would prefer it to be customized this way. When it comes to the shape, the basic shape should be an ordinary car. That way, I can use it as a car when it is not transformed, and it won't just be a waste of space during normal times. However, please note that I don't want it to be a hand-guided tractor or an excavator. The appearance of an ordinary car is truly what I'm hoping for. Little Ku responded, no problem, the concept drawings should be available tomorrow morning at the latest. I will send them to Senior at that time so that you can check them. Song Shuhang replied, sure. Little Ku said, then, I wish Senior Yellow Mountain's practice to proceed well. Does Senior have any other questions? Song Shuhang said, no, but I will look for you if anything does come up. Little Ku responded, okay, goodbye, Senior Yellow Mountain. After ending the call, the girl pinched her chin and said to the shop owner, I'm getting the feeling that Senior Yellow Mountain's behavior was a bit off today, even the way he chatted was weird. Moreover, he asked for an immortal boat that can transform like a transformer. When the shop owner heard this, he suddenly came to a realization. I understand now. No wonder I felt that Senior Yellow Mountain style today was off. Anyway, the answer is very clear. The one we were chatting with just now was not Senior Yellow Mountain. Who was it then? Little Ku asked. Another girl nearby smiled, and said, who else can it be? It must be Senior Yellow Mountain's monster pet, Doudou. The shop owner agreed. Indeed, apart from Doudou, no one else would use Senior Yellow Mountain's account to make trouble like this. And the way Senior Yellow Mountain spoke just now was also similar to Doudou's. Little Ku asked, then, do we still proceed with the order? The shop owner laughed, and said, of course, why would we not? Senior Yellow Mountain is very fond of Doudou. If Doudou uses Senior Yellow Mountain's account to place an order, Senior Yellow Mountain will still pay in the end, so we have nothing to worry about. Another person said, last time, even after Doudou came up with the stupid Yellow Mountain song at the hand-guided tractor competition, Senior did not punish Doudou much. Doudou having become Senior Yellow Mountain's monster pet was truly its good fortune. At the Yellow Mountain, Doudou, who was meditating and focusing on breaking through to the 5th stage realm, suddenly felt his heart become stifled. Doudou said, I feel as if someone is speaking ill of me behind my back. Still, who could be insulting him behind his back? Generally speaking, the one who complained the most about him was Jolie. After all, he had to chase after Doudou every time he ran away from home, and this created a lot of grievances. However, Jolie's relationship with his wife was very good as of late, and they were stuck together with glue. He shouldn't have the time to be talking ill behind his back. So, was it Shuhang? Recently, when it comes to speaking ill of me, other than Jolie, there's only Song Shuhang. It's decided, I will pay him a visit in a few days. Doudou jumped up and pulled himself together. It was wrong to meditate too much and become oblivious to worldly affairs. Therefore, he decided to meet with Shuhang before ascending to the 5th stage. Furthermore, he'd heard that Chu Chu had become Shuhang's disciple. Although I feel that I'll ascend to the 5th stage safely, one can never be too confident. Therefore, I will go and meet my friends one last time before transcending my tribulation. Doudou began to look for reasons to justify his actions. This time, he was not going to run away from home. Even a dog would grow up eventually. If he continued with this routine of running away from home, stupid Yellow Mountain would become numb to it. Therefore, he decided to go to Yellow Mountain first, and ask if he could go to see Shuhang. After all, there was an 80% chance that Yellow Mountain would agree to let him go. It's decided then. I'll go and look for him on the weekend and have a lot of fun. After Doudou said that, he quickly flew to where Yellow Mountain was. The morning class was soon going to be over, and after that was the lunch break. Then, there would be more classes in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Song Shuhang took another lesson on the ancient language, and used the rest of the time to learn the Heavenly Master's techniques, Thunder Chapter. The first few magical techniques in the Thunder Chapter were the Lightning Finger, Lightning Palm, and the Lightning Drawing Technique. The Lightning Drawing Technique was divided into several stages: 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 4 bolts, and 5 bolts. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang's clone changed the sign of their restaurant on Western Orchid Island to prevent people from asking for an escape service. Chu Chu was helping out with the restaurant. She began to practice the immortal chef secret technique she had obtained from the sealed space. Currently, she was practicing her knife and cooking skills on ordinary ingredients. Song Shuhang had quietly provided her with a portion of those green onion sprouts, asking her to practice the part of the immortal chef secret technique that allowed her to remove the monster chi from them. This was something that he should not let Lady Onion know for the time being. Other than the fat ball giving him a bout of excitement in the morning, the rest of the day was rather peaceful. The puppet maiden did not return to him, and instead took little Inju to Senior Medicine Master's building to rest. She seemed to have bought a lot of things. Song Shuhang was slightly worried as to whether or not he had given her enough money to spend. Song Shuhang wondered how long it had been since he'd last laid on a bed like this, staring at the moonlight outside the window. After today, there were still 4 more days before his resurrection cooldown went off. Song Shuhang softly said, "Good night, everyone." Today, he had flown all the way from Western Orchid Island to Jiangnan University Town, where he had a bout with the fat ball. All of this led to him being quite tired. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and circulated the true self-meditation scripture, recovering his mental energy while he slept. Song Shuhang seemed to have fallen asleep again. In his dreams, he felt a small hand pressing on his head, gently stroking it. The little hand was soft and comfortable. This little hand stroked Song Shuhang's head and kept on stroking it. It felt very comfortable. Strange, if this was a dreamland, I should have woken up and begun to experience someone else's life, right? Why does the plot not seem to have progressed despite this little hand stroking my head for so long? Could it be that the dreamland hasn't properly begun yet? Several doubts emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. However, this little hand was really soft, and it also came with a soothing effect. When he was being stroked by this little hand, Song Shuhang felt strangely relaxed. He wanted to let it continue and didn't want to open his eyes and have the plot start. No. I must wake up right away, this is not a dreamland. Dreamlands do not feel like this. There's someone stroking my head in the real world. Song Shuhang abruptly opened his eyes and woke up. However, except for him, there was nobody on his bed. The virtuous Lamia had also not come out to defend him. Was I mistaken? Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. Was this the after effect of fighting the fat ball a while back? He sniffed the air. In addition to his smell and that of his 3 roommates, there was the smell left by Qingwu. There was another lighter smell, which should belong to Gao Momo's girlfriend, Yai. There were some other mixed smells as well, but these should be those of the dormitories next door. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious. Song Shuhang said, "It looks like I really was mistaken." He lay down again and reached out to stroke his short hair. The feeling of being stroked by that soft hand just now was too realistic. Afterward, Song Shuhang couldn't sleep anymore. As a 5th-stage spiritual emperor, he could stay up for extended lengths of time without a problem. In addition, even if he were to truly be exhausted, he could recover by simply meditating for a short while. After all, practicing and using the true self-meditation scripture had a better effect than sleeping. And so, Song Shuhang, who could no longer fall asleep, turned on his phone and logged in to the chat group. He hadn't even gotten to open the 9 Provinces #1 group window, and had only gotten online, when someone contacted him. "Doudou, Shuhang, you're finally online." Song Shuhang thought for a while, and silently changed his status from online to invisible. In the 9 Provinces #1 group, it was well known that Doudou would only bring trouble. Moreover, Doudou was about to ascend to the 5th stage, and so he would soon have to face his tribulation. Song Shuhang wanted to avoid these kinds of people as much as possible. As of late, Shuhang wanted to take some time to study hard and increase his knowledge of the ancient language, magical techniques, illusion techniques, and so on. He wanted to lay the foundation for his dream of becoming a reliable senior in the future. And of course, he wanted to smoothly get through his resurrection cooldown. Doudou said, "Don't try to hide from me, I saw you. I'll be looking for you to play in a few days." Song Shuhang, Doudou continued, "I've already asked stupid Senior Yellow Mountains permission, and I'm currently preparing my luggage. I will look for you when I am ready." Song Shuhang thought for a while and said, "Doudou, it's rather chaotic outside. The celestial race is hunting down cultivators with golden cores, as well as strong monsters. In addition, aren't you about to transcend your heavenly tribulation?" Doudou replied, "It's exactly because I will soon be transcending my tribulation that I want to look for you. After seeing you, I will go to see Phoenix Slayer as well. On the off chance that I fail to transcend my tribulation, it might be the last time that we see each other. How can you plant a flag like this for yourself?" The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. "Anyway, wait 5 days. I will be relatively freer in 5 days." Doudou asked curiously, 5 days? Why must it be 5 days? Song Shuhang, "After 5 days, I will be able to resurrect again." Doudou said obediently, "Although it sounds a little confusing, I understand. I'll look for you in 5 days. I'm very understanding as of late." He was really unaccustomed to this suddenly well-behaved Doudou. Doudou replied, then I will look for you in 5 days. Song Shuhang, okay, it's a deal. After talking with Doudou, Song Shuhang entered the 9 provinces number 1 group to see the chat content. Su Clan 7, today, another wave of celestials was destroyed. There were 9 of them, 3 of which were at the 5th stage realm, while the rest was only at the 4th stage, which was quite disappointing. There are almost no active celestials in my area. Soon, I will have completely farmed them up. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, I also encountered a wave of attacks today, all of them were captured alive. The situation on my side is similar, there were 4 at the 5th stage, and 5 at the 4th stage. I threw them into a research facility over here, and the various members are studying them. When the time comes, I will send the data that's acquired to the group. Northern River's loose cultivator, overall, the hunting teams of the celestial race are scattered, and they use a large number of 4th stage to make up the numbers. It is very likely that they have suffered tremendous losses already. Fairy Lychee said, now that the entire world of cultivation knows that they hunt for golden cores, they have become the public enemies of the world of cultivation. We have been invaded by them before, and at that time, we had lost a lot of 5th stage cultivators and monsters. Now that we've responded, they will most likely begin a counterattack. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. At everyone, I'm announcing an event, which can be regarded as the annual event of our world of cultivation. The Cultivator Alliance has united with 30 large forces within the world of cultivation, and has issued a notice. Counter-hunting activities are now in full swing. Whether you acquire a celestial dead or alive, you can turn them into any of the 30 large forces or the Cultivator Alliance in exchange for spirit stones and materials. The higher the level the celestial you bring, the greater the quality and quantity of spirit stones and materials that you can get. This event will last until the end of this year. The interested fellow Taoists can take this opportunity to earn some pocket money. P.S. Living celestials are more valuable. Northern River's loose cultivator, PogChamp, so this year's event is a counter-hunting event? For us loose cultivators, the annual events are a good way to earn some pocket money. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, got it, it's time to make a bit of money. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. I have some celestials and was just getting ready to feed them to my pets. It's good that they're still alive. They won't go to waste, and I can use them to exchange for some resources. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. This year's event is quite interesting. Is there a ranking? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Yes, this year's event will have 3 rankings. The individual hunting ranking, the sect hunting ranking, and the party hunting ranking. At that time, the top few of each ranking list will receive a small gift. The main purpose of these rankings is to have fun, so don't invest too much time in them. Song Shuhang squeezed his chin. He always felt that the terrifying villains in movies and shows were very miserable in real life. For example, those well-known cosmic demons. Another example was the celestial race, which clearly possessed the ability to hunt 5th stage cultivators, but had somehow become an annual event mob. These guys were even quite powerful as they were basically a force made up mainly of 5th stage existences. An aircraft filled with these celestials was particularly proficient in bullying with numbers. Anyway, should I participate as well? Song Shuhang wondered. He was relatively short of spirit stones at the moment. Not even mentioning the amount he owed Senior White, just activating the Time City cost a lot of spirit stones. Moreover, the god-slaying mother-child cannon, mother cannon part would consume spirit stones every time it was used. Even the combined magical treasure consumed a lot of spirit stones to free itself of the 8th stage seal in a single go and burst out with all its power. In addition to spirit stones, he also needed natural treasures and some spiritual plants that could be planted. He had just acquired a batch of spirit beasts from Island Master Tian Kong, but he still lacked a batch of spirit plants to complete his inner world farming plan. It was a huge waste for him to be carrying a small world with him wherever he went and simply let it be idle. Thrice reckless Mad Saber asked, Northern River, shall we form a team? Northern River's loose cultivator, no, for this year's event, I want to try moving alone. Great Master Profound Principle, Medicine Master sent a voice message. Great Master Profound Principle means that their faraway wandering temple is also one of the organizers of this event. Fellow Taoists can head directly to his temple to exchange for spirit stones and resources. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, won't the Great Master incur a loss? Great Master Profound Principle, Medicine Master translated, what Great Master is trying to say is no they won't, and instead, he can even make a fortune. Sioux Clan 7 said, I just received the news that our Spirit River Sioux Clan is also one of the organizers for this event. However, we don't know what the Celestial's body can be used for. Anyway, as long as we gather it and hand it over to the Cultivator Alliance, we can get a lot of benefits. Great Master Profound Principle, Senior Yellow Mountain explained, there are 9 Buddhist experts in the Cultivator Alliance who are jointly refining a pure land. They need a large number of live 4th, 5th, and even 6th stage realm creatures with pure energies. After placing them in the Pure Land, they can become scripture-chanting arhats. Originally they were having a headache as to where to get the right creatures. Then, the celestial race appeared. The energy of those of the celestial race is singular as they have no core. In addition, their combat power is relatively weak, and it's easier to ferry them. Therefore, the living members of the celestial race are all being purchased by these 9 Buddhist experts. Senior Yellow Mountain added, as for the dead members, some of them are being acquired by the Cultivator Alliance to conduct various researches. Some of them are thrown into the Severed Sky Pagoda as fuel. As for the rest, they're being purchased by someone, but as to who that someone is, I have no idea. Fairy Dongfang 6 smiled and said, who else could buy them? Several demon sects are getting them. For some demonic practitioners, the bodies of other experts are the best material for casting magical techniques. With the great quantity of 4th stage and 5th stage celestial bodies appearing, they would naturally want a portion. The world of cultivation has been extremely peaceful for nearly 100 years, and the bodies of powerful experts are hard to find. The emergence of the celestial race is very timely for us. True Monarch Fallout said, is the necromancy department of magic users still operating? If this department hasn't been destroyed, perhaps there are some such practitioners purchasing the corpses for themselves. Time always went very fast when chatting with others. In the blink of an eye, it was already dawn. On October 19th, Saturday morning, there were still 4 more days before the cooldown for his resurrection went down. Song Shuhang got up from his bed, and got ready to start his morning exercises. Gao Mumu opened his eyes in a daze. Oh, Shuhang, you woke up so early today. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, I've gotten used to it. Gao Mumu muddle-headedly said, today is Saturday. Yai will bring breakfast for me on Saturday. Just bring breakfast for the other 2, I will continue sleeping for a while longer. Song Shuhang. Did buying you 3 breakfasts become my task while I was away? What exactly did Qing Wu do to you guys? Alright, I guess I'll tell Qing Wu to continue bringing you breakfast when I pass by the Willow Forest in a while, Song Shuhang thought to himself. After getting up, he went to the Willow Forest alone. The monster Willow Qing Wu was enjoying the morning sun. For her, the main world was really great. She was now considering whether to pass the thought of sunshine is awesome back to the netherworld realm. Good morning, Qing Wu. Song Shuhang came to her, and handed the things she had ordered to her. Good morning, Mr. Tyrannical Song. Qing Wu flexibly took the deliveries with a branch, and then partitioned the goods. Among the orders were things like nutrient soils and nutrient solutions. She was clearly a fifth-stage monster willow. Would these things even have any effect on her? Or could it be that these nutrient soils and nutrient solutions were like snacks for her, and though they had no effect on her, they were delicious? Song Shuhang asked, Qing Wu, if you're free, can you go and get my roommate some breakfast? Qing Wu nodded. No problem, leave it to me. After getting along with each other during this period of time, she had seemingly become intent on researching how to bring the laziness out of them. Song Shuhang began to go through the routine of a fist technique in the willow forest, moving his lower body. Afterward, he summoned the virtuous Lamia, and borrowed Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword from her. The virtuous Lamia reluctantly lent Scarlet Heaven's sword, and then curled her tail into a ball before shrinking to the side to watch Song Shuhang practice, ready to snatch Song Shuhang's lines at any time. These lines would then be recorded and stored in her line database, and she could jump out to snatch his lines any time one day in the future. Speaking of snatching lines, for some reason, she suddenly missed fairy creation. Is it my turn to take the stage once more? Whom are we going to beat up this time? Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword became lively as soon as it got out. Song Shuhang responded, No, I'm doing morning exercise. Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword smiled heartily, and said, Morning exercise? Are you saying that you're planning on using me for morning exercises? What kind of joke? No, never mind. Good idea, make sure to always use me for your morning exercises. Morning exercise was good, it could also be a time for it to relax. Even if it was a dignified divine weapon, it would naturally give Song Shuhang a thumbs up for using it for his morning exercises. Song Shuhang waved the Senior Scarlet Heaven sword, and practiced the Holy Light sword technique. However, his main goal wasn't actually to practice the technique. After going through the entire Holy Light sword technique once, Song Shuhang silently slid his hand on Senior Scarlet Heaven sword and used the saber nurturing technique on it. This feeling. It's so comfortable. It's the same comfortable feeling I felt after that battle last time. It's like I'm enjoying a massage, and my entire body feels good, Scarlet Heaven sword said. Shuhang, it seems that the tacit understanding between you and me has improved. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, As long as Senior Scarlet Heaven sword likes it, then I'm happy. Scarlet Heaven sword happily said, Continue, continue. Let's continue practicing. I feel that the strength in my body has recovered a lot. If a tacit understanding between us is cultivated, perhaps we can even reach the realm of one with the sword. Okay. Song Shuhang practiced the Holy Light sword technique again, and after that, he quietly used the saber nurturing technique on Senior Scarlet Heaven sword. Yes, this is it. Scarlet Heaven sword was extremely comfortable. The feeling seemed to be addictive. Scarlet Heaven sword urged, Come on, let's practice again. It felt that it might actually fall in love with this morning exercise. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, considering whether to tell Senior Scarlet Heaven sword about the effects of the saber nurturing technique. The saber nurturing technique was mainly used to enhance the tacit understanding between man and saber, and allow one to enter the one with the saber realm as soon as possible. In addition, the saber nurturing technique also had a hidden attribute. If what Ancestor Juhao said in the Dreamland was true, then the saber nurturing technique might eventually turn Scarlet Heaven sword into a saber woman. Wait, there is a problem here. Senior Scarlet Heaven sword is a sword, so is it going to become a sword woman instead? Wait, there's another problem. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Scarlet Heaven sword, do you have a gender? Scarlet Heaven sword. Song Shuhang's question caused Senior Scarlet Heaven sword's body to go a little cold. Song Shuhang asked, I'm wondering. If Senior Scarlet Heaven sword were to take on a human form, would you have a gender? Scarlet Heaven sword responded, You. What the hell is going on in that mind of yours? Song Shuhang explained, in fact, this is what's going on. I had listened to a senior's lecture, during which he imparted the 3000 Sabers scripture, a masterpiece for the saber path. When did you get to listen to a senior's lecture? Scarlet Heaven Sword asked in confusion. Shuhang said, in a dreamland, the senior was giving a lecture in the dreamland. Then, after he explained the 3000 Sabers scripture, he also talked about a secret technique called the saber nurturing technique. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, then? Shuhang slowly explained what had transpired in the dreamland. According to that senior's explanation, when this saber nurturing technique is used to the extreme, it can give the saber spirituality, and it can also make the saber resonate with the owner and turn into a saber woman. He wanted to ask Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword whether such a thing like the saber lady could actually appear. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, then. Were you using the saber nurturing technique on me? Shuhang said, in the beginning, my hand just slipped, and I accidentally used it once. Today, I was a little curious and used it again, and then at the request of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, I used it another time. Scarlet Heaven Sword. I was treating you as a friend, yet you want to turn me into a saber woman? Shuhang said, actually, what I want to ask about is whether or not this information is even reliable. Scarlet Heaven Sword answered, listening to your description, there's a 90% chance that this ancestor Juhao was merely fooling that Su Xian. Ever since I gained life back in the ancient era, I've never seen anybody's flying sword or treasured saber take on a human form. A treasured sword with a mind like myself is already the highest level there should be. Shuhang asked, so, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, would you like to try the saber nurturing technique again? Maybe you can turn into a saber woman. Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, go away, my first owner Scarlet Heaven never had any such thoughts. Just as Scarlet Heaven Sword said these words, a spatial gate opened right beside Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia flicked her tail, and quickly went to Shuhang's side to protect him. The spatial gate was an iconic ability of powerhouses at or above the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. Is there another big shot who has come to mess with me? Shuhang immediately checked if his connection with the inner world was working. Fortunately, the inner world had not hidden itself away. After the spatial gate opened, a Taoist wearing a red robe stepped out of the spatial gate. At this time, the expression on the Taoist priest's face was particularly strange. Senior Scarlet Heaven? Shuhang tried to call out after seeing the Taoist priest. It was Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, the first owner of Scarlet Heaven Sword. This was the first time Shuhang had seen Scarlet Heaven in the flesh. He had only ever seen him in a dreamland before. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven calmly said, when did this penniless Taoist become the first owner? Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, F***ck, my tongue slipped. It wasn't embarrassed at all. Scarlet Heaven Sword calmly said, recently, I always get swallowed by fairy at #% Because of that, I felt that I have become her treasured sword, which made me subconsciously think that I have changed owners. After saying that, it flew to Scarlet Heaven's side. Why have you suddenly come looking for me? Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven smiled at Shuhang. Little friend Shuhang, we meet again. Shuhang respectfully greeted Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Yes, senior. Thank you, for gracing me with that technique back then. After stepping into the world of cultivation, if he'd not gotten the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, he would have probably long gone cold. He dared not belittle nor forget being graced with this technique. It was simply fated to be between you and this penniless Taoist. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven smiled, and he patted Scarlet Heaven Sword lightly. Because of some reasons, I will be bringing Scarlet Heaven Sword back with me. Otherwise, if something similar to what happened to Cheng Lin were to happen after he entered that state, like being in the wielder's small black room, Scarlet Heaven Sword might completely forget about its master. When he saw Senior Scarlet Heaven appear, Song Shuhang had guessed that he was going to take away Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang said to Scarlet Heaven Sword, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, thank you for taking care of me lately." Although he had a lot of dismay in his heart, Scarlet Heaven Sword was Senior Scarlet Heaven's life-bound magical treasure. If its owner wanted to take it back, he didn't really have a good reason to deny the other party. "You're welcome, I had a nice time being with you. Let's work together again when the opportunity presents itself." Scarlet Heaven Sword flew to Song Shuhang's side, and patted Song Shuhang lightly with its sword body. The virtuous Lamia, who was by the side, finally reacted. Her Scarlet Heaven Sword was being taken. As a result, she made a move and caught Scarlet Heaven Sword all at once. Immediately afterward, she opened her mouth and skillfully swallowed Scarlet Heaven Sword into her abdomen. Scarlet Heaven. Scarlet Heaven Sword. After swallowing Scarlet Heaven Sword, the virtuous Lamia whizzed back and hid in Song Shuhang's body, refusing to come out. Song Shuhang. "Ahem, Scarlet Heaven, can I stay with them a few more days?" At this time, Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice came from Song Shuhang's belly. Scarlet Heaven. Why did he seem to feel that he had been abandoned by his own life-bound magical treasure? Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice continued, "Anyway, isn't there all this matter with the Celestials coming over to the main world? After they're dealt with, I can come back to you. You only have to open a spatial gate. It seems that you and little fried Song Shuhang are really compatible." Scarlet Heaven maintained his appearance of being a worldly expert, and smiled slightly. "Then, little friend Song Shuhang, I'll be troubling you to take care of my Scarlet Heaven Sword for a few more days." Song Shuhang asked, "Is it really fine for Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to stay with us?" Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven should have crossed space with the intention of bringing back Scarlet Heaven Sword because of an important matter, right? Of course, Song Shuhang definitely hoped that Scarlet Heaven Sword could stay. At present, Scarlet Heaven Sword was the best cheat he had, and it was much more reliable than the inner world. There's no problem letting it play for a few more days. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven continued to maintain the image of an otherworldly expert. The virtuous Lamia heard these words, and re-emerged from behind Song Shuhang with a whoosh. Afterward, she opened her mouth and let out Scarlet Heaven Sword. With the Taoist priest being such an otherworldly expert, she believed that he would not be someone to go back on his words. Scarlet Heaven Sword floated in the air again, and it flew to Scarlet Heaven's side. "Did you find another target suitable to cultivate?" Every time Scarlet Heaven went out, it would usually be because he found a fated cultivator, or he hoped to cultivate a potential seed to become the wielder of the heaven's will. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven shook his head slightly. "I have another plan this time. However, it isn't convenient to disclose it." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "All right, just call me when the time comes. Anyway, it's just a matter of a spatial gate." Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven looked up at the sky. After a while, he said to Song Shuhang, "Little friend Shuhang, this penniless Taoist will be going first." Song Shuhang waved, and said, "May Senior have a safe trip." Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven reopened the spatial gate and stepped in. At this moment, Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly called out, "Wait, Scarlet Heaven." Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven turned his head. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Since you're here, can you charge me up? I've consumed a lot of energy recently, and the energy inside my body has been constantly at the red line. I haven't been full for a long time, so can you charge me up before leaving?" Scarlet Heaven. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven raised his head and looked at the sky. "All right, come here." Scarlet Heaven Sword happily leaped into the hands of the Taoist priest. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven urged the immortal yuan in his body, and poured it into Scarlet Heaven Sword. When Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven mobilized his immortal yuan, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth instantly became active, gathering in response to Scarlet Heaven's own energy. In an instant, the spiritual chi within this willow forest seemed to become nourished. Then, under the nourishment of the spiritual chi, it was as if spring had come with plants unceasingly blooming. Scarlet Heaven Sword yelled, "Energy is continuously pouring into me, this is great." After the energy was finished being poured over, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven retracted his palm. Scarlet Heaven Sword rose into the sky, happily moving about. The feeling of being full of energy was great. Now, when it worked with Song Shuhang, it could slash out a total of 3 immortal-level flaming sabers. And if Song Shuhang was not afraid of his own body collapsing and urged out its full power, it could probably let out a heaven-burning flaming saber technique slash that possessed half of Scarlet Heaven's power. It should not be forgotten that Scarlet Heaven was a top-notch existence even amongst immortals. Half the power of his heaven-burning flaming saber technique was already a genuine world-level calamity. A single slash could truly burn the skies and boil the seas. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven said his goodbye once again. "Little friend Shuhang, I'll see you next time." "See you, Senior Scarlet Heaven." Song Shuhang waved goodbye again. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven turned and stepped into the spatial gate. From the corner of his eyes, he looked at Scarlet Heaven Sword, which was rolling and tumbling in the air, and the corners of his mouth twitched. First owner Scarlet Heaven. He felt that his Scarlet Heaven Sword would sooner or later leave his side. After going through the spatial gate, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven suddenly remembered something. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven murmured, "Right. Lady Onion should still be with little friend Shuhang, right? I forgot to ask about how she's doing now. I spent a lot of effort in order to bring out her rare cultivation talent. If she were to practice seriously, then her ascension speed should be very fast. The next time I meet little friend son Shuhang, I'll ask him about how Lady Onion is doing." Although it felt impossible for the silly Onion to become the wielder of the heaven's will, it was, after all, the Onion spirit which he cultivated on a whim. He still hoped from the bottom of his heart that she could become somewhat powerful, as well as have a quick ascension speed. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven thought to himself, if Lady Onion's promotion speed is too slow, then I will have to artificially place some pressure on her. After all, her talent for cultivation should not be wasted. The morning exercise had concluded. Surprisingly, the virtuous Lamia had not kept Scarlet Heaven Sword today, and had allowed it to enjoy the air for much longer. Scarlet Heaven Sword was floating beside Song Shuhang at this time, wandering back and forth. It had already activated the magical formation on its body, so there was no need to worry about it being seen by ordinary people. At this time, the Song Shuhang Qingwu had transformed into had already bought breakfast for his roommates, and returned to the willow forest. Qingwu suspiciously asked, Mr. Tyrannical Song, how did the spiritual energy in the woods become so rich?" Song Shuhang answered, "A big shot had just traversed space and caused a change in the spiritual power here. Don't worry, this spiritual energy will soon dissipate." "I'm actually hoping that it won't dissipate so quickly," Qingwu said and chuckled. Afterward, she assumed her true form and took root in the willow forest. "Mr. Tyrannical Song, you can call me if anything comes up again. For now, I will be going back to photosynthesizing." Song Shuhang. If he was remembering correctly, Qingwu was originally a netherworld monster tree. Could she even perform photosynthesis? After leaving the willow forest, Song Shuhang wandered aimlessly around the campus. In his mind, he was reviewing the contents of the Heavenly Master's techniques and the 3000 Sabers scripture. Reviewing old knowledge would allow one to better understand it and gain more knowledge. Song Shuhang thought, right, it's been a long time since I've last been to the bookstore. How about I go on a trip there for a while? It made him happy just thinking about how he would be learning the language of the ancient era while freeloading on some books. In addition to the language of the ancient era, there were still a lot of other things he needed to learn. However, he wasn't anxious about something like learning, this had to be done one at a time. First, he would learn the complicated language of the ancient era, and then begin learning other knowledge. In fact, Song Shuhang already had quite a good shortcut for learning. Song Shuhang murmured, "It would be great if I could enter a dreamland again and master the ancient language in one go. For example, I could enter the dreamland of the young heavenly emperor's life." At this time, on the way from Yellow Mountain to Jiangnan University Town, Doudou trod lightly while flame wheels blazed at his feet as he rushed toward Jiangnan University Town. Although he could take on a human form, he was still used to the form of a monster dog when he moved around. In addition, he was relatively faster in this form. Venerable Yellow Mountain agreed to let him go to Song Shuhang to relax a bit, but he had only given him a single day. After one day, he had to immediately return. Doudou had agreed. In addition, because the outside world was now full of celestials, who were hunting 5th-stage cultivators and strong monsters, Yellow Mountain had prepared 2 life-saving magical treasures and 3 powerful talismans for Doudou to ensure his safety. Woof, Jiangnan University Town, I'm back. A human smile emerged on Doudou's face. Although he had agreed with Song Shuhang to meet after 5 days, with his liveliness, how could he possibly wait for 5 days? This puppy was a liar. However, it was a puppy, after all, so could you really fault it for lying? Doudou's flying speed was extremely fast, and the flying speed of the 4 flame wheels was faster than a cultivator's flying sword. After all, this was a magic treasure that Yellow Mountain had tailor-made for Doudou. Doudou softly said, "It's kind of boring to purely fly in a hurry like this. At this time, it would be nice to have some fun. A plain and bleak life is evil. The life of a chicken-eating dog is what's filled with charm." While in thought, Doudou suddenly saw an aircraft whizzing in front of him, chasing a 5th-stage golden core loose cultivator. The loose cultivator looked to be in a sorry state, and was riddled with injuries. On the aircraft, spears and sharp arrows were continuously being shot out to attack the loose cultivator. "Dog fellow Taoist ahead, hurry and get away. There are golden core hunting celestials behind me. Quickly run." After seeing Doudou, the loose cultivator hurriedly sent a sound transmission. "You're in the 4th-stage realm, so they won't attack you. Hurry and escape." This loose cultivator was actually one with a kind heart. He himself was being hunted to death, and it even looked like he was going to fall soon, yet after he saw Doudou, he still warned Doudou about the danger. "No, how can I possibly just leave you alone?" Doudou blinked, and said, "These celestials are the common enemy of us cultivators. I can't just watch you be hunted down by them. Let us join hands and fight them." He carried powerful talismans and magical treasures that he got from stupid Yellow Mountain. If he used them well, he might be able to save the life of the other party. The loose cultivator quickly sent a sound transmission. "Fellow Taoist, you're only at the 4th stage. Even with your help, we are not their opponents. You should just run. If you really want to help me, then go and see if there are any seniors nearby. If you find any, you can ask them to come and help, maybe I still have a chance at life if so." "TSK, there are no experts around here," Doudou said softly. He was currently halfway through his journey from Yellow Mountain to Jiangnan University Town. If he wanted to save the other party with the help of some senior, he would have to run back to Yellow Mountain or Jiangnan University Town. Once he came back here, this loose cultivator's body would have long gone cold. It seemed like this loose cultivator only wanted to use an excuse to drive it away and let it live. Doudou softly said, "Woof, it seems that I must do something, and make my dog life become more exciting." Doudou transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoist, hold on." Then his paw flexibly took out a phone and dialed Song Shuhang's number. The call quickly connected. Song Shuhang asked, "Hello, Doudou, what's the matter?" Doudou heard that Song Shuhang's voice seemed to be shaky. What was this guy doing? But at this time, Doudou had no time to think about other things. Shuhang, I need your help. Shuhang asked, what happened? Doudou quickly said, I've run into some celestials. Just wait for a while, I will find a way to lead them to the outskirts of Jiangnan University town, come and rescue me. If it's too late, you can still collect my corpse, Shuhang responded, huh? Celestials? Weren't you safely closed up back at home? How did you suddenly run into celestials? Doudou quickly said, hurry. I will send you the coordinates, you just have to head directly to them. I hope that we'll be able to meet on the way. There is no time. That guy can't hold on for much longer. Chapter 1548. Just remember that when you see him, don't call him daddy. Shuhang. After seeing the coordinates sent by Doudou, he immediately understood. It looked like Doudou had left Senior Yellow Mountains Immortal Cave earlier in the day, and headed to Jiangnan University town. I can't believe that I fell for Doudou's words when he told me that he would come in 5 days. Shuhang looked up at the sky. Stupid Shuhang, how could Doudou possibly be so behaved? If he really had become so well behaved, the world would have had to be ending. Shuhang tremblingly stood up from the edge of the bookshelf, and put a women's comic back on the shelf. Fortunately, the ancient language learning session had already come to an end in his learning God space. Otherwise, if he had to endure the powerful currents of electricity while rushing to save Doudou, he would probably die. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, are you heading out? Shuhang nodded, and replied, I have to go and look for Doudou. I can't let anything happen to him. Doudou was a member of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group that Shuhang had known ever since he entered the world of cultivation. Moreover, in the beginning, Doudou had been one of Shuhang's powerful cheats, although it had been very unreliable at times. As such, Shuhang could not let any accidents happen to Doudou. Moreover, he felt quite good about being asked for help by Doudou. After saying that, Shuhang picked a book from the shelf, and went to the counter. He handed over the book. Miss, I'll be renting one today. The beautiful lady boss put down the book in her hand, and reached out to stroke the hair around her ears. She raised her head, glanced at Shuhang, and softly said, you haven't been here for a while. Ah, I've been a bit busy these days. Shuhang scratched his head. The lady boss had actually been thinking about him. Could I have really gotten more handsome? You still haven't returned the books you rented the last time, the time before that, and the time even further back, the lady boss said calmly. You have been renting those books for a long time. When are you going to return them? Shuhang smiled dryly. I will remember it next time. The lady boss took Shuhang's deposit, stamped it, and handed the book to Shuhang. Afterward, she lowered her head again, picked up her book, and continued reading. Shuhang put away the rented book, and ran off quickly. He flexibly went through the crowd, and went into an empty alley in a few steps. Immediately afterward, he set up an invisibility illusion technique on his body. As for the book he had just rented, he stored it in his magical bracelet. Tomorrow, I must remember to return all the books to the lady boss. Because he was in a hurry, he directly took out his tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades, raised his leg, got on the 2 blades, and flew straight toward the coordinates that Doudou had sent him. As they were part of his combined magical treasure, the tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades could reach the speed of a 6th-stage magical treasure after their seals were undone. It had no guardrails, so when one flew too fast, their heart would feel anxious. Meanwhile, Doudou put away its phone, and activated its new collar. This new collar was a magical treasure that Yellow Mountain had created for it after ascending to the Venerable Realm. Once it was activated, a defensive layer would be placed on Doudou's fur. This layer had power at around the peak of the 5th stage, which was the most Doudou's body could handle right now. After it was activated, Doudou's fur took on a golden color, and each hair looked like it had been cast in metal. Immediately after, Doudou rolled its tongue, and a rune appeared under it. It was the profound yellow sword talisman, an attack rune that contained a 6th stage attack of Yellow Mountain. If Doudou could get close to the Celestials' aircraft, it would be able to send them a nice present. It would be best if he could destroy the aircraft. After all, the aircraft was pretty much their only way of escape should things go south for them. When he was ready, Doudou laughed, not retreating but advancing, and facing the celestial aircraft head-on. "Fellow Daoist, I've come to help you." The Golden Core Loose Cultivator. Although he felt very moved, this was truly not the result that he wanted. The Celestials' target was him. Generally speaking, Celestials were not interested in 4th stage monsters. It was only when they encountered them while hunting someone like him that they would kill the 4th stage monster as well. Therefore, as long as this 4th stage monster dog had run away, it would not have been involved in his troubles. He hoped that he had called for some reinforcements instead. Cultivation wasn't easy, and this was especially so for loose cultivators, with their path being filled with even more hardships. He had finally managed to reach the 5th stage realm, and he didn't want to die so soon. Furthermore, he did not want the golden core which he condensed after so many hardships to be claimed as a trophy by Celestials. If this monster dog could escape and find someone who could save him, that would give him a glimmer of hope for survival. Still, he didn't expect this monster dog to be so reckless, directly heading over to join the fray. "It's over. Not only am I done for, but this dog fellow Daoist is done for as well." The Golden Core Loose Cultivator felt bitterness swell in his heart. Had he known earlier that this monster dog was so stubborn, he wouldn't have bothered asking for help. He would have turned around and changed the direction of his escape. "Stupid Celestials, take this," Doudou said and laughed. The flame wheels supported it, allowing it to move swiftly and get close to the celestial aircraft in just a few breaths. The target of the Celestials was the Golden Core Loose Cultivator. After seeing Doudou proactively pounce on them, a 5th stage Celestial redirected the aim of their bow and shot at Doudou. In the eyes of the Celestial, this arrow was enough to kill a 4th stage monster like Doudou. Faced with the arrow, Doudou tried to avoid it to the best of his ability. However, the speed of the arrow was too high, and it still hit its body. Clang! The arrow of the 5th stage Celestial scraped Doudou's golden fur, causing sparks to fly. In the end, the arrow fell, yet Doudou hadn't even lost a single strand of hair. "It's time." Doudou spat out his tongue, and the profound yellow sword talisman that it had prepared earlier was activated. The projection of a majestic man appeared, and the projection held up a huge sword with both hands, slashing it heavily towards the celestial aircraft. This was a 6th stage attack. In the aircraft, the Celestials shouted anxiously. The aircraft accelerated violently, avoiding the slash. At the same time, 10 layers of defensive formations of different colors emerged, enveloping the vehicle. Boom! The profound yellow sword talisman chopped at the tail end of the aircraft. The power of the sword talisman collided with the defensive formations, causing a burst of explosions. Not far away, that 5th stage loose cultivator was stunned. This 4th stage dog was actually this fierce? On the celestial aircraft, those 10 layers of defensive formations were unceasingly shredded. In a single breath's time, the defense was completely torn apart. The profound yellow sword talisman struck the aircraft, but with the energy of the sword talisman being nearly exhausted, only a small breach appeared in the outer shell of the aircraft. It seemed that the talisman had failed in completely destroying the aircraft. Doudou softly said, "I thought that the aircraft would have at least become scrap. I underestimated it. The plan failed. It was a pity that it only had a single profound yellow sword talisman. If it had another, it could send another strike at this aircraft, and perhaps destroy it." Doudou's original plan was to destroy the aircraft, and have the Celestials chase him and the Golden Core loose cultivator solely relying on their strength. Without the aircraft, the speed of the Celestials would drop by more than a half, and it would be easier for them to escape with their lives. Since it had failed, then it could not waste any more time. Escaping was now the top priority. After thinking about it, it transformed into a human form. A human form? A fifth-stage monster? The eyes of the Golden Core loose cultivator lit up. The fluctuations of monster energy on the other party's body were clearly only at the fourth stage, but he didn't expect for it to actually be a fifth-stage monster in disguise. No wonder it was so reckless. If I were to work together with him, perhaps there is a chance for us to get out of here alive, the fifth-stage loose cultivator thought to himself. Doudou laughed, and said, come on, come and fight me. He taunted the people on the aircraft, stepping on the flaming wheels again. While fleeing, Doudou sent a sound transmission to the Golden Core loose cultivator. Follow me. Then, he quickly flew toward Jiangnan University town. The loose cultivator had just prepared himself to join forces with Doudou to fight the Celestials. However, Doudou had suddenly turned around and begun fleeing. This dog fellow Daoist is completely irrational in playing his cards. If this dog fellow Daoist wants to escape, then I will continue to attract the attention of these Celestials so that he can escape successfully. Suddenly, such a thought emerged in the mind of the Golden Core loose cultivator. This loose cultivator had a strong sense of self-sacrifice. It was simply a miracle that he had managed to reach the fifth stage. This meant that he had quite the considerable luck. Hurry and keep up with me. We will join up with the reinforcements. Doudou sent another sound transmission. There are reinforcements? The Golden Core loose cultivator no longer hesitated, and quickly followed Doudou in fleeing toward Jiangnan University town. Behind him, the celestial aircraft stabilized itself, and roared as it chased after Doudou and the loose cultivator. Boom, boom, boom. After the aircraft had chased them for a certain distance, it started to emit black smoke. Then, the door of the aircraft opened, and a total of 10 Celestials squeezed out of it. 7 of the 10 Celestials were at the fifth stage, and the remaining 3 were the fourth stage. After they squeezed out of the aircraft, they screamed in frustration. Then, they brought out various tools and continued to chase after Doudou and the loose cultivator. Ha, their aircraft broke. It really was not a waste to use that sword talisman. Doudou laughed loudly. It had thought that its attack had failed, but it did not expect that the aircraft would ultimately break down after flying for a while. Doudou said, now, the Celestials will have to rely on their own strength as they chase after us. This is beneficial to us. The Golden Core loose cultivator asked, fellow Daoist, where are we heading? Doudou smiled, and said, Jiangnan University town, I have a friend over there. With his strength, he can definitely deal with these Celestials. It then reverted to its dog form, stepped on the flaming wheels, and activated its highest speed. The reason it had taken on a human form before was to facilitate the use of an escape talisman that Yellow Mountain had given to it for critical times. Now that the celestial aircraft had collapsed, the flaming wheels would be enough for him to escape. Behind him, the arrows and spears of the Celestials kept coming. Doudou happily said, Woof, the feeling of running for one's life is very exciting. The fifth stage loose cultivator curiously asked, fellow Daoist, who is this expert that we will be meeting with? Doudou said, you know that person too. I know them too. The Golden Core Daoist became especially confused. Doudou continued, Woof, just remember that when you see him, don't be afraid, and don't end up calling him Daddy. Chapter 1549 Feel the pain, endure the pain, get used to the pain. The Golden Core loose cultivator. The reinforcements that they were heading toward consisted of a person that both himself and the dog fellow Daoist knew. I've only just met this dog fellow Daoist, right? Does that mean that the one we're meeting up with is someone well known in the world of cultivation? However, Why would I be afraid of the other party and end up calling them daddy? I don't have the hobby of calling others daddy. Even if a senior were to come to their aid, and that senior was very strong, he would absolutely not be shameless enough to call them daddy. The golden core loose cultivator was thinking this in his mind. I got hit again. It hurts. These guys really have good accuracy. Had it not been for this dog's high defense, would have long been put on a skewer. Doudou's figure jumped up and down in the air. His tail was clamped, defending his butt, but he didn't expect that his butt would still get shot. Fortunately, the defensive effect that appeared after the collar was activated was still present, and the tip of the arrow got stopped by the fur. In the end, his body didn't receive any injuries at all, but it did hurt a bit. The golden core loose cultivator. Was it just him seeing things? He and this dog fellow Taoist were being chased and hunted down by celestials, and they were in danger the entire time, possibly about to get shot down and killed at any moment. However, this dog fellow Taoist looked very happy, even a bit too happy. Doudou seemed to understand the expression of the loose cultivator. He really had become understanding recently, increasingly better at guessing what the other party was thinking just based on things like their expression, micro-movements, heartbeat, and breathing. However, even though he had become understanding, that did not mean that he would act according to the other party's wishes. You guessed it. I'm very happy right now. I like the excitement of being chased down. A world where your life is in danger is the greatest. Doudou's figure was like a small plane flying around while dodging bullets in old games as it dodged the rain of arrows. The golden core loose cultivator. Sure enough, man and dog had completely different thought processes. Doudou suddenly called out, "Be careful, the other party has brought out other magical treasures." The Celestials who had been chasing them had brought out a brand new weapon. The 3/4 stage Celestials, who were flying relatively slower, brought out a large drum-like thing, and began beating it. Boom! With hearing the beating of the drum, Doudou and the loose cultivator felt a violent shock reverberate across their bodies. The sound waves filled their brains, making their bodies numb as if they had gotten electrocuted. Doudou gritted his teeth as he said, "A sound-type magical treasure, they actually still had such a thing." His hearing was much stronger than that of human cultivators of the same realm. Therefore, the effect of sound-type magical treasures were amplified on him. This information. I must relay it to stupid Yellow Mountain when the time comes. Boom, 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 the drum continued to beat. This resulted in Doudou and the loose cultivator being disturbed, causing their flying speeds to slow down. As soon as their speed slowed down, the two were immediately bombarded by arrows and spears. Doudou activated the flaming wheels, flames surging out from within them and surrounding Doudou's body. The flames seemed to have their own mind, and they continuously compressed and erupted with a kind of a volcanic force, pushing away the arrows and spears. The 5th stage loose cultivator brought out a robe, and waved it about to block the rain of arrows. For most loose cultivators, it didn't matter which system the magical treasure they got belonged to. As long as they could use it, regardless of whether it was from the Buddhist system, Taoist system, scholarly system, or demonic system, they would keep it for times when they could come in handy. We can't go on like this. Doudou quickly took out his phone, hung it around his neck, and then called Song Shuhang once again. On the other side, Song Shuhang quickly connected. "I'm rushing towards your location." Doudou said, "Shuhang, hurry up. The firepower of these Celestials is stronger than I expected. I feel like I won't be able to hold on for much longer." Song Shuhang replied, "Grit your teeth and endure, I'll be there soon." Doudou responded, "Hurry. Don't turn off the phone, let's keep talking." Song Shuhang replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, Song Shuhang changed his posture for flying. He leaped slightly, and the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades flew into his hands. He placed a hand on each of the twin blades, and he then performed the fastest flying secret technique he currently knew, the bride dragging technique. No, it's the blade dragging technique, blade dragging. Song Shuhang had never used two blades together for the blade dragging technique, but now that he got to try it out, the speed really astounded him. With a whoosh, the two blades dragged Song Shuhang wildly through the air. Moreover, holding the twin blades with his hands had an advantage. They wouldn't split apart like how they had back when he'd used his feet to stand on the two blades. With the continuous acceleration of the blade dragging technique, a sonic boom echoed behind Song Shuhang after 15 breaths as he rushed into a supersonic state. Scarlet Heaven Sword remarked, "Oh, it's rare to see you take the initiative to enter supersonic flight. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, what are your thoughts on the matter?" Scarlet Heaven Sword was lying on Song Shuhang's back, feeling like it was riding Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, "There's one thing I can say for sure, the next time I use the blade dragging technique, I have to change my posture. I should lie on my back so that I don't see the ground." When the blade dragging technique was deployed, the blade light would take on the shape of a pointed shuttle, enveloping the treasured saber, on which there were active 5 formation effects to protect against wind, water, fire, earth, and lightning. Scarlet Heaven Sword didn't reply right away. A 5th-stage spiritual emperor who is still afraid of heights. You really are a rare one in the world of cultivation. Actually, ever since I gained the ability to tread on air, my fear of heights has almost completely disappeared. The only thing is that there are times when I'm flying really high in the sky and at great speeds, which causes me to be affected by both my fear of heights and fear of high speeds at the same time. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "In the future, as long as I have the time, I will try to fly around on my saber for some time every day. I feel that my fear of heights and high speeds should be dealt with in at most 1 month. I almost forgot that you're afraid of high speeds. Now I feel like I might have called upon the wrong reinforcements." At this time, Doudou's voice came from the phone. "I keep on getting the feeling that when you, a guy who's afraid of heights and high speeds, gets here, I will have already gone cold." Similar to Doudou, Song Shuhang also hung his mobile phone around his neck as he used the blade dragging technique. Song Shuhang said, "That makes sense, so I'll head back now. Even if I rush over, your body would have gone cold by then, right?" Doudou responded, "Brother, do you really want me to die? Oh my Yellow Mountain, an arrow struck my butt again. I'm not joking, Shuhang, hurry. If you're too late, you'll end up seeing nothing but a cold Doudou. Would you be able to bear that?" Song Shuhang said, "Grit your teeth and endure, and when you get used to this kind of pain, you will find that in actuality, the pain is just like a drizzle." Doudou said, "It's me who's getting shot here, so of course you can say things like that." "No, I'm talking from experience. Feel the pain, endure the pain, and get used to it. In the end, you will feel that the pain is nothing more than that. Habit is a terrifying thing," Song Shuhang calmly said. One should not forget that Song Shuhang had an unbelievably high pain tolerance after everything he had gone through. Now, even when he ended up spewing out blood because of the secret appraisal technique, he wouldn't find it that painful. In addition, when it came to the heavenly tribulation's lightning strikes, as long as it was not of an extremely high level, it was just some slight numbness to him. All of these were the result of the power of habit. Doudou fell into thought. After feeling the pain, enduring it, and getting used to it, was there still the realm of enjoying the pain? When Song Shuhang finally got to the battlefield using the blade dragging technique, he saw Doudou, who was in a horrible state, as well as a 5th-stage loose cultivator. Doudou and the 5th-stage loose cultivator could no longer fly, and they had been forced to land on a cliff, holding up their defenses as they resisted the attacks. The 5th-stage loose cultivator looked like he was already exhausted. Doudou could break through and escape at any time with the magical treasures given to him by Yellow Mountain. However, he did not leave, and instead assisted the 5th-stage loose cultivator in defending. Doudou asked, "Shuhang, have you arrived?" If Shuhang hadn't arrived yet, he would have had to escape first. At that point, he could only bring over some people later to avenge the kind-hearted 5th stage loose cultivator. I'm here. I see you guys. Song Shuhang's voice came from the phone. His words were like raindrops after a long drought. Doudou and the 5th stage loose cultivator raised their heads at the same time, and looked into the air. Boom, 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 there was a deafening noise. It was the noise from Song Shuhang descending using the blade dragging technique. Song Shuhang held the twin blades with both hands, and directly slammed into the 3/4 stage celestials who were beating the large drum. At the time of the impact, a layer of pitch-black metal emerged on Song Shuhang's body. In addition, 21 holy apes projections appeared behind him, and in each of their hands was a scholarly scripture. His 3 body-tempering techniques were now in full use. The celestials that were attacking Doudou and the 5th stage loose cultivator frantically turned their heads back, looking behind them when they heard the loud booms. However, when they turned their heads, Song Shuhang had already gotten to the large drum. The 3/4 stage celestials carrying the large drum were knocked out, their limbs twisted as if they had been crushed by a tank. They fell from the air, and it was unknown whether they were still alive or not. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to fish out and put away the large drum. Even if he had no use for it, he could still use it as a gift for his disciples in the future. The 7 5th stage celestials stared at Song Shuhang and let out all kinds of strange noises. There was surprise in their calls, and the surprise could not be concealed. It was that guy, the mutant human cultivator with 4 golden cores hidden in his stomach. If they were to hunt him, they would gain supreme glory. Song Shuhang stopped, holding the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades in his hand while standing in midair. 2 black lotus flowers bloomed under his feet, supporting his figure. The eyes of the celestials lit up as if they had seen a rare treasure. The 7 5th stage celestials carefully surrounded him. Song Shuhang softly said, "Living celestials are worth more than dead ones." As his thoughts reached this point, he brought out his Sage Seal and Demonic Seal. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, Demonic Sage Tyrannical Scholar. The 2 seals came out together and floated behind Song Shuhang, placing heavy pressure on the celestials in an instant. On the cliff. The 5th stage loose cultivator exclaimed, "Tyrannical, Daddy, 1, Song." Doudou glanced at him disdainfully. 1, tyrannical sounds like daddy in Chinese if you're stuttering. The 5th stage loose cultivator was utterly shocked. He hadn't thought that the person this dog fellow Taoist had randomly called was actually the first sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Never could he have imagined that this dog fellow Taoist had such a wide network of contacts. Moreover, when the dog fellow Taoist was speaking with Profound Sage Tyrannical Song just now, it was as if they were peers. It could be heard from the tone with which the two were speaking that the relationship between them was very good. Anyway, he had absolutely not thought that the reinforcements the dog fellow Taoist was talking about was a profound sage. When he saw the 2 seals, he couldn't help but blurt out Tyrannical Song's name. Immediately afterward, he felt his lower abdomen slightly swell and hurt. It was as if Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's words, "What is filial piety, what is love," were echoing in his ears. He couldn't stop his body from shrinking down slightly as he became apprehensive. As soon as he cowered, he sensed Doudou's gaze of contempt towards him. Once he saw Doudou's expression, he immediately remembered Doudou's words before, and he quickly waved his hand, and said, "No. I was not calling him Daddy just now, I was calling Profound Sage Tyrannical Daddy." No, it is Profound Sage Tyrannical Song." Doudou laughed. "Ha ha ha." The golden core loose cultivator hugged his head in distress. Doudou raised his head again and looked at the awe-inspiring Song Shuhang, who was stepping on black lotuses and had 2 seals floating behind him. He couldn't help but recall the weak Shuhang who had been hiding behind 16 back when they first met. At that time, Song Shuhang did not have the slightest capability of resisting when facing Demon Monarch Anji, and was then taken by the other party to the Moon Saber sect. Time really flew by. Unknowingly, Song Shuhang had grown into a powerhouse who could stand mighty by himself. Woof! Doudou suddenly barked. He didn't know why he barked, but he barked anyway because he felt like he would feel very uncomfortable if he didn't. In the air. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Demonic Sage Tyrannical Scholar. The 7th stage Celestials got a bad feeling. The other party was clearly a mutated human cultivator who had 4 cores. How had he suddenly become the first sage in 1,000 years? However, the sage seal would never deceive people. In addition, the oppressive power of the 2 seals made their legs tremble involuntarily. Was the man before their eyes really Profound Sage Tyrannical Song? As they thought of what Profound Sage Tyrannical Song represented, they couldn't stop their lower abdomen from trembling. A 5th stage Celestial said in their language, "It must be an illusory technique. Attack. If he really is a profound sage, we can't run away anyway. If he's not, our full-on attack will definitely give him a run for his money." And so, the 7th stage Celestials took the initiative and attacked. They prepared to send an attack wherein they used everything they had. A divine bow that was strengthened to the extreme, a divine spear that flashed with lightning, a glorious lightning technique, saber chi that could cut through hills, a revolving magic wheel, the light spear that could penetrate city walls, and a humongous battle axe. They were clearly only 7, but when they used everything they got, they still burst out with a mighty force. In the air, Song Shuhang made his move. His eye aperture's innate talent, bullet time, began operating on its own. In that instant, the divine bow, lightning spear, lightning technique, sword chi, magic wheel, light spear, and battle axe all seemed to freeze in place in his eyes. The effects of my eye aperture's innate talent seem to be especially good today. Right. It should be because the scholarly sage's eye still had not been replaced. Due to having been attacked by the fat ball just a short while back, he had not removed the sage's eye after installing it. It seemed that the effect of the eye aperture talent had gotten a boost due to the sage's eye. Moreover, when he used the eye aperture talent this time, he felt as if his body could keep up with his eyes. From his left eye, righteous chi was sent out. With this, the scholarly scriptures held by the 21 holy apes behind Song Shuhang began to shine brightly. Song Shuhang's physique was greatly strengthened instantly. His body moved, and he trod on the black lotuses, stepping forward in front of the divine arrow. The divine arrow was almost completely still in his eyes, moving painfully slow in his eyes. After being strengthened by the righteous chi of the sage's eye, Song Shuhang waved the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades lightly to block, and then cut down the divine arrow. He continued moving while swinging his blades. The lightning spear, magical technique, saber chi, light spear, magic wheel, and battle axe were all destroyed. It felt very refreshing. It was like he was using a time stop cheat. While the buff of the sage's eye had yet to end, Song Shuhang approached the 5th stage Celestial who had thrown the battle axe. This guy was the strongest, and theoretically posed the greatest threat to him. Song Shuhang placed one hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, the effect of the eye aperture's innate talent ended, and the buff of the sage's eye ended with it. In the eyes of the 7th stage Celestials, in the instant at which they attacked, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song simply waved his hands and blocked all of their attacks. Then, he put away his treasured saber, and placed his hand on the shoulder of the battle-axe-wielding Celestial. This was speed that left people in utter despair. "I got you." Song Shuhang chuckled and shook his hand. The Celestial was thrown into the air. After it flew upward for about a meter, it suddenly disappeared. It disappeared all of a sudden. It was still flying in the air just then, so how did such a large celestial suddenly disappear? The remaining 6 celestials seemed to be frightened, turning around and fleeing in 6 different directions. However, before they could even escape, they were stopped. The virtuous Lamia, an upper-level ghost spirit with a vague face, and the walls of 4 kings appeared out of nowhere, blocking the paths of the celestials who were intending to flee separately. The walls of the 4 kings, which were over 200 meters tall, also had a width that left the celestials hopeless. At this time, the virtuous Lamia grabbed a 5th stage celestial, and threw it toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang caught the celestial, lifted the other party up high, and then threw them lightly. The celestial screamed, "Aya!" like its companion. It disappeared the moment it was thrown. A living person had disappeared into thin air. It was as if they had never existed. The ghost spirit with a vague face followed the actions of the virtuous Lamia, reaching out, grabbing a celestial, and throwing it toward Song Shuhang. The eyes of the celestial who was being thrown over were full of fear. Song Shuhang caught them and tossed them lightly. Another celestial disappeared. These means were simply too strange. The celestials had never seen such a form of demonic technique. It wasn't only the celestial, but even the 5th stage loose cultivator below could not understand what was going on. Profound sage Tyrannical song, what kind of magical technique is this? Did he directly reduce the celestial to ashes in a single breath? Or could it be that when he lightly threw the celestials up into the air, the celestials had actually been thrown into outer space at a speed unperceivable by the naked eye? Ah! The remaining celestials, who were blocked by the 4 walls, let out terrified screams. When they screamed loudly, the QR codes on their foreheads all gleamed and shot out a ray of light. The rays formed a light curtain in the air. In the light curtain, the projection of a tall and beautiful celestial emerged. The style of this celestial was different from ordinary celestials. These 4th and 5th stage celestials were like mass-produced items on an assembly line. When Song Shuhang looked at them, he didn't notice anything special about them. However, when it came to the celestial in the projection, they had a pure and beautiful style. Moreover, their appearance even came with its own lighting effect, and their entire person was shining. After the beautiful celestial whose gender could not be discerned appeared, it stared at Song Shuhang through the light curtain. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose, and his tongue rolled flexibly as he said something in the ancient language. This ancient language line was something he had worked hard at learning. It meant something along the lines of "fool." The beautiful celestial was taken aback, and then it likewise rolled its tongue and began to speak to Song Shuhang in the ancient language. Hashtag. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang didn't understand it at all. The virtuous Lamia and the ghost spirit with a vague face moved again, throwing the 4 celestials toward Song Shuhang one by one. Song Shuhang caught these celestials and tossed them lightly. The 4 celestials were all sent to the Palace of Winter in his inner world to be locked up. The Palace of Winter was really a great thing. Ever since he started sending people into it, Song Shuhang had a feeling that he could no longer stop doing it. The feeling of throwing away the other party and making them suddenly disappear, locking them up in the Palace of Winter, felt simply great. That was a total of 7 celestials, all of which were still alive. When the time came, he could use them to exchange for a lot of pocket money. Of course, before he exchanged them for resources, he would first take away their treasures. Every 5th stage celestial being had a small bottle that was similar to a size-reducing purse, as well as a lot of spiritual stones and equipment. There might even be the occasional monster cores and golden cores that they hunted. After the 4 celestials were caught and sent into the inner world, the light curtain where the beautiful celestial was being projected lost its source of energy, and also began to dissipate. Before dissipating, it gave Song Shuhang a fierce look, as if it were engraving Song Shuhang into its mind. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, do you know this guy?" It seems they aren't someone of a low position within the celestial race. Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, I haven't studied the celestial race. However, from their aura, they should at least be a venerable realm celestial, venerable realm. Song Shuhang squeezed his chin. I will draw its image in a while and send it to the 9 provinces number 1 group to ask. I knew that I should have taken a photo just now. After saying that, Song Shuhang stepped down from the air. Each step was accompanied by a black lotus. He landed by Doudou's side and gave him a light hug. Doudou was in the form of a big monster dog at this time. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, Didn't you say that you were going to come to me after 5 days? I actually believed you. Doudou rolled his eyes, and said, 5 days is too long. I'm a cultivator, I must seize every minute. If you really don't welcome me, should I just turn around and leave? Song Shuhang smiled, and said, Well, you're already here. However, I'm taking a break right now. I've prepared myself to spend the following 4 days peacefully by studying. Even if you're by my side, there won't be anything fun to do. No problem, I was also planning to just rest for a few days, Doudou said with a smile. Song Shuhang turned and looked at the 5th stage loose cultivator. Greetings, fellow Daoist. The 5th stage loose cultivator gratefully said, Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song, for your life-saving grace. Then, he carefully asked, Senior Tyrannical Song, I have a question. Where did those celestials go? In the hands of those celestials were the bodies of his companions. If possible, he wanted to recover them and give them a proper burial. Song Shuhang replied, Those celestials. They didn't disappear. I simply captured them using a magical technique. After all, living celestials are more valuable than dead ones. After the 5th stage loose cultivator heard this, he felt happy. Then can you please help me by checking if the body of my companion Long Qianjun is in the hands of those celestials, Senior Tyrannical Song? This 5th stage loose cultivator was called Daoist Profound Ice. Originally, he and his companion Long Qianjun were exploring a ruin nearby. When the passage between the various realms of the universe opened, it caused some spaces similar to secret realms to appear. These secret realms were actually small nodes in space between the main world and the other worlds. The energy within these small nodes was unstable, and could not form a complete spatial tunnel, so they eventually formed this kind of secret realm space. Through the node, one could enter a small patch of area at another place in the universe. These spatial nodes were very unstable, and could disappear at any time. Moreover, there was no knowing what would be inside. If one was lucky, they could get some good treasures. On the other hand, if they were unlucky, they might find themselves an untimely death and an undesirable grave, like dying in a septic tank. However, for loose cultivators, these secret realm-like spaces were all opportunities that could not be missed. What if they were to get a good treasure from inside them? Daoist Profound Ice and Long Qianjun had just come out of a secret realm when they were attacked by the Celestials. Long Qianjun's strength was relatively low. After being chased by the Celestials for a while, he was shot through by their arrows. His body was then captured by the chains of the celestial aircraft. Daoist Profound Ice hoped to take back his companion's body so that he could give him a proper burial. If Long Qianjun's soul was still there, he might even be able to find a way to have him keep practicing as a ghost. Your companion? My condolences, Song Shuhang said softly. I will search these celestials for you. However, your companion's body might still be on the celestial aircraft. Is the aircraft still there? Doudou replied, the aircraft was destroyed by yours truly. The wreckage isn't that far away. Song Shuhang said, I will catch the 3/4 stage celestials first, and then look for the aircraft. At the same time, he sent the virtuous Lamia and the ghost spirit with a vague face into the inner world to search the celestials who were now imprisoned in the Palace of Winter. Soon, the virtuous Lamia and the ghost spirit found a size-reducing bottle on each of the 7 fifth-stage celestials' bodies. Song Shuhang used to have trouble trying to get a size-reducing purse, but now he had 57 small bottles that worked the same way. Inside were a large number of pills, javelins, bows, and arrows, all of which were of the 5th stage. If he found himself to have no use for these things, he could simply sell them for spirit stones. The virtuous Lamia forcibly undid the restrictions on these small bottles, and searched the items hidden within these small bottles. Sure enough, she found the soulless body of a 5th-stage cultivator riddled with arrows in one of the small bottles. Song Shuhang took out the small bottle and sighed when he saw the tragic state of Long Qianjun. The world of cultivators was full of dangers. If careless, even a 5th-stage golden core cultivator could find themselves dead. Life and death could all take place in the blink of an eye. "Is this your friend?" Song Shuhang handed the vial to Daoist Profound Ice. Daoist Profound Ice took the bottle, and poured his consciousness into it. "Yes, he is my companion, Long Qianjun," Daoist Profound Ice said softly, and a feeling of sadness overwhelmed his heart. He was a 5th-stage cultivator that had lived for several hundred years, so he thought that he had already seen through life and death. However, when he saw his companion die in front of his eyes, he couldn't prevent this feeling of sadness from erupting within him. Song Shuhang softly asked, "Does he have any means of resurrection?" Daoist Profound Ice shook his head. The means of resurrection for people at the 5th stage aren't easy to obtain. Even the elites of many large sects have no such means. What's more, we loose cultivators might obtain a resurrection formation as I did, but not have the materials to complete it even after nearly 30 years of searching. Song Shuhang fell silent. It turns out that it was so hard to find a way to revive. It might be because his own resurrection magical treasures had been obtained so easily that he had unknowingly cultivated the idea that they could be found anywhere. In retrospect, he had bought a whole set of resurrection gold coins from Fairy Almighty Seller in one go. He was really lucky. Daoist Profound Ice stretched out his hand, and took out the body of his friend from the bottle before handing the bottle back to Song Shuhang. "You can take that bottle," Song Shuhang remarked. "There is some fate between us, so you can use it to store your companion's body back. Don't refuse, I still have a lot of similar things in my hands." Daoist Profound Ice softly said, "Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song." Senior Tyrannical Song, when met in person, was not as scary as the rumor stated. He didn't have the hobby of making others pregnant. After storing the body of Long Qianjun in the small bottle, Daoist Profound Ice took out a package from his robe, and handed it to Song Shuhang. "Senior Tyrannical Song, I don't have much to repay you for the grace of saving my life with. However, this is what my companion and I found in the secret realm, please take it." Senior Tyrannical Song saved his life, returned his companion's body to him, and even gave him a small storage treasure. This show of kindness left Daoist Profound Ice feeling that he should give something to Senior Tyrannical Song. After thinking about it, he felt that it was too vulgar to directly give the other party spirit stones. In the end, he felt that this treasure that they'd brought out of the secret realm was most suitable. After handing the things to Song Shuhang, Daoist Profound Ice politely said to Song Shuhang and Doudou, "Dog fellow Daoist, Senior Tyrannical Song, may we meet again in the future if fate permits it. If there's anything that this dog fellow Daoist or Senior Tyrannical Song needs help with in the future, you can call me, and I will definitely not refuse to lend a hand." Daoist Profound Ice then left with the body of his companion. "This guy has a good character. I'll tell Yellow Mountain about him," Doudou said softly. Then, he looked at the package in Song Shuhang's hand. "What is this?" Song Shuhang opened the small package, revealing a mechanical device slightly larger than a fist. It looked very high-tech and had the appearance of a globe. It doesn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations, or any other energy fluctuations. Is it some black technology? Doudou asked. It did not have any energy fluctuations whatsoever, but its complicated structure made people feel that it was valuable. Perhaps because of this, Taoist Profound Ice and his companion brought it out of the secret realm. Shuhang stretched out his finger and touched the treasure. The fingertip of the defiant whale warrior's glove receded, and he turned on his smoke state as he used the secret appraisal technique. The cost of the appraisal was very small. Shuhang only received a small wound on his smoky body, and there was barely any pain at all. Energy Refiner, a 5th stage magical treasures component. It can extract the energy from various energy ores and convert it into usable pure energy. It can also be used to refine the power in various energy cores, transform them, and make them useful. An energy refiner? It's the component of a 5th stage magical treasure. Shuhang stored it in his magical bracelet. He couldn't think of any use for this thing at the moment. And to be honest, a 5th stage magical treasure wouldn't be able to help Shuhang much. Shuhang said, "I'll ask if any senior in the group knows how to use this thing. Or I can give it to Senior White, he should be very interested in this kind of thing." While he was talking, he sent his ghost spirit to capture the 3/4 stage celestials. Then, he took out his phone, and prepared to enter the 9 provinces number 1 group to ask around. But when he turned on his phone, he found that he had just received a message. It was the shop operator Little Ko from Huepa number 1111 game equipment trading platform, and the message was, "Senior Yellow Mountain, the design for the transformer-type immortal boat you requested has been completed. I will now send it to you. If you're satisfied with it, we can send it for production." These guys were really professional, and they had great efficiency at that. Yesterday, they had agreed to have the design ready for tomorrow morning, and now, here they were. Shuhang opened the design and took a look. Of the complicated design and the dazzling professional vocabulary, he understood nothing. It was practically no different from seeing some scribbles. Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows, and he replied, "Fairy Little Ko, will it really be able to transform?" Little Ko replied, "Yes, transformation designs are a very simple matter for us. If Senior Yellow Mountain can't understand the designs, you can directly look at the last 2 pages. Those are the immortal boat's car and mecha form. There are several choices for the appearance, you can simply choose one of them." At the same time, one thing became more certain in her mind. Doudou had to be the one buying this transformer-type immortal boat. Senior Yellow Mountain was an expert when it came to immortal boats, and he could understand this kind of design at a glance. Shuhang followed Little Ko's instructions, and turned directly to the last page. Above, there were various car styles. Shuhang only needed to choose one. Then, there were 3 mecha transformations. Shuhang could also choose his favorite state among the 3. Shuhang said, "Doudou, help me see. Which one is better?" "Woof, are you buying an immortal boat?" Doudou immediately became interested. The two began to look at the transformer immortal boat styles and appearance. Meanwhile, on Western Orchid Island, the busy island master Tian Kong and palace master 7 Lives Talisman welcomed a guest. "Sorry, fellow Taoist Tian Kong. I was involved in some messy incidents on my way to Heavenly Field Island, causing me to lose contact with the outside world. I was only able to rush over now." The guest smiled bitterly. "Is little friend Shuhang still here? I came here as agreed upon to take the 6th stage celestial away. Besides that, do you still need help here on Heavenly Field Island?" "Swordsman Drunken Emperor, you made an agreement with Shuhang?" Island Master Tian Kong replied. "However, little friend Shuhang has already left." 1. Square root. He left? The corner of the mysterious scholar's mouth twitched. Then, did he leave behind the 6th stage celestial, or at least tell you two fellow Taoists to relay something to me? Island Master Tian Kong said, nope. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked, I think that he might have forgotten. Scholar, when did you make an appointment with little friend Shuhang? When I was in the group. All of you were there at the time. The mysterious scholar looked up at the sky, feeling his heart stifled. Not only did little friend Shuhang forget, but all of you also did. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. As Scholar Sober-Eye had advanced on the path of cultivation further, his sense of existence had dropped even lower. In the past, people would merely remember his Taoist name incorrectly. Later on, his existence would be forgotten every now and then, but now even the things related to him were forgotten. If this were to continue, when Scholar Sober-Eye genuinely mastered his cultivation technique in the future, would nobody notice him even when he was standing right in front of them? Would Swordsman Sober-Eye change profession, and become an assassin? Anyway, during the few days fellow Taoist Sober-Eye lost contact with the outside world, some things happened. The annual event of the cultivation world started ahead of schedule, and the theme of this event is counter-hunting the Celestials. So, fellow Taoist Sober-Eye, if you have the time, you can choose to participate in this event and catch some Celestials, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman reminded. To be honest, I suspect that the 6th stage Celestial Shuhang might have already been exchanged for rewards. He was certain that little friend Shuhang had forgotten his appointment with fellow Taoist Sober-Eye like them. And since he had forgotten the agreement, the 6th stage Celestial would naturally be exchanged for rewards. The mysterious scholar was in a foul mood. Forget it, I'm not interested in this kind of event. Is there anything you need help with here on Heavenly Field Island? I'll stay for a while and help you out. Since I'm already here, I might do something. Thank you, Scholar. Actually, I'm currently here on Heavenly Field Island waiting for people like you to come and help out. Island Master Tian Kong let out a hearty laugh. The mysterious scholar. He felt his heart become even more stifled. The scholar asked, all right then, what can I do for you? Island Master Tian Kong took out his map of Heavenly Field Island, and said, the island guarding formation on the eastern side is completely broken. It has only been fellow Taoist Seven Lives Talisman and I who have been desperately repairing the formation. So, can I leave the eastern portion of the formation to fellow Taoist Sober-Eye? The materials and spirit stones needed for the repair of the formation have already been prepared. The scholar looked at the map and nodded. This is a small matter, you can leave it to me. Island Master Tian Kong gratefully said, thank you, fellow Taoist Sober-Eye. The scholar raised his head and looked at the sky. If you're really moved, don't call me fellow Taoist Sober-Eye. If you can't remember my Taoist name, follow fellow Taoist Seven Lives Talisman's example and simply call me Scholar. I'm Drunken Son, how is that in any way related to Sober-Eye? Seven Island Master Tian Kong immediately replied, okay, Scholar. The scholar was already a 7th stage venerable, although nobody among the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group might remember that. He repaired the island guarding formation rapidly. The formation of the area he was assigned to was repaired in a mere half an hour. After he completed the repair, he sat under a tree to rest, having decided to go and find Island Master Tian Kong in a while to see if there was anything more he could help with. At this time, Island Master Tian Kong and Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman came to his area. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said, how is the formation here already repaired? I remember that the formation in this area was completely broken before, right? Island Master Tian Kong said, my family's formations don't have an auto-repair function. The scholar was speechless. It was me. It was me. I repaired your formation. Half an hour ago, you yourself asked me to help you repair the formation. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said, if we can't remember, then forget it. Maybe it's because we've been so busy recently. Island Master Tian Kong sighed. Let's go, we should go repair the next area. Then, the two left together. The scholar cried under the tree. He raised his sword, and flew away with a swish. The scholar was heading to the Jiangnan area to find little friend Song Shuhang. He wasn't that troubled by having to look for Shuhang anyway. After ascending to the 7th stage, he needed to strengthen his life-bound magical treasure. To do so, he needed an 8th stage material, an 8th stage dog tooth to be accurate. The scholar remembered that Song Shuhang had an excess supply of such materials in his hands, so he planned on trading with him. In order to trade with little friend Song Shuhang, he had prepared an 8th stage ironwood stick. In addition, he had an interesting magical treasure, a pet-shaped manifestation core. It was a magical treasure that could be installed on any object to create a manifestation. For example, if it were to be installed on a stone, it could create a stone manifestation. If it were installed on an iron block, it could create an iron manifestation. And when installed on wood, it'd be a wood manifestation. Of course, because it was for fun, the manifestation did not have any power, and could only be used for chatting online or for things like serving tea. The advantage was that its consumption is very low. An ordinary 5th stage spirit stone was enough to maintain the manifestation for several decades, or even over 100 years. It was the chat group clone that Song Shuhang dreamt of. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang's ghost spirit sent the 3/4 stage celestials into the inner world. After Song Shuhang and Doudou recovered the broken celestial aircraft, one person and one dog headed to Jiangnan University Town. One Doudou suggested, "Get the 7-seater van, I like it. It's definitely very nice to drive." Song Shuhang said, "I prefer the style of an ordinary sedan. I'm going to be using this immortal boat for a long time. If I were to participate in a big event in the world of cultivation in the future, wouldn't it look strange for a 7-seater van to come flying in? You think that a sedan flying over looks better?" Doudou retorted. "You might as well just get it to look like a bicycle." Song Shuhang said, "Bicycles are not even as good as hand-guided tractors. After all, a competition for hand-guided tractors has been held in the world of cultivation. Moreover, there is no template for bicycles in the design drawings." One person and one dog discussed while flying. In the end, Doudou suggested, "This is it. This 9-seater minivan. The back seats are all flat, they'd be just enough for me to lie down and roll around." Song Shuhang thought about it. Considering that he sometimes needed to bring around more than 5 people, a 9-seater would be able to meet his needs quite well. "Okay, fine. We'll go with that." Song Shuhang nodded. "Next, what about the mecha form? Does that need to be considered?" "Of course, the bigger, the better," Doudou said with shining eyes. "Big is justice, firepower is king." "Right." Song Shuhang chose the biggest mecha form. Then, he relayed his choice to the shop operator, Fairy Little Ku. Little Ku replied, "Okay, Senior Yellow Mountain. If you've decided, I will arrange the order for you. I can have it be shipped to you tonight at the latest. Please leave a delivery address." "It can be shipped over tonight? So fast?" After thinking for a while, Song Shuhang left the address of Medicine Master's building to Fairy Little Ku. "Should I pay after the goods arrive?" Little Ku replied, "Yes, we will get in contact with Senior Yellow Mountain for the payment when the goods have been delivered. Please don't worry." They would get in contact with Senior Yellow Mountain, not Doudou. "No problem, do you need me to give you a 5-star rating?" Song Shuhang asked habitually. Little Ku responded, "Sure, feel free to give me a 5-star rating." Song Shuhang asked, "But before I give you a 5-star rating, can I ask you some questions about the language of the ancient era?" 1. Little Ku. "If I don't say yes, are you going to give me a bad review?" After a while, Little Coot sent another smiley, and sent, "Okay, one last question." Little Coot found it extremely difficult to squeeze out this smiley. Song Shuhang replied, "Then it's settled." He estimated that Senior White should also be back soon. At that time, he could directly ask Senior White how to roll his tongue for the proper pronunciations. Song Shuhang took Doudou and descended from the air. When descending, he took out the sheet that Senior White 2 had given him, and placed it on himself and the shrunken Doudou, covering the two of them. He also set up an illusion formation to prevent ordinary people from seeing them falling from the sky. After landing, Doudou said, "Where do we go to play next? By the way, is the computer you lent me back then still there? I haven't been able to go online for a while now." Song Shuhang looked at the time, and said, "Let's go over to Medicine Master's building first. I want to study the ancient language, and we can wait to receive the delivery this evening." After all, the shipping address of the immortal boat was Medicine Master's building. One person and one dog maintained the illusion formation as they headed out of the school premises under a sheet. On the way, Shuhang passed by a parking lot with Doudou in his arms. From a distance, he saw an off-road vehicle rushing into the parking lot. It drifted as it parked beautifully beside the lateral parking space, failing to get into it. One Doudou sent a secret sound transmission. "Why does that car look familiar?" Song Shuhang replied, "We should squat down and hide. We're really lucky not to have been crushed yet." One person and one dog, draped in a sheet, shrank down. After a while, Fairy Dongfang 6 got out of the car. She turned her head and looked around, finding no one around her. Afterward, she quickly released a low-level illusion technique that enveloped herself and the car. Then, she reached out and grabbed her huge off-road vehicle, lifted it up, and put it in the lateral parking space with a bang. Fairy Dongfang 6 clapped her hands in satisfaction. "Get parking skill √1 then." She took out her mobile phone. "Hello, fellow Taoist creation, I'm here. Okay, I won't talk about it with little friend Shuhang. I understand, we can give him a surprise then. It's settled then, I will go over to you now." After saying that, Fairy Dongfang 6 undid the illusion technique and left the school premises. Song Shuhang. A surprise from Senior Creation? 2. The content of Fairy Dongfang 6 call gave Song Shuhang too big a surprise. The surprise was actually so big that it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Song Shuhang began to consider whether to switch out with his clone at Western Orchid Island. A clone was meant to take on the troubles of the main body anyway, right? Although it was true that their senses would be shared, with the clone as a buffer, the pain that the main body would suffer would be reduced by a notch. It was only after Fairy Dongfang 6 had left that Song Shuhang and Doudou dared continue to breathe. Previously, the two of them didn't even dare to breathe in fear of being discovered. Doudou said, "Shuhang, I feel that the area between your eyebrows is pretty dark these days. I've given it some thought, and have decided to move out. Yellow Mountain gave me a good bit of funds this time, so I plan on renting a place near yours." As for what True Monarch Yellow Mountain had told him earlier, that he could come out to play for only one day, he had long forgotten about it. Song Shuhang hugged Doudou tightly. "Good brother, we should share blessings as well as difficulties. Our relationship isn't just that of brothers, but even better than that. Even if I were to become so poor that I only had a single bowl of rice, I would still give you half of the bowl. I'm living in such a large place like Medicine Master's building, so how could I possibly not let you live with me? You don't need to be polite, you're welcome to stay." After saying that, Song Shuhang hugged Doudou and quickly ran to Medicine Master's building. Doudou shouted, "Will you listen to me? Damn you, just a few months ago, I could still grab you and throw you into the sky. Don't worry, I have the inner world." Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "If Senior Creation really comes over to give me a big surprise, can't I just hide?" We can simply hide in the inner world. Doudou's eyes lit up when he heard his words. Right. We can always hide if we can't fight them head-on. Shuhang, you're right. Anyway, I'm hungry. Can we go and buy some milk-flavored dog food? Last time, I found a dog food store that sells all kinds of flavors of dog food, and its milk flavor is the most fragrant, Doudou strongly urged. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, and said, I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat. Doudou probably didn't know that his inner world could become completely unreliable at critical times, with it running away before even he could. However, he would naturally not tell this to Doudou. Good brothers shared not only blessings, but difficulties as well. After a whole day, Song Shuhang had accompanied Doudou to go shopping, bought a lot of food, and then headed back to Medicine Master's building. Afterward, he went back to multitasking. While he was playing games with Doudou, his consciousness had entered the learning god system, starting to learn the ancient language. Learning made him happy. Games and study complemented each other, and time flew by so fast that it was already dusk before he knew it. Doudou had kept his big monster dog form. He was flexibly operating the mouse and keyboard. By the way, I wanted to ask something. Shuhang, are you sick? Although he could take on a human form, he was still more used to his monster dog form. Doudou said, ever since this afternoon, you've been trembling non-stop, and while we were chatting, I could hear your voice trembling. Hehe, don't worry, I'm not sick. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, it's just that while I was playing with you, I was also studying the language of the ancient era. The language of the ancient era is quite difficult to learn, and my learning god system comes with its own punishment system. I've been trembling because of the electric shocks from the punishments. F***ck, have you been trembling all this time because you were continuously electrocuted? Doudou's eyes widened. This guy was constantly getting electrocuted and trembling non-stop, yet could still chat and play games with him? Doudou couldn't help but think of what Song Shuhang had said to him before. Feel the pain, endure the pain, and get used to the pain. This guy couldn't have already entered the 4th stage, and begun to enjoy the pain, could he? Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell to Medicine Master's building rang. Doudou asked, there's a guest? Considering the time, could it be a friend of yours who has come to call you to eat out? It's Saturday today, so my friends only had class for half the day. They should have all gone home after the morning. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, with that said, it should be the express delivery with the immortal boat we ordered. Doudou doubtfully said, so fast? We only sent the designs over this morning, yet the product has already arrived? The last time I ordered, it hadn't been this fast. I chose an already existing immortal boat model. They simply had to put it together and add a transformation feature, so it isn't that surprising for the delivery to be this fast, Song Shuhang said. After he pushed his laptop to Doudou's feet, he said, come on, take over for me. I'll get the delivery and come back right away. Doudou shouted, wait a minute. We're at the big boss right now, my hind feet aren't as flexible as my front paws. Song Shuhang waved his hand. Multitasking is a very practical skill for cultivators. Doudou, you got this, I believe you can do it. Bang, he waved his hand, closed the door, and headed downstairs. Woof, woof, woof. Damn it, whatever. If we're talking about multitasking, I used to chat with 6 chuchas all by myself. Doudou let out a hot-blooded cry as his front paw controlled his own device, wildly knocking on the mouse and keyboard. His hind legs controlled Song Shuhang's mouse and keyboard, using Song Shuhang's character to assist him. His 4 legs kept flailing about, just as if he was convulsing. Song Shuhang quickly ran downstairs and opened the door to Medicine Master's building. The doorbell continued to ring. Song Shuhang called, is it the express delivery? I'm coming right away. Outside the house, a cold voice calmly said, no. This isn't an express delivery, I've come to check the water meter. Song Shuhang. The scholar calmly said, "It's me, Scholar Drunken Sunday." Scholar Drunken Sun? Song Shuhang looked dazed. Wait, if he remembered correctly. He quickly took out his mobile phone and checked the name he marked. Scholar Drunken Moon. The pronunciation should be similar to the Drunken Moon, right? Why had it become Drunken Sun? Song Shuhang opened the door, and saw the strange but familiar face of the scholar. Scholar Drunken Moon? Song Shuhang reconfirmed cautiously. The scholar calmly said, "Little friend Shuhang, it's Drunken Sun, not Drunken Moon." Song Shuhang scratched his head. So, was it because he recorded the wrong name on his phone? Or was it that Scholar Drunken Moon had finally forgotten his own Taoist name? When I get the chance, I will check with Senior Northern River. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Scholar, please come in." Song Shuhang asked, "By the way, Scholar Drunken M, no, Scholar Drunken Sun, did you go to Heavenly Field Island?" The scholar nodded. "But I heard that you left, so I flew here from Heavenly Field Island to find you." Huh. But when I was back at Western Orchid Island, which is right beside Heavenly Field Island, I left a clone. If you needed something, you could have directly gone to Western Orchid Island to look for my clone. Didn't Island Master Tian Kong and Senior 7 Lives Talisman tell you about this? Song Shuhang looked puzzled. Scholar Drunken Sunday. They had heartlessly forgotten about him, and didn't mention anything at all. When Scholar Drunken Sun remembered what happened on Heavenly Field Island, his eyes became wet. Song Shuhang said, "Perhaps Island Master Tian Kong and Senior 7 Lives Talisman were too busy, so they forgot to mention this to you. Scholar Drunken Sunday, do you still need to study the 6th stage celestial?" "I've been keeping it for you," Song Shuhang said. Well, he had actually forgotten about the agreement before this moment. It wasn't until he saw Scholar Drunken Moon that he remembered it again. Fortunately, he wisely left a clone on Western Orchid Island. At least Scholar Drunken Moon wouldn't blame him this way. "Sure enough, little friend Shuhang, you are much better than those 2 heartless men," Scholar Drunken Sun said emotionally. He found Song Shuhang to truly be worthy of someone who had once suffered the same illness as him. The scholar said, "Anyway, forget about that 6th stage celestial. I heard that celestials have become involved in this time's annual event. Moreover, Senior Yellow Mountain and the others should have already gotten to study some. Little friend Shuhang, you should just take your celestials to the event. I'm here mainly because I want to make a transaction with you." Song Shuhang said, "Scholar, do tell." Song Shuhang felt very guilty because he had accidentally forgotten his agreement with the scholar before. Therefore, if the scholar wanted to trade with him, he would definitely try his best to satisfy his demands. The scholar said, "I remember that when little friend Shuhang was forging the 8th stage level combined magical treasure, there was a surplus of 8th stage dog teeth. Is that right?" Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "Yes, after forging the magical treasure, I still have 2 8th stage dog teeth left with me." At that time, he'd gotten 10 8th stage dog teeth, 2 of which were used to forge 2 sets of the combined magical treasure, and 6 of which were used to exchange for 4 tufts of 8th stage rabbit fur. As such, he still had 2 left. "I want to exchange for an 8th stage dog tooth. Would you be willing to take an 8th stage ironwood stick in exchange?" The scholar took out the ironwood stick and handed it to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang took the ironwood stick and nodded. No problem. The 8th sage dog tooth was useless to him anyway. Since a senior of the group had a use for it, and was asking to exchange for it with something of equivalent value, of course he was happy to go through with it. He took out an 8th stage dog tooth from his inner world, and gave it to the scholar. "Thank you, little friend," the scholar said with a smile. After the transaction was completed, the scholar took out that interesting magical treasure, the pet-shaped manifestation core, and gave it to Song Shuhang. Right, I'll give this thing to you, little friend. Just take it as a bonus for the transaction this time. Shuhang curiously asked, what is this? Shuhang, didn't you always want a chat group clone? This pet-shaped manifestation core should be able to do that for you. The scholar then explained the function of the core to Shuhang. So, the core condenses a manifestation of myself out of whatever I place it on. If I were to place it on gold, would it create a golden Shuhang manifestation? Shuhang immediately thought of the gold sand he had. The scholar said, naturally. Shuhang squeezed his chin and fell into thought. What if I installed it on a car? This. Actually, I haven't tried this out, the scholar replied. Am I seeing things? Why do I feel that Shuhang's thinking is a combination of Doudou plus Thrice reckless plus senior white? When facing Shuhang, he seemed to be facing the above three all at the same time. Shuhang said, I will try it out if I have the chance. Shuhang had just ordered at the mecha-transforming, immortal boat. When it arrived, should he install this core on it, and see if a manifestation would be condensed from the immortal boat? If the experiment was successful, then his immortal boat would become even more interesting. 2. He could have it take his place in chatting with the group. And when it was needed, he simply needed to call it, and it would come flying over as it transformed into a 9-seater minivan. And in places where nobody would see it, it could transform into a giant mecha. Add some weapons to it, and it would possess considerable combat power. If the manifestation could open the inner world, it would be even more interesting. It would be tantamount to having an extra clone. Actually, Shuhang had another bold idea in mind. Could this pet-shaped manifestation core, in addition to being installed on inanimate objects, be installed on living creatures as well? For example, what would happen if he placed it on Doudou? 1. He would not tell this idea to others for the time being. He planned on first looking for an ordinary puppy or kitten to test it out. The scholar asked, by the way, little friend Shuhang, do you have a free room here? I need to meditate for a while to figure out how to upgrade my life-bound magical treasure. When he received the 8th stage dog tooth from Shuhang, he couldn't help but think of many possible ways to level up his life-bound magical treasure. These flashy plans were precious epiphanies. He wanted to write them down while they were still fresh in his mind so that he could reference them when the time came for him to upgrade his life-bound magical treasure. Shuhang smiled, and said, no problem, the whole building is empty right now. You can stay in any room you want. If the scholar wanted to stay, he would certainly welcome the other party wholeheartedly. If Dharma King creation really came to surprise him, at least there would be one more person to share the experience with him. 2. Thank you, little friend. The scholar grabbed the 8th stage dog tooth. After entering Medicine Master's building, he chose a room at random, laid down layers of formations, and rushed to enter a state of meditation. After receiving the scholar into the house, Shuhang closed the door and returned to his room. 2. There, Doudou was sitting on the ground, his whole body still convulsing. He had controlled 2 characters by himself, and his level of control was quite good. Surprisingly, it looked like the game boss would be overwhelmed if this continued. One Shuhang asked, do you need me to take over? There's no need, just watch me defeat this boss in one breath while I control 2 characters by myself. Woof, 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 I will definitely be able to do it. Doudou let out a hot-blooded cry. He seemed to have fallen in love with the feeling of controlling 2 characters on his own. All right. Shuhang smiled, turned on the phone, and sent a private message to Northern River's loose cultivator. Senior Northern River, are you there? Yes, what's the matter? It was the ever-online Northern River, who was almost never offline all 365 days a year. Shuhang asked, Senior Northern River, I wanted to confirm something with you. The pronunciation of Senior Scholar's name is similar to Drunken Moon, right? Northern River's loose cultivator confirmed, I have recorded a few homophonic sounds here, including the drunken soon, drunken moan, and drunken goon. So that should be the right pronunciation. Song Shuhang, but, the scholar came to me today, and he said that his Taoist name isn't Drunken Moon, but Drunken Sun. I even confirmed it twice. Northern River's loose cultivator, drunken what? Song Shuhang, Drunken Sun, I heard it clearly. He was very certain that it was sun. Northern River's loose cultivator, this day has finally come. The scholar has forgotten his own Taoist name. For Song Shuhang, that's what I was thinking as well. Northern River's loose cultivator, change the remark for his Taoist name, and add Drunken Sun at the end of Drunken Moon. Let's call him Drunken Sun for now. I hope that he doesn't remember it wrongly again. Song Shuhang, that's a good way to deal with it. Right, Senior Northern River, after I fell unconscious last time, did everyone place a formation in my body? Yeah. Senior Yellow Mountain was worried that you might accidentally blow up again, so he united us fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces number 1 group to set up a sealed defensive formation on your body. Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly thought of something. Wait. F*CK, have you ascended to the 6th stage? 2. No, I'm still in the 5th stage realm. However, when I got another golden core, the formation placed in my body disappeared. Song Shuhang burst into tears. Northern River's loose cultivator, one Song Shuhang asked, Senior Northern River, can you set up that formation again? Northern River's loose cultivator, explode, Shuhang. 2 Song Shuhang, Northern River's loose cultivator, that formation was a seal placed on you after the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces number 1 group combined their powers and worked under the lead of Senior White and Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. After the immortal feast, the fellow Taoists already went back to their respective homes, so if you want us to set up the formation again, it will be very difficult. Shuhang, pay attention to your safety when you practice. One Song Shuhang, I see, thank you, Senior Northern River. Northern River's loose cultivator, however, for the formation to have broken after you got another golden core means that you are now at the level of a 6th stage True Monarch. Perhaps, the hidden danger of self-destruction is no longer a problem. If you've got time, ask a senior to do a checkup on you. That makes sense. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Perhaps the self-destruction hazard was gone. When he thought about this, Song Shuhang felt relieved. After finishing the call with Northern River's loose cultivator, Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Doudou. Doudou had already steamrolled the boss, and he let out a long breath of relief. Awesome. Song Shuhang said, good job. Doudou asked, Shuhang, say, do you think my tail would be able to control a device on its own, allowing me to control 3 characters at once? Song Shuhang replied, if you can have 2 tails, then perhaps it's possible. Doudou said, let me think about it. Phoenix Slayer can grow several tails, what reason is there that I can't do so as well? 2. Song Shuhang. Maybe the fact that you're an entirely different species from Senior Phoenix Slayer? 1. At Phoenix Slayer's immortal cave. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pinched his chin, staring at a pan in a daze. The pan was round, and it looked great. After hesitating for a long time, young Master Phoenix Slayer made a light leap, and his figure shrank rapidly in mid-air, and he shrank to the size of a cat in the blink of an eye. He landed steadily in the pan, and sat on it with a satisfied expression on his face. One young Master Phoenix Slayer softly said, I've found my new meditation posture. I will be using this to replace the futon. I feel that my meditation speed should be able to increase by 2%. Before that silly Doudou ascends to the 5th stage, I must at least reach the level of transcending the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage, or even directly ascend the 6th stage. For young Master Phoenix Slayer wanted Doudou to know that even if it ascended to the 5th stage, he would always hold it down by half a stage, and he would still be Doudou's nemesis. One night fell. The moon was bright, and the stars were scarce. At this time, Little Ku, the shop operator in charge of the immortal boat Song Shuhang had ordered, sent another message. Senior Yellow Mountain, are you still online? Song Shuhang replied, I'm here. Right, didn't they say that the express delivery would arrive today? It's already deep into the night now. Is the express delivery coming now? It's great that you're still online. Your express delivery will arrive soon. Please be prepared to receive it. Fairy Little Ku sent a smiley face. Song Shuhang asked, how do I receive it? Will it be by flying sword? Or will it be delivered by other means? It was already so late, so it couldn't be an ordinary express delivery, right? Previously, he had been wondering if he would meet Sima Jiang today, who might fly over to make the delivery. Fairy Little Ku said, right, I almost forgot to tell Senior Yellow Mountain. Senior, would you please turn on your computer and plug in the network cable? Song Shuhang. Plug the network cable into the computer and receive the delivery? Wait. Fairy Little Ku, you aren't actually sending me an immortal boat in a game, right? The design was ready in the morning, it was manufactured on the same day, and it could even arrive at night. Could it be that Little Ku was really sending him over an immortal boat in the game? Song Shuhang said, Fairy Little Ku, I ordered a real immortal boat, the kind to be used in real life. Little Ku replied, Senior Yellow Mountain, don't worry. The new delivery person from our side is quickly approaching, but he needed to confirm the location with you through the internet. So that's what it was. Song Shuhang nodded. He turned his head. Doudou was tired from playing, and was eating dog food while watching a TV series. Song Shuhang brought his computer over, then got the network cable, and connected it to the computer. He then logged into the Huepa number 1111 game equipment trading platform to contact Little Ku. Alright, I have already used the computer to go online. Song Shuhang sent a message to Little Ku. I've received it. Senior Yellow Mountain, please don't disconnect from the internet at this time. Fairy Little Ku sent a smiley face. Song Shuhang replied, okay. He had just finished typing this word, and suddenly there was a soft bang from his modem. It seemed that sparks were coming from the modem. Was there a short circuit? It couldn't be, could it? He had just promised Fairy Little Ku that he would remain connected to the internet, yet the modem exploded as soon as he turned his head? Just as Song Shuhang was in thought, a beam of current was ejected from the network cable. It was described as an electric current, but it did not cause paralysis or any harm. It seemed to only be energy that was in the shape of an electric current. Electricity continuously gushed out from the network cable, and condensed and formed by Song Shuhang's side. Doudou, who was watching a movie in the distance, went over in his monster dog form and stayed behind Song Shuhang, staring at the current. Soon, the current condensed into a human form. When Song Shuhang saw it, he felt a little pressure. This figure was exactly the same as the ancient language tutor he had in the learning god system, the one who constantly used electric balls to electrocute him. The humanoid figure smiled, and said, hello, are you Mr. Yellow Mountain and Doudou? Your express delivery has arrived. She looked at the location of the living room. Can you clear the space for the express delivery? Song Shuhang nodded stiffly, pushing away the sofa in the living room, and trying to make enough space. The humanoid figure stretched out her hand to reveal a magical treasure on her arm. It was a spatial magical treasure. When she turned her hand on the magical treasure, a container fell out. 1. The express delivery has arrived. I wish Mr. Yellow Mountain a happy day. Please remember to give me a good review. After saying that, she went into the network cable again and disappeared. Song Shuhang. Doudou asked, is this the real-life version of coming out of the screen to punch you? Doudou's words reminded Song Shuhang of something. If he did not leave this electric current girl a good review, would she actually crawl through the internet to punch him? 5. Song Shuhang said, the speed of the delivery was so fast. It's already this late into the night, yet they're still hard at work delivering the orders. This kind of attitude and efficiency deserves a 5-star rating, no? Doudou nodded. You do have a point. However, the account you used to buy the immortal boat was stupid Yellow Mountains. We can just wait a few days after receiving the goods and then give a bad review. At that time, even if she wants to crawl through the internet cables and hit someone, it would be stupid Yellow Mountain. Song Shuhang. He felt that at least 30% of why Senior Yellow Mountain was so tired every day was Doudou's fault. Let's open the box and see what the customized immortal boat looks like. Doudou rolled on the ground, transformed into a big monster dog, and began to unbox the huge box for Song Shuhang. After the box was opened, a silver-white minivan was revealed. It was over 5 meters in length, yet it looked elegant and beautiful. The logo of the car was a logo Song Shuhang had never seen before, a small pagoda within a circle. Song Shuhang opened the door, and found that the interior was similar to that of a normal minivan, just that the configurations of this one were more advanced. Huh. Surprisingly, this vehicle seems to suit my tastes. Next time, I'll also order one of these immortal boats for myself. Doudou shrunk his body and went to the back seats. He skillfully laid down all the seats in the back row, and then gently pressed a button on the back of the main driver's seat, causing an inflatable bed to expand, and thus creating a large bed at the back of the car. Doudou happily said, "Woof, they really installed an air bed. When I ordered a hand-guided tractor-style immortal boat previously, I strongly requested them to add this design. They actually added it to your immortal boat this time." Woof, woof. After shrinking his body, he rolled around in the back of the minivan immortal boat. Rolling from the front to the back, and then from the back to the front. After a round of rolling, Doudou stretched out his paws to pull at the rear of the car, pulling out of a dog food bowl. Huh, they also added this design, Doudou said happily. He took out the dog food he bought with Song Shuhang during the day, and poured it all into the bowl. Then, the place where the computer can be set. Yes, this is it. This way, I can just play on my stomach. Woof, I like this car, it satisfies me too much, Doudou concluded. As long as the speed satisfies me, I must order one for myself. Song Shuhang. He wondered if it was just him seeing things, but why did he get the feeling that this minivan immortal boat was tailor-made for Doudou? The various designs seemed to be placed to satisfy Doudou's hobbies. The whole car revealed its thoughtfulness towards Doudou. Doudou suggested, "Let's go. Shuhang, let's go for a drive." "Wait, let me first ask how this immortal boat operates," Song Shuhang said. He went on to the Huepa number 1111 game equipment trading platform and contacted Fairy Little Ku. "I've received the immortal boat. Is there an instruction manual?" Little Ku quickly replied, "Yes, Senior Yellow Mountain. The instruction manual is in the storage compartment of the immortal boat's passenger seat. In addition, your immortal boat has 3 operating modes: the minivan mode, immortal boat mode, and mecha mode. You can try them out." Song Shuhang replied, "Okay, I'll check it out." In such a short period of time, they were even able to produce an instruction manual. They were truly professional providers of immortal boats. Song Shuhang opened the storage compartment, and found that it contained a thick manual. Besides the instruction manual, there were the vehicle's purchase invoice, certificate of conformity, driving permits, and the like. There was even a license plate. As expected of professionals, Song Shuhang praised Fairy Little Ku again in his mind. He flipped through the instruction manual. The minivan mode was similar to that of an ordinary car. The immortal boat mode was an enhancement of the minivan mode, and it had a series of functions like illusion mode, shield deployment, flight control, diving, escape, and space flight. Generally speaking, the maneuvering method of this immortal boat was simplified as much as possible, and it seemed to be foolproof. It looked like it was simplified so that it could be operated even by a dog. Why do I keep on getting the feeling that this is not my immortal boat but Doudou's? This feeling in Song Shuhang's heart became stronger and stronger. He entered the main driver's seat, and familiarized himself with the interface of the immortal boat mode. After writing down the driving method, Song Shuhang nodded. Alright, let's go and fly around. Song Shuhang loaded the immortal boat into the inner world, went out of Medicine Master's building, and then found an empty space to bring it out. After entering the immortal boat, he first turned on its illusion mode to prevent ordinary people from peeking at them. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed onto the screen in the driver's seat, injecting spiritual energy into the immortal boat. This was the process to activate the immortal boat. The immortal boat was also a kind of magical treasure, and the owner needed to activate it before using it. This was a process of having the treasure recognize its master. The spiritual energy of the 33 divine beasts technique continuously poured into the immortal boat, and the spiritual energy wandered through the body of the immortal boat. After 10 breaths, the activation was over, and the process of having it recognize its master was completed. Now, it's time to enter the immortal boat mode and deploy the shields. Song Shuhang quickly operated the immortal boat. The steering wheel of the minivan was converted into a control stick like those in small aircraft. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "The whole process is dumbed down a lot, but it's very much suitable for newcomers like me." If he were to operate a standard immortal boat, he might not even be able to get it to fly. But with this kind of integrated driving and flying system, he was quickly able to get a hang of it. Boom! The 4 wheels of the minivan retracted, and it took on the form of a shuttle, as it rose into the sky according to Song Shuhang's operation. Song Shuhang asked, "Where do we go strolling?" Doudou said, "Of course it would have to be in space. If you're still flying in the atmosphere after buying an immortal boat, what's the point? If you wanted to do that, then you should have just bought a plane." Song Shuhang responded, "That makes sense." After saying that, he operated the immortal boat to frantically rush to the sky with a kick of the accelerator. The immortal boat got faster and faster, breaking past the speed of sound within 10 seconds and still accelerating. Compared to flying with a sword, an immortal boat was more secure. Moreover, after Song Shuhang found himself sitting in the immortal boat, his fear of heights seemed to disappear. Perhaps the thick shell of the immortal boat gave him a sense of security far beyond that of the guardrails. Or perhaps there were other factors at play that were temporarily unclear. Song Shuhang kept stepping on the accelerator to speed up the immortal boat. This feeling of extreme speed gave him a kind of stimulation. This was the first time that profound sage Tyrannical Song actually found pleasure in speed. Perhaps my fear of high speeds has been cured, Song Shuhang thought. How refreshing. Man aims to conquer the blue sky and pursues exciting speeds. Beep, 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 beep. At this time, the immortal boat let out a series of rapid cries. Doudou suspiciously asked, "A siren? Were we overspeeding?" Song Shuhang looked down at the interface. "Alert, the immortal boat's energy reserve has dropped low, please replenish energy. Add spirit stones, charge the immortal boat, add jet fuel, or continue to input spiritual energy for the immortal boat to maintain its normal operations." Song Shuhang replied, "It's not that we were speeding. The immortal boat is running out of energy." "That's right. After all, it's a new car. It's impossible for it to be filled up." Doudou said, "Then quickly replenish its energy with spirit stones." "Where do we replenish it?" "There are several cells that can be found in the armrest of the driver's seat," Song Shuhang said. "I have a few spirit stones on me, they should be enough." He currently had over 36th stage spirit stones. He remembered getting these spirit stones back when he had sold the blood god pearls to Taoist priest Horizon. Afterward, the spirit stones that Song Shuhang had only kept on increasing. Doudou said, give them to me. I'll place them in for you. Shuhang stretched out his hand and transferred all the spirit stones from his magical bracelet over to Doudou. Doudou loaded all the spirit stones he got from Shuhang into the immortal boat. The immortal boat's energy quickly rose, and crossed the warning line again. Doudou said, I've put in all 36th stage spirit stones, as well as some fragmented spirit stones. Shuhang. From today onward, please call him Song, completely broke, Shuhang. After all the spirit stones were placed in, the immortal boat's energy cell had only increased to 1%. By estimation, the full battery capacity of this immortal boat was based on a 9th stage spirit stone. Shuhang asked, with more than 36th stage spirit stones, how long can we move around? Doudou said, if you were to drive normally, it should last for 10 years. An immortal boat doesn't consume much energy. However, if you have to maintain the immortal boat's shield after entering space, the energy consumption will increase. Shuhang felt relieved after hearing this. Moreover, this immortal boat was a hybrid, and his own spiritual energy could be used to fuel it if he had spare energy. Currently, he had 5 cores, allowing him to have a quantity of spiritual energy equivalent to a 6th stage spiritual emperor. With this, he could maintain the operation of the immortal boat for a long time. At this moment, Doudou said, Shuhang, can we check out the mecha mode? Shuhang replied, no problem, come over to the passenger seat. Doudou rolled and quickly climbed into the passenger seat. Shuhang began to switch the mode. The mecha form. Cling, a pleasant noise came from the immortal boat. On the screen at the driver's seat, a demonstration of the transformation of the immortal boat appeared. The original shuttle-shaped immortal boat split apart, and mechanical arms and legs stretched out. At the same time, there was a pair of wings that extended on its back. In a short 2 moments, the immortal boat had switched to the mecha mode. Shuhang thought to himself, I keep on feeling like I've experienced this somewhere else before. Right, he remembered now. During the hand-guided tractor competition, he had participated in Senior Phoenix Slayer's place. The hand-guided tractor remodeled by Senior Phoenix Slayer at the time had a transformation feature, which could turn it into a big wheel to crush others. Unfortunately, this mode was later judged foul, and was prohibited from further use. Otherwise, Shuhang might have gotten into the top 6 in the hand-guided tractor competition. After switching to the mecha mode, the operation interface of the immortal boat had also undergone some changes. There were now several more functions. For example, an attack mode. This mode required Shuhang himself to add an offensive magical treasure to the immortal boat, and it was only for display at the moment. In addition, there was a crazy escape mode. What is this mode? Doudou's little paw clicked on the crazy escape mode with a light tap. In the next moment, the crazy escape mode was activated. F***ck, how did it get activated? Doudou cried, he wasn't the owner of the immortal boat, so why could he activate this function? Shuhang calmly replied, the crazy escape mode is an emergency measure. Because the owner of the immortal boat might fall unconscious, anyone inside the immortal boat can activate this function. This was what the manual said. What will happen after it's activa, woof? Doudou's face hit the sidewall of the immortal boat. The spiritual energy stored in the immortal boat burned frantically. The energy of the spirit stones was all consumed, and instantly transformed into a driving force to push the immortal boat forward. The immortal boat in the form of mecha exploded in speed, leaping forward violently. It was as if rocket boosters had been added behind the immortal boat. Shuhang said, as you can see, after the activation of this mode, the immortal boat will lift all restrictions, and have its speed increased to the limit. Even if it falls apart, it will not hesitate to continue. In short, it's the definition of fast. So fast that there's no saving it. At this time, the the speed of the immortal boat had already exceeded what his normal eye could bear. Only the sage's eye that was in his left eye socket could catch the things that were passing by quickly. Woof! Can you brake? Doudou's body was clinging to the wall of the immortal boat. Because the immortal boat was speeding up so frantically, he was almost stuck to the wall. Shuhang replied, once the crazy escape mode is activated, the brakes are disabled. Even the shield is only maintained at its lowest limit. All energy is prioritized for speed. So to speak, this was truly a mode where speed was everything. When looking for the ultimate speed, the brakes would just be a cumbersome thing, and would be discarded. Woof, did I get into trouble again? Doudou felt a little trembling in his body. This speed was too fast, and he was a little uncomfortable. He felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. And what worried him even more was that Shuhang had two problems, a fear of heights and a fear of high speeds. Now that the speed of the immortal boat had exploded to this state, if Shuhang's fear of high speeds broke out, would he still be able to drive the immortal boat smoothly? He turned around tremblingly and looked at Shuhang. Shuhang, are you okay? Woof. I feel like vomiting. Shuhang calmly said, I'm fine. With the help of the powerful vision of the sage's eye, he calmly piloted the immortal boat. Now that he was still flying into space, he simply needed to immerse himself in rushing upward. Doudou. I feel that something is wrong with you. At such a terrifying speed, shouldn't you be screaming and feel like vomiting? How can you be so calm? Don't worry, Doudou. We will be able to reach space safely. Shuhang gave Doudou a gentle smile. I feel it now, it's very exciting. Doudou responded, huh? This kind of extreme speed, my entire person seems to be integrated into it. My mind seems to have merged with the immortal boat. Every time the immortal boat breaks through another level of speed, I feel particularly refreshed. Shuhang explained to Doudou how he was currently feeling. Doudou responded, woof bleg, he understood now, Shuhang's mind had broken. It had to be because his fear of high speeds had exploded with all its might, leaving Shuhang utterly frightened such that he broke down. After he broke down, he didn't feel scared anymore. It's all my fault this time. Doudou leaned weakly against the wall of the immortal boat. He could feel that the speed of the immortal boat was still increasing, making him feel like he could not breathe. Doudou felt that his dog life was in shambles. Shuhang softly said, fairy waiting for a promise. The virtuous Lamia appeared. She stretched out her hand, gently picked Doudou up, and protected him in her arms. Then, she looked at the scenery passing by outside the immortal boat. After a pause, the virtuous Lamia said, after a four-tone Shuhang-style scream, Fairy at #times tilted her head and fell softly. Fairy at #times, who hadn't played dead for a long time, finally found an opportunity to do so. Doudou. It was unknown how long it took, but when Doudou was about to collapse, the immortal boat burst out of the atmosphere, and rushed straight toward the moon. Shuhang looked down at the immortal boat's control interface, its energy was almost completely consumed. The crazy escape mode was simply a money burner. According to Doudou, that amount of energy should have been able to maintain the normal flight of the immortal boat for 10 years. However, it was all used up in such a short time, all for the sake of speed. Because the method of activation was simple and crude, most of the spiritual energy was wasted. However, the effect of the crazy escape mode was very good. Its speed had reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage, and might even be beyond that. Looking at it from another angle, one could think of it as a peak 7th stage escape technique. If it was used to escape, it would have great results. Consuming more than 36th stage spirit stones in exchange for a peak 7th stage escape technique was not a loss. The only problem was that for Shuhang, it was virtually useless. The enemies he generally faced could instantly destroy him. And when it came to these enemies, it was impossible for Shuhang to escape by relying on this technique. If he really wanted to escape, he would have to rely on the inner world. A 7th stage escape technique was completely meaningless to Shuhang's enemies. Therefore, this crazy escape mode was more of a money burner mode for Shuhang. In the future, when he had money or had too much energy in his body, he could burn money for some excitement. Moreover, this mode was very detrimental to the immortal boat. After using it once, the immortal boat would probably need repairs. The immortal boat continued to rush in space, but its speed had already begun to drop. Doudou weakly said, "Are we going to the moon?" Shuhang replied, "I'm afraid we won't make it there, the energy has almost been completely consumed." This kind of stimulation from speed gave him an endlessly pleasant aftertaste. Shuhang felt that he might fall in love with this kind of crazy acceleration. It seemed that his fear of high speeds had disappeared. Moreover, he had also awakened a desire for speed. Next time, if he accidentally made a grave, death-seeking mistake and Senior White sent him to the sky with a disposable flying sword, he wouldn't be afraid anymore. This was an unexpected gain. While Shuhang was thinking about this, the immortal boat continued to get slower and slower. When the energy of the 30 plus 6th stage spirit stones had all been expended, the immortal boat's crazy escape mode ended. Finally, the immortal boat began to slow down, and various functions began to recover. Under normal circumstances, after the crazy escape mode ended, the immortal boat would take the initiative to find a place to park. But at this time, Shuhang and Doudou were in space, and there wasn't really any place to park. After the immortal boat floated for a long time, it turned off and waited to return from the mecha form to the shuttle-shaped immortal boat form. It's finally over. Doudou stood in the passenger seat and shook his body. If it had lasted any longer, he suspected that he would begin suffering from a fear of high speeds. Shuhang regretfully said, "Unfortunately, I don't have any more spirit stones on me." He had wanted it to last for a while longer. After all, it was the first time in his life that he felt excited because of high speeds, so he wanted to experience it a while longer. What do we do now? Doudou looked at the outer space beyond the immortal boat. Don't worry, my immortal boat is a hybrid. In addition to the spirit stones, I can instill my own spiritual energy into it to act as an energy source. I was particular about this point when I bought it. Shuhang smiled lightly. It was the smile of a penniless man. If he hadn't been so poor, he wouldn't have looked for this hybrid immortal boat. Shuhang opened the armrest of the passenger seat again. In addition to the cells where spirit stone could be placed, there was also a palm print on the side. This was the place where spiritual energy could be poured in for the immortal boat. Shuhang stretched out his hand, pressed the palm print, and then circulated the 33 divine beasts technique. All the spiritual energy from his 5 golden cores was then poured into the palm print continuously. If all the spiritual energy in his body was extracted, it would be equivalent to several 6th stage spirit stones. Moreover, he also had a 6th stage ghost spirit. At this time, Doudou curiously asked, in addition to the spiritual energy of spirit stones and cultivators, can this immortal boat use other types of energy? Shuhang replied, it is said that gas would work. Jet fuel and electricity should work as well. While talking, Shuhang suddenly thought of something. He took out a mechanical core from his magical bracelet. It was the core reactor he got from within the blonde girl's body. There was a huge amount of energy in this thing, so much that it had even drawn out a heavenly tribulation for the mechanically modified girl at the time. Shuhang suddenly became curious, and said, Doudou, do you think this thing can be used like a spirit stone and installed into the immortal boat? If this thing could be installed into the immortal boat, it would be equivalent to giving the immortal boat an external golden core. Even if he didn't charge it, it should be able to slowly recover its own spiritual energy, right? What is this thing? Doudou looked at the core reactor in Song Shuhang's hand, and said, "This thing isn't a spirit stone. Although there's powerful energy inside it, if you want to install it on the immortal boat, it should need another piece of equipment to guide its energy out." A piece of equipment to guide its energy out? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand again, and took out something from his magical bracelet. It was the treasure that fellow Taoist Profound Ice had gotten from that mysterious secret realm. It was the thing that the 5th stage loose cultivator, who had been fleeing with Doudou as they were being chased down by celestials, had insistently given to Song Shuang. The energy refiner. It was the component of a certain 5th stage magical treasure, and it had the function to extract energy from various cores or ores. After Song Shuhang thought about it, he took out the pet-shaped manifestation core he got from Scholar Drunken Moon. If these 3 things were installed on the immortal boat together, what would happen? It was a dreadful development. One should not be too reckless. It was like when there was a clear path that could lead to victory, but people would get restless and do something stupid. For example, it was stated on news reports that there were many people who put a light bulb in their mouths and couldn't get it out, resulting in them having to go to the hospital. Despite that, there would still be people who would feel that their mouths were big enough, and think that they would be able to do so without the light bulb getting stuck. As such, under a reckless impulse, they'd stuff a light bulb into their mouths. Sometimes, humans were such interesting creatures. At this time, Song Shuhang had this monster named Recklessness rampaging in his mind. Song Shuhang said, theoretically, the energy refiner can extract the energy of the core reactor. The two should be able to become a set, and then be installed on the immortal boat. Afterward, when the pet-shaped manifestation core that Scholar Super Cudgel gave me is installed on the immortal boat as well, it should let the whole thing become a manifestation of myself. Thinking about it, it feels very interesting. Doudou chuckled. Woof. Theoretically speaking, you haven't blown yourself up, but isn't there still a chance of you blowing up? Song Shuhang. Doudou, you've changed. In the past, you would only cause trouble, but now, you've learned how to rend the hearts of others, and the rending is ruthless and accurate. Doudou said, but anyway, it's not like we're doing anything at the moment, so we can try it out. For Doudou, who was close to the 5th stage, space wasn't a dangerous place. Even if Song Shuhang's immortal boat exploded, he could still rely on his flaming wheels to fly to Yellow Mountain's immortal cave on the moon, and wait for Yellow Mountain to pick him up there. Then, let's try it out. Song Shuhang held the core reactor and energy refiner and studied them. Doudou said, however, there is still a problem. These two things aren't compatible. If you want to merge them, you will need to modify them. Can you modify them? Song Shuhang. He had no idea how to modify or forge magical treasures on his own, which was why he'd invited Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue to forge his magical treasure, while doing only the final assembly himself. Song Shuhang said, alright, let's go back and ask the seniors in the group. If I don't understand local affairs, I simply need to ask Brother Baidu. If I don't understand foreign affairs, I simply need to ask Brother Google, and if I don't understand something related to cultivation, I simply need to ask the seniors in 9 provinces number 1 group. By relying on his 5 cores to power up the immortal boat, although they would fly a little slower, they should be able to get back to Earth. After returning, he planned on going to Senior Thrice Reckless to better understand the principles of the charging technique and see if he could upgrade it so that he would be able to charge the immortal boat. When Song Shuhang was about to get the immortal boat back up and have it fly back slowly, a man dressed as a miner appeared right in front of the shuttle-shaped immortal boat. The man stood on his pickaxe as he flew in front of Song Shuhang's immortal boat, knocked on the immortal boat, and said, "Fellow Taoists, why have you stopped here?" He saw Song Shuhang's immortal boat floating in space without even raising its defensive cover, so he came over and inquired curiously. Song Shuhang replied, "It's fine, it's just that the immortal boat's energy has been consumed, so the emergency measures were activated, and it has temporarily come to a stop." "So that's the case. Are you fellow Taoists heading to the moon? If you are, then this humble Taoist can lend you a hand. This humble Taoist, idler Zhu Shan, is engaged in the trade of refining ores. If fellow Taoists have any need for such things in the future, you can come to the moon and order from this humble Taoist. Now, time to go." After idler Zhu Shan said this, he raised his leg and slammed it against Song Shuhang's immortal boat. He looked so skilled with the kick that it seemed that he had done this kind of thing many times. Moreover, his strength control was excellent. The force of this foot acted on Song Shuhang's immortal boat, giving the vehicle the power to move forward without damaging it. The shuttle-shaped immortal boat whooshed forward and rushed towards the moon. Song Shuhang. In the distance, idler Zhu Shan waved his hand vigorously with a bright smile on his face. Song Shuhang said, "Actually, I wanted to return to Earth." Doudou said, "Since we're already here, it would be safer to just head to the moon. I'll take you to Yellow Mountains' immortal cave on the moon. There should be a reserve of spirit stones in his immortal cave. Let's steal some, and then drive the immortal boat back to Earth." Stealing from Senior Yellow Mountains' immortal cave sounds interesting, but we should forget about it. Song Shuhang immediately thought of someone who had stolen from Senior Yellow Mountain once, and was then suppressed for many years, as well as teased by Senior Yellow Mountain smurf accounts. He didn't want to become Taoist priest Cloudy Mist too. There were some things that were very exciting to do, but the price you'd have to pay for doing them was too high. TSK, it is indeed true that Thrice Reckless gets along better with me. Last time, when I mentioned secretly stealing stupid Yellow Mountain's immortal brew, he immediately worked together with me to do so, Doudou said with a smile. Song Shuhang asked, "What happened later?" Doudou raised his head and held his chest up high. "Nothing happened, as I'm the most reliable. After stupid Yellow Mountain found out that his immortal brew was gone, I immediately took responsibility and took on all the charges. As such, if we go steal some spirit stones from Yellow Mountain, when Yellow Mountain finds out, I can simply bear all the responsibility." Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Doudou, your biting the hand that feeds you sickness is too serious. If you really do find a male dog in the future and get married, Senior Yellow Mountain's reserves won't be emptied out by you, will they?" "Woof, don't talk about marriage to me." Doudou immediately tried changing the topic when this topic was raised. Did his last wedding have that big of an impact on him? Doudou added, "Don't mention male dogs with me either. I've been trying to adjust my mental state recently." Song Shuhang. He kept on getting the feeling that something happened to Doudou. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Are you really a female dog, Doudou?" Doudou angrily said, "You are a female dog, ugh, you are a woman. And your whole family is women." Song Shuhang. His gaze couldn't help but shift to Doudou's tail. "My little Doudou is still there, don't look at it. I'll bite you if you look there again." Doudou gritted his teeth. "Next time I go out, I have to remember to wear a pair of pants." "Ha ha ha." Song Shuhang laughed and turned his head back. Then, he began to search through his magical bracelet and the inner world to see if there was anything there that could replace spirit stones and charge the immortal boat with enough energy to bring them back to Earth. While he was searching, Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly lit up. He took out a bunch of spirit stones from his magical bracelet and the inner world. Doudou asked, "Didn't you say that all your spirit stones have been used up?" Song Shuhang said, "These spirit stones are the loot that I just got from the Celestials after killing a few. However, because the loot was casually stored, I almost forgot about them. When Celestials went hunting, they didn't bring that many spirit stones with them. However, Song Shuhang killed a lot of them. In the first wave, he had already ground over 50 Celestials, and today he had gone through another wave. The only lackluster thing about this was that most of the spirit stones were of the 4th and 5th stage. He hadn't searched through the body of that 6th stage celestial yet, but that guy should have 6th stage spirit stones. However, the petrified state of that 6th stage celestial had yet to dissipate, so he had to wait a while before searching it for loot. Shuhang stuffed all the spirit stones into the immortal boat in one breath. After adding enough energy, the operation interface of the immortal boat brightened up again. "Let's go." Shuhang manipulated the immortal boat, turned it, and locked it onto the course for Earth. The immortal boat's defensive formation reappeared. Shuhang stretched out his hand, and the immortal boat's appearance changed into its mecha form. In this form, the immortal boat could use the crazy escape mode. He wanted to experience that feeling of extreme stimulation again. "Be careful, there is someone up ahead," Doudou shouted at this moment. After the immortal boat adjusted its direction, there happened to be a fairy maiden sitting on a golden, book-like magical treasure passing in front of Shuhang. At this moment, the fairy maiden's eyes were wide open as she stared at Shuhang's immortal boat. The shuttle-shaped immortal boat, which had suddenly turned into a mecha, had attracted her attention. The fairy maiden covered her mouth and smiled as she transmitted her voice. "Fellow Daoist, your immortal boat is very interesting." Shuhang responded, "Thank you." After saying that, she stood up from her golden book magical treasure. "Is fellow Daoist returning to Earth?" Shuhang replied, "Yes." The fairy maiden asked, "Then, is it convenient for me to hitch a ride?" She was wearing a lavender dress, and her long brown hair was carefully braided and hung over her left shoulder. Her long bangs covered her eyes, making her look rather delicate. Normally, even if the other party was a beautiful fairy maiden, Shuhang would be wary of having the other party get in his ride since it was their first time meeting. However, when he saw this fairy maiden, although he didn't know her, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. There is naturally no problem with that. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. Shuhang transformed the immortal boat from its mecha form to its minivan form. "It can actually change further?" "Does it have 3 forms?" the fairy maiden asked through voice transmission. It has 3 forms for the time being." Shuhang opened the minivan's door. The defensive cover outside the immortal boat prevented the atmosphere from leaking out. The fairy maiden retrieved her life-bound golden book and entered the vehicle. Doudou turned his head, and asked, "Big sister fairy, what's your name?" "Feel free to call me whatever you want," the fairy maiden replied while holding the shrunken life-bound golden book. "Doudou." The fairy maiden solemnly said, "You can call me Jingya." "Fairy quiet night?" "It sounds very poetic," Doudou replied hypocritically, and then lost interest in her. "Her name isn't Choo-Choo, boring. By the way, Shuhang, can I drive the immortal boat?" Doudou had become interested in driving the immortal boat. "You can drive?" Shuhang looked at Doudou's monster dog form. "I can drive. In fact, I've secretly driven several times, but Yellow Mountain doesn't know," Doudou said with a smile. After a while, Doudou took the driver's seat. In the rear, the seats were all pushed down, and the inflatable bed was taken out. The fairy maiden seemed very capable at discovering the various hidden mechanisms. Shuhang and the fairy lay on the inflatable bed, looking at the scene in space through the glass of the vehicle's skylight. Chapter 1557 Can't Get Enough of It. Shuhang had originally been in the passenger seat. But then, that person called Fairy Jing, wait, what was her name again? Anyway, the fairy maiden seemed to have gotten bored in the back, so she pulled Shuhang and had him lie down with her. Her movements were very natural, and it was as if this wasn't her first time meeting Shuhang. Moreover, Shuhang didn't feel any repulsion when he was pulled over. It was as if he had instinctually allowed her to pull him and have him lie on the inflated bed with her, looking at the stars through the transparent skylight. While staring at the starry sky in a daze, Song Shuhang felt that the atmosphere got a little awkward. At this time, should he look for a topic to talk about in order to ease the atmosphere? Song Shuhang looked at Fairy Quiet Clothes, saw the book in her hand, and asked, "Fairy Quiet Rain, do you like reading?" The fairy maiden smiled. "I do." Then, there was silence. Song Shuhang. "It seems I can't talk about this topic. I'll have to change the topic. What can I talk about? If not books, then should I talk about Doudou?" The fairy maiden added, "In addition, the Taoist name I just mentioned, Jingye, comes from the poem Quiet Night Thoughts, Jingyi Si." Oh, so it turns out it's from a poem. Song Shuhang nodded. He felt that this topic was a lot more open, and that they could chat for a while longer about this. Just as Song Shuhang was in thought, the virtuous Lamia suddenly appeared. After she appeared, she assumed the size of an ordinary person, keeping her tail straight. Then, she forcibly squeezed in between Song Shuhang and Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts. Song Shuhang suspiciously asked, "Fairy waiting for a promise, what are you doing?" Fairy #time spoke, and a robotic voice came out from her mouth. "Appreciating the sword as I get drunk, returning at the sound of the horn in my dream." Song Shuhang. "The midnight light, the chicken of dawn, the time for a man to study," Fairy at #times continued in a robotic voice. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. "Where can I hear the light?" Fairy #times continued to mutter, and her body squeezed slightly, squeezing Song Shuhang aside. Her tail continued to flick, pushing Song Shuhang farther and farther away. Then, she lay firmly together with Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts. Silly Shuhang, this fairy maiden hates you because you're a light bulb. Did you hear her 3 sentences? They're all sentences with light. Doudou laughed while driving. Song Shuhang. "Doudou, why can you even understand what fairy waiting for a promise is saying? How did your thoughts match like that?" Anyway, Doudou was driving the immortal boat pretty well. At least for now, it seemed that his driving was a lot better than Fairy Dongfang 6. Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts let out a round of sweet-sounding laughter. She reached out and grabbed Fairy at #times' little hand, and their fingers intertwined and interlocked. Fairy #times turned her head and looked at the braided fairy maiden on the side. She tilted her head as if thinking about something. Song Shuhang asked, "Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts?" "No, Fairy Quiet Night, do you know Fairy waiting for a promise?" If they didn't know each other, how could the virtuous Lamia be so close to the other party? "You can call me Quiet Night Thoughts." "I don't mind," the braided fairy maiden said, smiling, but she didn't answer Song Shuhang's question. Fairy #times stretched out her other hand and touched Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts' face. Her hands touched her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth. Suddenly, Fairy at #time said, "It's not you." This time it was not a robotic voice, but she used her own voice. Song Shuhang looked at Fairy #times curiously. To be honest, the virtuous Lamia had been with him so long, but she had hardly ever spoken in her own voice. Every time she spoke, it would be by using the recording of Song Shuhang's scream, a robotic sound, or lines she had recorded from some TV series. Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts softly said, "It's me, and also not me." The virtuous Lamia retracted her hand, with their interlocked fingers separating. Then, she began to roll on the inflated bed. She looked very anxious. She rolled to Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts' side and started to roll back, all the way to Song Shuhang's side. After pausing by Song Shuhang's side for a moment, she continued to roll over, rolling over Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia then started going back, and rolled over Song Shuhang again. She rolled, and rolled, and rolled. A few minutes later. The virtuous Lamia was now addicted to playing, and she was no longer anxious. One she rolled all the way over Song Shuhang, and then back again. Song Shuhang. Fairy quiet night thoughts got on her stomach, rested her cheek in one hand, and smiled at Song Shuhang and the rolling virtuous lamia. Fairy #times is still so cute. She hasn't changed at all. Using the ancient language, she had directly called out Fairy waiting for a promise's name. Sure enough, she knows Fairy at #times, Song Shuhang thought to himself. At this time, Fairy at #times got tired of playing. She stopped and remained motionless between Song Shuhang and Fairy quiet night thoughts. Then, she began to recite various lines. Lines from TV dramas, lines from movies. Most of them were the kind of lines used when the heroine dies in the arms of the hero, and there were also many love poems that felt nauseating. After reciting the lines, she began to recite ancient poems again, this time switching to the robotic voice. After reciting the ancient poems, she began to recite various backup lines she had made using Song Shuhang's voice. She started with the four-tone scream used when pretending to be dead. Followed by, "What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love?" 3 consecutive questions from the scholarly sage's speech on filial piety. If you don't know anything, then why did you come out? One Song Shuhang himself had forgotten when he said this sentence, but the voice was indeed his own. "I'm Tyrannical Song, age 18, please advise me. If I have offended you in some way, would you like to fight me?" This sentence was in Soft Feather's voice. The virtuous Lamia had also recorded it some time ago. Song Shuhang. He felt that the virtuous Lamia's library of recordings was a bit too rich. It didn't only have recordings of his sentences, but also Soft Feather's. And there were even some very anger-inducing ones. "Your death is at hand, you heinous human. Today, nobody will be able to save you," a sea urchin warrior continued angrily. "Anyone who has spilled the blood of us sea urchin warriors will be the common enemy of the sea urchin warriors all over the world. You can't escape even if you run to the ends of the world. Not only you, but even your family shall be punished by the sea urchin warriors. You can't hide, there's no way for you to live. However, if you cut off your head obediently, I can spare your family." 2. It was the line of the sea urchin warriors. Finally, the virtuous Lamia switched back to Song Shuhang's voice. "Little White, when your hair reaches your waist, will you ma?" Song Shuhang leaped up quickly and stretched out his hand to cover the mouth of the virtuous Lamia. F***ck, why did this line come out? However, it was too late. The lines had almost been completely said. Ahead, Doudou, who was driving the immortal boat, turned his head. F***ck. He hadn't misheard. That should be Song Shuhang's voice. Song Shuhang. Heavens, I'm the one who wants to shout F***ck. Among the many fellow Taoists in the 9 provinces #1 group, I admit I have to kneel in front of you, Shuhang. Doudou said in admiration. No, it isn't what you think, Song Shuhang said. This sentence was actually Senior White. As he was halfway through his words, he felt like something wasn't right. Regarding Senior White's illusory reality and the secret story of the young man in green robe's confession, it was something that none of the members of the 9 provinces #1 group knew of yet. If he were to speak of it, wouldn't he be directly sent into the sun? Anyway, this line did not originate from me. I had merely repeated it at the time, and I still almost lost my life by doing so. Song Shuhang sighed deeply. So that's the case. Doudou nodded, and hypocritically said, "Indeed, with your personality, Shuhang, you definitely wouldn't say such a line." "Exactly," Song Shuhang said. "This kind of line that's bursting with shame isn't a line that fits my style." The virtuous Lamia said, "MMPF." Song Shuhang didn't dare to let her play random lines anymore. If any weird lines were to be played again, he might not be able to bear it. As such, Song Shuhang forcibly called her back, and put her in confinement to prevent her from materializing, only letting her attach herself in her pure, virtuous light mode. Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts looked at the scene in front of her with a smile and didn't interrupt. The immortal boat returned to Earth under Doudou's control. When Doudou got the boat to descend, he had it plunge straight down, not checking where they were landing. Below, there seemed to be an ocean. Quiet rain. No, wait. In his mind, Song Shuhang thought of the poet Li Bai, and then thought of Quiet Night Thoughts. Song Shuhang asked, Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts, where are you going? Do you need us to send you to your destination? One Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts waved her hand, and said, No, my destination is right below. I wanted to go to the Pacific region. Well then, let us say our farewells here. See you in the future. She chuckled, and brought out her life-bound golden book once more. Then, she opened the window and leaped out of it. The golden book enlarged to support her figure. She sat on the golden book and waved to Song Shuhang. Goodbye. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, Goodbye. Song Shuhang then said, Doudou, does the immortal boat still have enough energy? Let's go back to China. Doudou said, Don't worry, as long as we don't use the crazy escape mode, there shouldn't be a problem with its energy reserves. The immortal boat turned around, and headed toward China. Fairy Quiet Night Thoughts sat on the golden book, watching the immortal boat go away. With a smile, she said, The next time we meet, it will be like meeting for the first time again. Why must you do this? In her body, another voice sounded. It was Fairy Chenglin's voice. Actually, this kind of plot where, no matter what the girl does, the man can never remember her, completely oblivious to how much the girl has done for him, seems straight out of a tragedy. I just can't get enough of it. Yi Si took out a tragic literature book, her eyes lighting up. This isn't good, I seem to be enjoying it too much. 2. Fairy Chenglin. What kind of weird way of thinking was this? Was literature for young women really like this? Chapter 1558 Taking the Enemy's Head from 1,000 Miles Away. Yi Si added, I suddenly feel that keeping things like this isn't that bad. It's as if it was always our first time meeting. Every time I meet him, his response feels very novel, but also good enough to be placed in a tragic plot. Not knowing what's going to happen also feels quite nice. Fairy Chenglin, is there any saving my girl? I feel that I can't let her continue reading those strange books. I should replace her tragic stories with other kinds of stories. But what should I replace them with? Given Yi Si's personality, which made her identify with the stories she'd read. Was there a book that would suit her? Fairy Chenglin began to feel distressed. When Doudou drove the immortal boat back to Jiangnan University Town and then Medicine Master's building, it was already the morning of the next day. October 20th, Sunday. There were 3 more days before the resurrection CD went down. Song Shuhang stored the immortal boat in his inner world. Doudou shook his body and exclaimed, I'm going to rest for a while. I'm so tired. Song Shuhang said, Sure, just look for a room to rest in. Don't disturb Scholar Drunken Heaven. Doudou retorted, Scholar Drunken Heaven is not Choo-Choo. Why would I bother him if there wasn't anything important? After saying that, he swaggered into Medicine Master's building to look for a room at random and go to sleep. Song Shuhang followed into the building and he spread his divine sense, sweeping across the entire place. Song Shuhang said softly, The puppet maiden and little Yinju haven't come back yet? Weren't they having too much fun outside? It seems that I should have them get a phone so that they're easier to contact. Song Shuhang sat down in front of the computer and skimmed through the latest news casually. Recently, there was more news about mysterious flying objects, UFOs, mirages, etc. Song Shuhang thought to himself, is it because of the loosening of the passages within the universe? After reading some of the latest news, Shuhang logged into his chat account again and entered the 9 provinces #1 group. As soon as he entered the group, he received a notification from Senior Yellow Mountain. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. At everyone, I'll be sharing a secret mental technique to detect celestials, the celestial sensing technique. This secret technique is a modified version of the mental detection technique, specialized in screening and locking onto the celestial race. This can be used by fellow Taoists at the 5th stage and above. If any fellow Taoists need it, feel free to download it. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Senior Yellow Mountain, you're sharing this cultivation technique for free? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. This cultivation technique is being spread by the Cultivator Alliance, in order to make it easier for everyone to find celestials when hunting them. Of course, if there are too many celestials, the secret technique will allow you to sense this as well, allowing you to retreat early. After some testing, it was found that the sensing range of this secret technique exceeds the searching technique of the celestials. According to the plans of the Cultivator Alliance, this cultivation technique is to be spread throughout the entire world of cultivation for free. Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked, can it be used by monster cultivators? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Phoenix Slayer, let's talk about this in private. There is a modified version for monster cultivators, which can strengthen a monster cultivator's 5 senses to allow them to better sense celestials. The effect is better, and the sensing distance is longer. At everyone, fellow Taoists of the monster race, please send me a private message. The monster cultivator version of the celestial sensing technique is different depending on your race. Monster cultivators were different from human cultivators, and there were many types of them. Therefore, there were separate versions of the celestial sensing technique for the various monster cultivators. Venerable Yellow Mountain didn't want to upload them one by one, so he told the members to send him a private message instead. Tyrannical song, I don't know why, but I feel like the celestial sensing technique's real name should be, Hateful Celestial Radar Technique. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, the name Hateful Celestial Radar Technique is great, I like it. After a while, when I teach this technique to others, I will call it the Hateful Celestial Radar Technique. War in the modern era is a war of information. If you can stay one step ahead of your enemies, you'll have a great advantage. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Medicine Master, Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Shuhang's fingers stiffened. Did I accidentally add to Senior Yellow Mountain's fatigue value? He immediately changed the subject. Anyway, seniors, when I was riding my immortal boat last night, I suddenly had an idea. I want to integrate a core reactor, as well as the component of some 5th stage magical treasure, an energy extractor, with my immortal boat. In addition, I also want to install a pet-shaped manifestation core on it. Do seniors think this is feasible? It sounds quite awesome, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Little friend Shuhang, I'll come look for you this afternoon. I've done a lot of research on modifying vehicles and immortal boats. Let's work together in modifying your immortal boat. Shuhang's heart trembled. Would an immortal boat modified by Fairy Dongfang 6 be reliable? Wait, maybe it really was reliable. Fairy Dongfang 6 off-road vehicle was modified by her, and it could move around without any problems. Although she was a road killer, she still had great skills in modifying vehicles. Okay, I will wait for Fairy Dongfang 6 to come over this afternoon, Shuhang replied. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and clicked on the group's shared folder to download the Hateful Celestial Radar Technique. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, I've got a feeling that it's going to explode. Northern River's Loose Cultivator hurriedly said, Thrice Reckless, don't say such ominous things. Little friend Shuhang is allergic to the word explosion recently. May good luck be upon you. He had already told the other members of the group about the disappearance of the safety seal on Shuhang's body. Doudou reborn, woof, I can't use this hateful celestial radar technique. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, it's the celestial sensing technique. In addition, Doudou, you can use it after you ascend to the 5th stage. When are you coming back? Doudou said, I just arrived at Song Shuhang's place. Let me play for a few more days. Yellow Mountain, didn't you make an agreement with me to only be out for a day? Doudou laughed, and said, the agreement was only for me to play for 1 day. However, I'm a lying puppy, woof woof woof, I finally got to go out this time, so I must play to my heart's content. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Upstairs, Doudou was quickly typing in the chat box. By the way, when I was returning home on the immortal boat today, Shuhang said a line that was especially overbearing. It shocked me. As he got to this point. System prompt, Doudou reborn, has been muted by the group owner for 5 days. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire said, stop chatting, come back early. Doudou, he hadn't even gotten to send the message when he got prohibited from sending further messages. Stupid Yellow Mountain, because of your actions, the entire 9 provinces #1 group has missed on huge gossip. This gossip shall not see the light. I'll be keeping it in my mind to only be enjoyed by me alone, I won't share it anymore. Meanwhile, after Song Shuhang downloaded the celestial sensing technique, he opened it and watched the lesson. This sensing technique was simply a modified version of the mental detection technique. Song Shuhang had already learned the mental detection technique. It was a technique that allowed cultivators to use their mental energy to sense their surroundings. After ascending to the 5th stage, mental energy would be transformed into divine sense, causing its range to become extremely broad. After breaking through, Song Shuhang hadn't used the mental detection technique to its fullest yet, so he did not know how much and how far he could sense at the moment. This celestial sensing technique was an extension of the mental detection technique. Once it was deployed, the divine sense of a 5th stage cultivator would only target celestials, and at the same time, increase the sensory range. Song Shuhang followed the method described in the document and managed to master the secret technique after several attempts. With his body as the center, his divine sense spread according to the method described in the celestial sensing technique. The sensing method of the mental detection technique was akin to a carpet search. On the other hand, when he used the celestial sensing technique, it was as if countless invisible threads extended from his body, these threads only capturing the aura of celestials. In this way, the consumption of his divine sense was lower, and its efficiency was higher. With the continuous extension of the celestial sensing technique's range, Song Shuhang had his consciousness stretch out over 5 kilometers away. Immediately afterward, 6 small dots appeared in his mind. He had locked onto the coordinates of some celestials. Not only that, if Song Shuhang willed it, the celestial sensing technique would also transmit pictures back to him. It was a celestial aircraft, docked in the air 5 kilometers away from him. It was currently patrolling aimlessly, seemingly searching for a target. Song Shuhang quickly wrote in the 9 provinces #1 group. I've found a target. Fairy Lychee asked, Celestials? Song Shuhang, yes, I can sense a total of 6 celestial signals, currently 5 kilometers away from me. Seniors, how should I deal with them? Northern River's loose cultivator said, if you are 5 kilometers away, then go with lightning techniques. 5th stage lightning techniques should be able to cover this range. Shuhang, which lightning techniques have you learned? Song Shuhang replied, the lightning palm. Northern River's loose cultivator, are you being serious here? Are you not even the slightest bit embarrassed mentioning something like the lightning palm when you're the renowned first sage in 1,000 years? Song Shuhang added, in addition, I also learned the lightning drawing technique from the Heavenly Master's techniques. I've just grasped the realm of one bolt. Northern River's loose cultivator, forget it, change the plan. There's no point relying on your lightning techniques. Song Shuhang burst into tears immediately. Medicine Master, Northern River's loose cultivator, thank you, Medicine Master, but I don't need it. Fairy Lychee, if you really have no other option, just use the sword controlling technique and send a sword over to chop those celestials' heads. Young Master Phoenix Slayer added, taking the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away, this is the main purpose of the sword controlling technique. However, Shuhang is a saber user, so he has grasped the saber controlling technique. Song Shuhang said excitedly, alright, let me try. Ever since he'd learned the saber controlling technique, he'd never gotten to try taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. However, which saber would be best for this? It was a must for cultivators to have a style such that they could sit at home, drink tea, talking and laughing with fellow cultivators, and have their sword or saber fly out 1,000 miles away to take the enemy's head. However, Song Shuhang had a lot of treasure sabers. Which one should he use? The treasured saber Broken Tyrant? The invisible saber Insect? The tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades? In addition, he could also use the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber or even Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. The level of the treasured saber Broken Tyrant is a bit low. I'm afraid that its lethality would be a bit lacking, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Broken Tyrant was the saber that had been with him for the longest amount of time, but it was only a 4th stage saber, and it did not carry much lethality. Although it was equipped with the 8th stage whale bone that had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation, the whale bone was only a guardrail and did not improve the saber's quality. Next time, when he got the chance, should he ask Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue to work on Broken Tyrant? He could consider using the invisible saber insect, but since there were 6 celestials, he felt that the saber insect wouldn't be able to kill them all at once. Therefore, he should first attack the celestials with something else, while having the invisible saber insect attack afterward. Anyway, the saber insect wouldn't be seen by the celestials, and he could have it hidden right beside them. Song Shuhang suddenly thought, wait, why am I thinking of only sending a single saber? Others can control 1 saber when they have 1 core. With me having 5 cores, doesn't that mean that I can send out 5 at the same time? Wouldn't that also let me deal with them in 1 move? And so, he took out Broken Tyrant, the invisible saber insect, and the Tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades. The Tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades could target 2 celestials. If he were to add Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword and the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, the numbers added up perfectly. I am Song, numerous golden cores, numerous sabers, Shuhang. With a lot of golden cores and sabers, you can really do whatever you want. Song Shuhang called out to Lady Onion, who was in the inner world, Lady Onion, lend me the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber for a while. Lady Onion raised her head and joked, I don't have any gold coins in my game account top up for me, and I'll lend it to you. It had been quite a while since Lady Onion had her onion sprouts last pinched. During this time, she had also gradually come to understand Song Shuhang's character, so she had become a lot more courageous and less restrained, causing her to occasionally make some small jokes. However, when Lady Onion said that, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber had already flown up, taking the initiative to answer Song Shuhang's call. Lady Onion, the power of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears was triggered. She lay on Senior Turtle's shell, tears streaming down her face. Am I really the 8th cultivator of true virtue? In theory, I should be the master of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, right? Song Shuhang said boldly, don't worry, I'll top up your gold coins. He was already prepared to use the golden sand in his inner world, and exchange it with Cave Lord Snow Wolf for something else. If that didn't work, he had also gotten a lot of magical treasures from the Celestials. He could have those exchanged for spirit stones and money. At that time, if Lady Onion wanted in-game currency, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Song Shuhang called out again, Fairy waiting for a promise, let Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword come out. The virtuous Lamia squeezed out half of her body from behind Song Shuhang, lazily opened her mouth to spit out Scarlet Heaven sword, and quickly went back again. She was rather listless today. At this time, the invisible saber insect and the 9 virtues phoenix saber were circling around Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven sword said, "Yo, Shuhang, are you going to do morning exercises?" Song Shuhang replied, "No, this time I've locked onto 6 celestials and want to use the saber controlling technique to deal with them." 6 celestials. What is their strength? Scarlet Heaven sword asked. Song Shuhang said, "I can't tell for certain, but they should be at the 5th stage, right? I used the hateful celestial radar technique to sense them. You brought me out to deal with a few weaklings at the 5th stage?" Senior Scarlet Heaven sword was dumbfounded. It was an immortal level weapon, and it was in a state of full energy. If it wanted to, it could kill a 9th stage tribulation transcender realm with a single slash. Yet, it had actually been brought out to deal with a few weaklings at the 5th stage. Wasn't this excessive? Scarlet Heaven sword added, "Even though Scarlet Heaven filled me up with energy, this energy shouldn't be used in vain. We should save it for opponents at the 8th stage or higher, preferably the 9th stage." Some time ago, when Song Shuhang had faced a big shot, it was out of energy and couldn't fight properly. It became frustrated just thinking about it. That makes sense. Song Shuhang nodded and said, "Then, Senior Scarlet Heaven sword can simply watch. I want to try and see if I can control several sabers at once." Scarlet Heaven sword asked in confusion, "Control several sabers?" Song Shuhang said, "Exactly." He first stretched out his hand to point at the treasured saber Broken Tyrant and used the saber controlling technique on it. Broken Tyrant floated up and turned according to Song Shuhang's will. Along with this, Song Shuhang also used the saber nurturing technique. A hum came from Broken Tyrant. It then rose sharply, ready to go. "Very good, it doesn't take that much effort," Song Shuhang said. Afterward, he stretched out his hand to point at the invisible saber insect, and used the saber controlling technique and the saber nurturing technique. The invisible saber insect already had a mind, so when he used the saber controlling technique on it, it consumed less than half the energy he used for Broken Tyrant. Moreover, the effect of the saber nurturing technique on it was much more evident. The saber insect kept on conveying that it was very comfortable to Song Shuhang. Next, the twin blades. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and touched the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades, releasing the 6th stage seal on them. If he undid the 7th and 8th stage seals as well, that would consume too much energy. For the current Song Shuhang, the most practical state was the 6th stage state. He then used the same combination of saber controlling technique and saber nurturing technique. Because it was his life-bound magical treasure, the two techniques were even more effective when used on the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades. The twin blades, the saber insect, and Broken Tyrant were now all lined up in a row, floating in front of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang mused, "I feel that I've still got a lot of energy left." The 5 golden cores in his body continuously provided him with spiritual energy, and coupled with the spiritual energy of the 6th stage ghost spirit, Song Shuhang felt very relaxed when controlling 4 sabers. Song Shuhang said, "Next, the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber." The 9 virtues Phoenix Saber was indispensable for this attack. The Celestials were all inside their aircraft. If he wanted to break the defense of the aircraft, he had to use the sharpness of the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber. After all, it was a primordial treasure. Even if no special buffs were added to it, it could still cut apart the celestial aircraft like tofu. Song Shuhang stretched his hand and touched the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber, trying to use the saber controlling technique on it. The 9 virtues Phoenix Saber cooperated with Song Shuhang and entered the saber control mode. Then, Song Shuhang thought about it and used the saber nurturing technique on it. When the saber nurturing technique fell on 9 virtues Phoenix Saber, Song Shuhang suddenly felt that his mind had connected with the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber. He and the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber seemed to have become one. The saber was him, and he was the saber. F***ck, this is one with the saber realm, Scarlet Heaven sword couldn't help but say aloud. This was unscientific. Saber intent and the one with the saber realm were pursued by all saber cultivators. Moreover, the one with the saber realm was much more difficult to comprehend than saber intent. After comprehending saber intent, one would generally be able to use it steadily and have it become a part of their own combat power. However, achieving the one with the saber realm depended on one's luck, as well as the state of the person and their saber. There were various other factors that come into play as well. There were times when the cultivator was in a good state, but the treasured saber wasn't, and this would make it impossible to enter the one with the saber state. Song Shuhang said softly, "This is the one with the saber realm?" This feeling was unexpectedly wonderful. It was as if he had rid himself of the restraints of his body and entered the perspective of the saber. This kind of perspective, which belonged to the saber, brought Song Shuhang's understanding of the 3000 sabers scripture to an even higher level. As long as I have a saber in hand, there is nothing in the world that can stop me. Song Shuhang yelled, "Saber controlling technique, slash." The Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber took the lead, rushing at a speed that far surpassed the other sabers. Behind it was the tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades. However, the distance between it and the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber was constantly increasing. As for Broken Tyrant and the invisible saber insect, they were moving at the same speed as one another. Song Shuhang closed his eyes, his divine sense attaching itself to the treasured sabers. 5 kilometers away. The celestial aircraft found a mountain forest to stop at temporarily. Their luck seemed to be off. After coming to this world from the celestial realm to hunt for golden core cultivators, they still hadn't found any suitable prey even after searching for several days. Now they were preparing to rest, recharge, and then meditate. Just as they were about to stop the aircraft, a flame streaked across the sky in the distance and slashed towards them. "Enemy attack," shouted the celestial in charge of keeping watch. As soon as his voice fell, the flame had already turned into a flaming phoenix, slashing at the celestial aircraft. Boom! The celestial aircraft was slashed. The 6 celestials inside were ejected at this critical moment thanks to the safety ejection mechanism. Even so, the terrifying power of the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber left large and small wounds on their bodies. The inextinguishable phoenix flames wrapped around their wounds, continuously hurting the 6 celestials. After destroying the aircraft, the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber did not stop its pursuit. It continued floating in the air, spinning around happily. From beginning to end, the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber had not exerted its true power. Otherwise, the 6 celestials would absolutely be dead. Its mission was only to destroy the celestial aircraft and to keep watch in the air, so as to not let the 6 celestials escape. A celestial flew out and shouted, "This is a cultivator's saber controlling technique. A cultivator discovered us." However, they hadn't even gotten the time to react when whoosh, the tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades arrived, with the blades slashing down fiercely. The twin blades separated, each locking onto a celestial. The 2 celestials could only grit their teeth and rush to defend themselves. However, they had been seriously injured by the Phoenix Saber just now, and their bodies were still enveloped in the inextinguishable Phoenix flames. After 2 short breaths of resistance, they were still ultimately cut apart by the tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades. After that, the treasured saber Broken Tyrant came over. It also locked onto a celestial and slashed at it. That celestial had just stabilized its body. It gritted its teeth and swung its sword to block the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. However, the treasured saber Broken Tyrant was not alone. It was also followed by the invisible saber insect. The invisible saber insect seized this opportunity to stab the other party. That is a good sign. Ordinary 5th stage cultivators wouldn't be able to see invisible sword insects, let alone the variant version, the invisible saber insect. If Song Shuhang's invisible saber insect were to conceal its aura with all its strength, even cultivators at the 6th stage wouldn't be able to discover it. Therefore, while the Celestial was busy dealing with the treasured saber-broken tyrant, the invisible saber insect had taken advantage of that opportunity to silently get behind the other party and stab them. Rip! The defenses of the Celestial were pierced, and the edge of the saber insect smoothly penetrated the other party's lower back. Ah! The Celestial let out a scream, and subconsciously grabbed at its lower back where it had been injured. As it did so, the Celestial screamed once more due to having grabbed onto the blade-like body of the invisible saber insect, injuring its hand. Immediately afterward, its eyes suddenly went dark, and it fell from 10 meters up in the air, falling into the mountain forest as it uttered another scream. When it fell, the invisible saber insect quietly withdrew from its lower back, and went back to lurking. The body of the saber insect was smooth, and blood simply dripped down without getting stuck to the surface. The Celestial who was pierced through the lower back was now unconscious. It had gotten poisoned. The saber insect possessed a bloodline that belonged to venomous insects. If needed, it could secrete a paralytic poison. This poison was something that even 6th stage cultivators would find troubling, and could cause 5th stage cultivators to directly fall unconscious. The Celestials were more valuable alive than dead, and this paralytic poison could make the Celestials fall into a coma without threatening their lives. This particular effect was rather valuable. In the air, the remaining 3 Celestials were frightened. As soon as they were attacked, their aircraft had exploded. Soon after, 2 of their comrades were cut cleanly across the waist, while another had inexplicably fallen unconscious and lost all combat power. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even see where their opponents were or what they looked like. They released their mental power with all their strength, and they didn't sense any aura nearby. The other party was very likely to be beyond their sensing range, and had attacked them by controlling sabers. How strong did the other party have to be to accomplish such a thing? Anyway, the first round of attacks was over. The tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades continued to float in the air, and did not continue to attack. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber was moving around to prevent the Celestials from escaping. Broken Tyrant Saber Chi had skyrocketed. If it weren't for the guardrail on its body, it would have been very domineering this time. The invisible saber insect continued to lie in hiding, waiting for an opportunity. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song was broadcasting his battle for the seniors in the group. Done. Seniors, I killed 3 Celestials in one go. Little friend Shuhang's saber controlling technique is so strong. You were able to cut down 3 4th and 5th stage Celestials all at once. Curious, Immortal Master Copper Trigram came out of lurking despite his busy schedule. Northern River's loose cultivator quickly replied, Yo, Copper Trigram, long time no see. Have you had a baby yet? After you give birth, I'll give your baby a gift when it turns 1 month old. Normally, Northern River's loose cultivator's attitude in the group was very positive. He, Yellow Mountain, and a few other seniors who seldom came out of lurking strenuously maintained the order in the 9 provinces number 1 group. However, every time he encountered the shady fortune teller, he would become especially violent. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, hehe. Northern River, dear, you really do love me. Next time, I shall give you a child. Fairy Lychee, young Master Phoenix Slayer, this scenario feels quite spicy when you think about it. Northern River's loose cultivator, too ugly, I reject. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, although I know that Copper Trigram might be a fairy maiden, with the appearance of the fairy in red back at the immortal feast being quite good as well, for some reason, my impression of him is that of a bare-chested, rough man. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, thrice reckless, I can give you a child as well. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, you shady fortune teller, why must we hurt one another like this? Copper Trigram was too crazy. In order to make other people feel disgusted, he wouldn't hesitate to injure himself. Truly a self-ridiculing shady fortune-teller. Su Clan 7, little friend Shuhang has practiced his saber-controlling technique well. It seems that it wasn't a waste teaching you my secret saber-controlling technique. Song Shuhang's saber-controlling technique was imparted to him by Su Clans 7 through 16. Fairy Firefly, what saber-controlling technique did Shuhang learn that it allowed him to kill 3 celestials in one move? Song Shuhang embarrassedly said, I used the Moonlight Saber Control, which was taught to me by Senior 7. Actually, the reason why I was able to kill 3 celestials in one move was because I sent over 4 sabers at once. Su Clan 7, Fairy Firefly, Northern River's loose cultivator, Song Shuhang curiously asked, anyway, I've run into a problem. There's a total of 6 enemies, 3 of which I've killed through the saber-controlling technique. What should I do with the remaining 3? Even if I used the saber-controlling technique remotely again, I wouldn't be able to kill them quickly as they've become vigilant. Of course, Song Shuhang could directly use the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber to crush the Celestials if he wanted to. He could even use the invisible saber insect to deal with them one by one. He just suddenly thought, is the saber-controlling technique only used to throw out a single blade and take the enemy's head from thousands of miles? What if the enemy was stronger, and couldn't be killed in a few seconds? Fairy Lychee said, you can use a saber technique that's suitable with the saber-controlling technique to attack them. The saber-controlling technique and the sword-controlling technique were just methods, and with them were also matching saber techniques and flying sword techniques. For example, Myriad Sword Art, Concealed Flying Sword Magic Formation, Manifold Fragmented Light Sword, 5 Divine Swords Technique, and other similar flying sword techniques. Song Shuhang was confused. What? There are saber techniques that complement the saber-controlling technique? He was utterly clueless on this subject. Northern River's loose cultivator, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, how exactly did you ascend to the 5th stage, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song? Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Just like salted fish, I got to the 5th stage by practicing. Xian Gong in recovery, he can't be blamed for this. After all, the time that little friend Shuhang has spent in the world of cultivation is very short, so it's understandable that he doesn't know about this. The fact that he was able to learn a saber-controlling technique is already very good. Northern River's loose cultivator, right, at least he can use the saber-controlling technique. As for lightning techniques, he still only knows the lightning palm. Song Shuhang said, I can also get 1 bolt using the lightning drawing technique, Senior Northern River. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, hey, wait. You've been chatting in the group for such a long time. Where are those 3 living celestials? Have they run away? Song Shuhang replied, no, they can't run away. I'm using the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber to restrain them. If they want to run, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber will force them back. They haven't moved yet. After all, the value of living celestials was higher than that of dead celestials. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber? All this time, the 3 living celestials already had no way of escaping? Phoenix Saber Jasmine, you're using the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, this was Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue's account. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had added her to the group a long time ago. It was just that she rarely came out to chat using her account, and used 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's account more often. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue added, since you can use the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, you can directly rely on its power to steamroll them. What need is there for a saber-controlling technique? And why can you use the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber? You aren't the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue, so how are you using it? Song Shuhang replied, I just had some doubts in my heart, so I tried clearing them by asking the seniors. It seemed that in addition to ancient languages and magical techniques, he also had to study the saber controlling technique more. At this time, Fairy Lychee curiously asked, Shuhang's saber controlling technique was imparted to him by Seven, right? Does Seven have a matching saber technique? Su Clan 7, I have yet to create a saber technique to match the Moonlight saber control, so. Shuhang, you'll have to create a set of saber techniques by yourself. I believe in you. Heavens! I don't even know how the technique is supposed to work, how am I going to make one? Anyway, I should deal with the remaining Celestials first. Song Shuhang's consciousness shifted to the battlefield where the Celestials currently were. At this time, one of the 3 Celestials finally found an opportunity. It calculated the angle in its mind, and when the Tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades and 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber floated to the farthest position from it, it quickly activated a life-saving escape technique. A cyan light curled around its body, dragging it away. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, Hehe, my invisible saber insect was waiting for something like this. At the moment when the Celestial activated its secret escape technique, the invisible saber insect violently stabbed into its back, and injected a large amount of paralyzing poison into its body. Ah! The Celestial screamed, and fell unconscious. However, the light of the escape technique was still wrapped around its body, and it continued to drag the Celestial away. At this moment, the blade of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber flashed, hitting the light of the escape technique on the Celestial's body with its flat part. The treasured saber broken tyrant flew over, and the guardrail unfolded to catch the unconscious Celestial. At this time, the broken tyrant saber had 4 Celestials trapped within its guardrails. The 2 Celestials who had been cut apart and the Celestial who was in a coma were all captured by Broken Tyrant. It was really the right decision to install the guardrail on it. The guardrail could not only give one a sense of security, but could also be used to transport spoils of war. At the same time, the other 2 Celestials also activated their escape techniques. One of the Celestials used the same cyan light escape technique. The cyan light curled around its body, dragging it away to escape. The other Celestial used an escape technique that Song Shuhang was very familiar with, the blood evasion technique. The blood evasion technique was a powerful escape technique, supposedly sufficient to escape from 6th stage True Monarchs. When this escape technique was used, the body of the person would turn into bloody mist before rushing in all directions. This blood evasion technique was tricky to deal with. The blood mist would spread out in all directions before eventually converging in a certain place, and returning its user back to their proper form. Moreover, it didn't matter if some of the blood mist was destroyed, at most the user would suffer some slight injuries as a result, which they could recover in a few days. If one was lucky, some treasures would be hidden in the blood mist, and could then be taken along using the blood evasion technique. The blood evasion technique was also known as the Ant 1 escape. The Celestial who used the cyan light to escape failed to get very far, and was quickly slapped back by the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. The invisible saber insect seized this opportunity to stab at its waist, inject poison, and cause them to fall into a coma. The treasured saber Broken Tyrant followed closely, and caught the unconscious Celestial. Immediately afterward, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber released a flame that chased after the scattering blood fog. After the flame was released, the blood mist that was scattering everywhere was mostly set ablaze. Only 4 or 5 wisps of mist managed to escape the flames, and continued to escape madly into the distance. Only this small portion of blood mist was left. Even if the blood mist gathered back into a humanoid form, that Celestial would be severely injured if not dead. At this time, each of the twin blades went to chase the remaining portions of blood fog. Song Shuhang had seen the blood evasion technique before, and knew that it would eventually converge in one place. The various treasured sabers were working together perfectly. After Song Shuhang thought it over, he had Broken Tyrant, the invisible saber insect, and the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber returned first. The tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades were his life-bound magical treasure. No matter how far the two flew, he had no need to worry about them as they would eventually return. At this time, somewhere in H City, near Jiangnan, a figure shrouded in a black robe looked at the huge formation that filled the ground with satisfaction. The black-robed figure softly said, "This area is indeed a good place to transcend the tribulation." The place he was at had great geomancy. No wonder that little girl from the Su clan had chosen to transcend her tribulation here 5 months ago. The formation is ready, and the tribulation transcending stone has already been placed in the right spot. The blood god crystal has also been placed accurately. In addition, the immortal farming sect's 7 colors wonder fruit liquefied pill, which can increase my core's patterns, is also ready. The evil chi has also been buried properly. Everything is ready. Now, it's time to transcend my heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage. The figure in the black robe lifted their hood, revealing a body made of smoke. It was Demon Monarch Anji, one of the allies of young Master Hai. It was the one responsible for traveling all the way to Jiangnan district to catch Su Clan 16 in the past. It was a pity that it couldn't distinguish between humans, and had captured Song Shuhang instead. During that time, Doudou chased and bit it for quite a distance. Young Master Hai, Zhengneng, and Demon Monarch Anji had many secrets. Therefore, they all chose to leave the limitless demon sect to search for a place where to transcend their tribulations on their own. Demon Monarch Anji brought out its phone, and sent a message to both young Master Hai and Zhengneng. "I'm going to start transcending my tribulation." Zhengneng replied, "Okay." Young Master Hai replied, "See you when you're at the 5th stage." Demon Monarch Anji boldly said, "We'll meet again when we are at the 5th stage and have 8 dragon patterns." They had spent so much time preparing various ways to increase their dragon patterns. They hadn't merely been looking for ways to ascend to the 5th stage. If it was only ascending to the 5th stage, with their qualifications, they could have transcended their tribulations long ago. What they wanted was to have at least 7 dragon patterns, or even 8. Demon Monarch Anji softly said, "There is no place for regrets when it comes to the golden core. It is only a golden core with 8 dragon patterns that will be able to give us assurance." After that, it stretched out its hand, and threw the phone into a cave in the distance. That cave was outside the scope of where it would transcend its tribulation. Within the cave were its phone, clothes, and medicinal pills. It had placed them there to retrieve them safely after the tribulation. It's time to start. The power of the 9 immortal bones in its body burst outward, drawing the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the originally clear sky. At the same time, there were several portions of bloody mist coming from the east. Blood mist coming from the east? That is a good sign. Demon Monarch Anji smiled slightly. For demonic cultivators, blood mist was an auspicious thing. 1. Slang for menstruation.